for the top. Once you get I shall kill it alone. Still I'm now done, I get done, I'm the one I go take, I'm the waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. No be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Oh, kokoro no be vodka. Be some money ginger. But all I know the waste time. Be some money ginger.
Emi look on, don't turn, Ebi look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, no blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fear afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi Lokon, OTD, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Emi power. Emi Lokon, OTD, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Ojeti. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari.
Reforms are there, and we will continue to institutionalize them in such a way and manner that anybody that has the privilege of God and the people of Edo State to become the next governor of Edo State cannot just like a political simkin the swagger, cannot just like a political mais gloriosos, cannot just like a political burakio, capriciously set aside the reforms and engage in a suo moto political peregrination.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún èdè, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn. Gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Àkànbí ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dalẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ àkànbí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
And there it is right there. Oloma pada lẹ́yìn, may God never depart from you. So I think I've explained what that means copiously, endlessly. So still means exactly what it still means exactly what it meant when I first told you. Oloma pada lẹ́yìn, may God never depart from you. So I'm doing something by the side. So if you see my eyes flickering, I'm just doing somewhat of a formatting on another screen. So, Oloma pada lẹ́yìn, may God never depart from you. So that's what that means, of course. So yes, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Let me play you one more music as I just research something. Let me actually play you a Milokon.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀ mi ì tọrọ gàrí mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀ mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
I wonder if those words will go on his tombstone when he eventually leaves this mortal coil. So those words are Emilokon forever and a day immortalized by Tinubu. So Emilokon and there it is. One man Lokon and there it is. So Emilokon. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Let's do that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day to you. The usual protocol, click on the like button. You always invite you to do that. Some of you do, some of you don't. If you don't have the habit of doing it, please do it in this instance. Very, very important that you do. So click on the like button. Do that now. However many people that are watching us at any point in time, at least 80% of them should be clicked on the like button. That's just the norm. That's just the civilized thing to do. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. So like and subscribe. Do those two things. Click on the like button now and then click on the subscription button if you're not already subscribed. So do those two things, like and subscribe. Let me look into my eyes as I hypnotize you to do it. Like and subscribe. And if you're listening in watch back, which a sizable number of you do, still carry out those directions. Click on like and make sure you're subscribed. So do those two things, like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. You know, do you remember that song? You've got a ticket to ride. If you remember that song, then that dates you somewhat. That ages you somewhat. If you know that song, actually, in the comment section, or if you're watching in watchback, let me know. You've got a ticket to ride. So don't worry, don't give up the day job. Stop the silly singing. Yeah, so click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the link to the stream in all your social media spaces so we can expand the reach of the platform. So do all those things. Those are your active participation in terms of being an active member and an encourager of this platform. So it's not a passive sport. It is an active sport. And the activity, yes, I don't know, man. Good to see you, Prince. It's just that's England for you, isn't it? It's a miserable. Pardon me. Let me just digress to that super chat by Prince right there. People will give their right arm to Japa to England, but I for one, I don't know why. It's a miserable country. Prince will tell you it is a miserable country. You know, nobody smiles, nobody's especially pleasant. The weather is awful, the food is shit. You know, so I'm not quite sure why anybody wants to come here. The people here are looking to escape to a civilized, happier place. But there it is, raining as always. So yes. So back to the structure. Click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. Share the link in your social media spaces. Invite your friends and your frenemies to come and say this funny sounding guy with a bald head talking shit. So invite your friends and frenemies to come and listen to this funny sounding guy with a peculiar accent talking shit. So invite your friends to come and listen to me talk shit. And then, of course, the super charts as already exemplified by our Prince right there. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per stream. So Prince kicks it off. So we have the anticipation of 4 more people joining him. So super chat as a form of encouragement. It wasn't especially that Prince wanted to talk about the weather. He just wanted to super chat as a nod towards the platform. So join him in that spirit, super chat towards the stream. So like, share, subscribe. Yes, I remain here for reasons of, family, yeah. But don't worry, I won't be here for too long. My natural place is, you are laughing, that's 4 right there, saying it's as miserable as you say, and you cannot live it. And it's for the safety as well. It's a well-structured country, but it's a miserable country as well. Everything works here. There is nothing that doesn't work in this country. Not a single thing. You put your bin outside, it's gone. I can get into my car right now and drive all the way to Scotland. The only fear is that I fall asleep at the wheel. That's just it. I break down in the middle of the road. The police turns up. They wait there for me for the RAC to turn up. They probably even offer you coffee if they have. It's a civilized country. That's why for all of the misery, it's a civilized country. But yes, you detract me somewhat with that comment. So you distract me somewhat with that comment. Fourth. So yes. Just one last thing. Last time, the call to action, click on like, click on subscribe. I really insist in this instance that those instructions carried out, those calls to if you don't like the word instruction, then see it as a call to action. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the stream or on the screen. So do all those things, share the link, supercharge towards the stream, all those nice things, and then suddenly a feeling of warmth will flow around your body. It's called the feel-good feeling. So for that feel-good feeling, do all those things. So enough of my nonsense. Let's go to the nonsensities that is going on within the Nigerian space. So still seizing very much the center stage of the media space. Very dark man. These are Sapele Water guy from the creeks. They tell us he's from Edo State or of all places. So he's the one now center and frontal within the Nigerian social space, the Nigerian social media space. So very dark man still not left the headlines. He's had a day with Parliament today, and what an interesting day it was. I'm actually going to just play you this little clip. The guy had been waiting for this moment, I think, all of his life. So here he is, preening and peacocking, flapping feathers as he arrived in Parliament, and he lambasted them as well. Let me just play you all the very dark man clips. It starts off with this. A lot of you would have seen this. It's just the peacocking. He peacocked into the Parliament. So here is very dark man at last, that moment in time that he had been waiting for all his life.
Ebila Oseoluawo VDM odologbo dudu ese lónìí gọlọ ló máa lọ gọlọ ló máa bọ̀. Iṣẹ́ ikọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ méjì lẹ́sẹ̀ ikọ́ kankan kò ní kọ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ nínú House of Representatives. Nísùúrù àlàwo glove yìí fẹ́ mọ yún mi lọ́wọ́ bákan. Glove ṣe kí ni? Ó fẹ́ mọ ṣe bí ẹ yún mi lọ́wọ́. Dandan ni kò yín ọlá.
And no, that wasn't a scene from a Nollywood movie. No, that was a stand accused appearing before Parliament on a serious matters leveled against him, and that is how he appears, like as though it was the Omonoba or a prince of the stool. So this is everything is cruise, isn't it, within the Nigerian space? So that is a very dark man appearing in Parliament. So that's very dark man appearing in Parliament. There's still several very dark men clips to play, but let's go back to the structure as I've arranged it, and let's kick it off with this one. So we go back to the structure as arranged, and we kick it off with this one. Right, buried in the middle pages of the newspapers, for reasons of very dark man commanding the front page, is the important matter of national celebration. So the Nigerian anniversary comes up, October the 1st, Independence Day. So a very important moment in time, of course. That was when we took off the shackles of colonialism and then flew on those eagle wings as a sovereign nation. So tomorrow, of course, which is probably today in some climes, is Independence Day. So what does this mean? Tinubu to address Nigerians in Independence Day broadcast on October the 1st. So there it is right there. They say we don't hear often enough from this guy. So we'll be hearing from him tomorrow. But what is the expectation of that speech? Tinubu to address Nigerians in Independence Day broadcast on October the 1st. President Bola Tinubu is set to make a nationwide broadcast on Tuesday, October the 1st at 7 a.m. The address will mark the commemoration of Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary. All television and radio stations, as well as other electronic media outlets, will stream the broadcast via the Nigerian Television Authority and the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria for the live broadcast. Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, shared this announcement via a statement today, September the 30th, 2024. So it is as short and to the point as that, but hopefully the national broadcast will not be short, but certainly will be to the point, because there are several points, of course, to be addressed by Tinubu. The fuel situation, the skyrocketing inflation, the restlessness amongst the citizenry, the direction of travel of his administration, what hope there for the future, and what exactly is going on. So all of these things we want to hear from him. So not just some patter cake. I suspect it's just going to be some random nonsense because they've been struggling to articulate what they have achieved now going on 2 years in government. So hopefully we get something to hinge hope on as a nation from that broadcast. That's the hope, but that's not the expectation, because we've had national broadcast from Tinubu before, and there wasn't anything significant to glean from it. So there wasn't anything significant to glean from it. Let's go on from that to this. Actually, let's go to this one still. To counterweight Tinubu, Sowore moves to occupy that October the 1st space. Fearless in October, Sowore calls on Nigerians to join protest, says no backing down after fighting for 3 decades to see a better Nigeria. So there it is right there. This particular protest does not seem to have any momentum, especially. Human rights activist and convener of the hashtag Revolution Now movement, Comrade Omoyele, so is now a comrade. Comrade Omoyele Sowore has invited Nigerians across the country to join him in the October the 1st protest against hardships. Hardship, they said hardships. Hardship doesn't come with an S. You can't pluralize hardship. It's just, anyways, from Sahara Reporter, so they're barely literate there. Human rights activist and convener of hashtag Revolution Now movement, Comrade Omoyele Sowore, has invited Nigerians across the country to join him in the October the 1st protest against hardship, deprivation, hunger, unemployment, insecurity, and poverty that the President Bola Tinubu-led administration has unleashed on Nigerians. So I wouldn't say it was Tinubu especially. We've had this conversation endlessly. It's decades long of misrule and rot that's come home to roost. Sowore, who made the call in a post on Monday evening, vowed that he could not be silent or indifferent in the face of the sufferings and privatization. That should be deprivation. Deprivation that the Nigerian people are going through, noting that he will be on the street of Nigeria to join with other Nigerians in protesting the hardships. According to him, protest and revolt are the only tool that people have to voice their opposition to the anti-people policies of their government, adding that it is a right that is enshrined in everyone's genes. Reminding Nigerians that he has spent 5 of the last 6 years either in prison detention or confinement by the All Progressive Congress-led government under trumped-up treason charges that they were forced to withdraw. Sowore vowed that he would not relent until our point-by-point demand are met. So So Showore is not acting anything on behalf of the Nigerian people, is acting primarily off the back of his political journey, his egocentrism, and all of that. Showore is very much a narcissist. So these are narcissistic tendencies of somebody that wants to be center stage and is willing to sacrifice any and everything to be center stage. Showore's struggle is not for anything other than to be in the headlines and on the spotlight. So it's just ego at play. And by the way, it's not trumped up charges that the Buhari administration leveled against him. He actually called for he called for a revolution against an elected government. So those are treasonable. Spaces. That's a treasonable request right there, to call for a revolution against an elected government. So if you call for a revolution, by definition, is an act of violence. He was inviting the people onto the streets to revolt against an whether they were elected legitimately or illegitimately. The Constitution affirms their democratic credentials. The law affirmed them. So you know what it got away lightly, by the way, Showore, because what he did was actually a treasonable thing, and the guy very much a narcissist. So a narcissist from the Greeks. Human rights activist and convener of the #revolutionary movement, Comrade Omoyele Showore, has invited Nigerians across the country to join him in the October the 1st protest against hardship, deprivation, hunger, unemployment, insecurity, and poverty that the President Bola Tinubu-led administration has unleashed on Nigerians. Showore, who made the call in a post on Monday evening, vowed that he could not be silent or indifferent in the face of the sufferings and deprivation that the Nigerian people are going through, noting that he will be on the streets of Nigeria to join with other Nigerians in protesting the hardships. According to him, protests and revolts are the only tool that people have to voice their opposition to the anti-people policies of their government, adding that it is a right that is enshrined in everyone's genes. So there's no right enshrined in anyone's genes. It's a right enshrined constitutionally. If it wasn't constitutionally backed, then it would be illegal. Reminding Nigerians that he has spent 5 of the last 6 years either in prison detention or confinement by the all progressive Congress-led government under trumped-up treason charges that they were forced to withdraw. Showore vowed that he would not relent until our point-by-point demands are met. So I'm not quite sure where this heads to, but it doesn't head to anywhere nice. And I have no anticipation of any sort of success for this protest. By the way, it's going to be a damp squib. It's going to be it's going to fall on its face because I think the people tire from the last one. So I suspect it'll be Showore and the Diadenyoju. Maybe a very dark man will join them to show off another regalia. The former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress (AAC) in the 2023 general election stated on October the 1st for the Fearless in October. I will be on the streets of Nigeria to join with other Nigerians in protesting the hardship, privation, hunger, unemployment, insecurity, and poverty that the Tinubu government has unleashed on the Nigerian people. Is stated emphatically. Protest and revolt. So it goes on. I spent the last one. So for those who wondered why I refused to back down or cower in fear, so nobody is expecting him to cower in fear because they are not vesting fear upon him. They arrested and released him within an hour when he arrived in Nigeria, and they could have arrested and detained him for what he did on the last protest. All the buildings burnt down, all the people killed, all at his behest. You know what he actually did in that what was it called? Whatever he tagged the last protest, what he did in that space is not that dissimilar to what Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated for. You know, that Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated for inviting people, for instigating people to act in an anarchical way against the state. That is essentially what Nnamdi Kanu, Days of Rage, thank you, Aloy. That is essentially what Nnamdi Kanu is in prison for. Nnamdi Kanu is in detention for instigating people to act in an anarchical and a violent way against the state. So what did Sowore do in his Days of Rage? He did exactly that, and to a far greater impact than whatever was impacted by Nnamdi Kanu. Sowore invited people to act in an anarchical and a violent manner to rage against the state. So if Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated for treason for that, then and this guy is preening and peacocking and basking in his own sense of self-importance. So this is just the thing, and he says he's not going to be coward. If he was to be coward, they have every reason to detain him. I spent for those who wonder why I refuse to back down or cower in fear, given the threat to my freedom. There's no threat to your freedom, because if there's a threat to your freedom, you'll be incarcerated for justifiable reasons. For those who wonder why I refuse to back down or cower in fear, given the threats to my freedom and my life, there's no threat to his life. This guy, man, it's just this hyperbolic language to embellish something that is just a non sequitur, a non-event, and try and elevate it to like as though he was Nelson Mandela or something. For those who wonder why I refuse to back down or cower in fear, given the threats to my freedom and my life, here is my reply. I committed myself to the cause of fighting for the emergence of a better Nigeria 3 decades ago. So you see this mission statement right here. That is an acerbic remark towards the obedient space, not even towards the obedient space, but towards the lead of the obedient space. So this is Sowore now just reaffirming his credentials that space now being gazumped by Peter Obi is a space that he created and he still very much occupies. So listen to the wordings, and then you know that this is a side swipe towards P2B, a side swipe towards P2B. I committed myself to the cause of fighting for the emergence of a better Nigeria 3 decades ago. So this new Nigeria that is possible, this new coinage now that Obi has been dancing to and his followers for the past 12, 18 months. So he has been dancing to it for the last 30 years, is what he's saying. So I want my boots back, essentially, to Peter Obi. Can we have our ball back, please, sir? I committed myself to the cause of fighting for the emergence of a better Nigeria 3 decades ago. I remain committed to that ideal. He maintained that as long as he had breath in my lungs, and as long as my fist can be raised, I will continue to fight for the right of the Nigerian people to a decent life. I will continue to advocate for their right to good governance, and I will continue to demand justice for all. So this fight that is embarked upon, it doesn't seem to have essentially the followership or the support. So you are fighting for, what was that thing that they said? I rescued 1,000 slaves. I could have rescued 10,000 more, but they did not know that they were slaves. These people is fighting for, they don't really give an FUCK for him or his cause. They don't give an FUCK for him or his cause. He maintained that as long as he had breath in my lungs and as long as my fist can be raised, I will continue to fight for the right of the Nigerian people to a decent life. I will continue to advocate for their right to good governance, and I will continue to demand justice for all. We will not relent until our point by point demands are met, until the Bola Tinubu government meets these legitimate demands of the Nigerian people. So they are not legitimate demand of the They are not what Showore is actually demanding. It may well be what is best for the Nigerian people or not, but they are not the legitimate demand of the Nigerian people, because the Nigerian people were not canvassed in order then for him to arrive at whichever list. So this is his own panacea. This is what he feels is best for the Nigerian people. So there's somewhat of an arrogance to that he has made the decision of what is best for Nigerians, as opposed to the government elected working on what they feel is best for Nigerians. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm not saying that whatever I don't even know what Lisa has come up with this time around. Sell petrol for 2 kobo and give everybody free food or whatever his demands are. They are not the legitimate demands of the Nigerian people, because it's not being subjected to an acid test to the will of the people until the hashtag Bola Ahmed Tinubu government meet these legitimate demands. They are not legitimate demands because they have not been what's that test? What do they call that test again? They've not been subjected to I'll remember what I was trying to remember in a minute. But they've not been subjected to the will of the people. Until the Bola Ahmed Tinubu government meet these legitimate demands of the Nigerian people, we will not relent in our struggle until we win. So what does victory look like? What does victory look like? What is even, let's see, we have to be clear on what Showore demands. So it just sounded like anarchy for anarchy's sake, because all right. Okay. So I think we have this 14-point demand. So do we have it? I think it's on Abatis whatnot. All right. All right. So yeah, I think we have his demand. So let's just let's round off his speech. Until the Bola Tinubu government meet these legitimate demands of the Nigerian people, we will not relent in our struggle until we win. I invite you to join us on October the 1st. We cannot be silent or indifferent in the face of sufferings and privation that the Nigerian people are going through. Hashtag revolution now. Hashtag end bad governance. So what they will not relent until their demands are met. So what are those demands? Let's go to Abatis page, see what this character is. It says so this according to Showore, the 14 demands scrap the 1999 constitution, and they will not relent, by the way, until these demands are met. So this is it's just ranks. It just wants to rage for rage's sake. That's just we cannot surmise beyond that. It just wants to rage for rage's sake. Scrap the 1999 constitution and replace it with a people-made constitution for the Federal Republic of Nigeria through a sovereign national conference to be immediately followed by a national referendum. So he will continue to riot on the street until this is done. This is what this guy is saying. Toss the Senate arm of the Nigerian. Oh God, this is what I hate about this about the page. It always has a bug. Toss the Senate arm of the Nigerian legislative system. Keep the House of Representatives and make lawmaking a part-time endeavor. Pay Nigerian workers a minimum wage of nothing less than 250,000 naira. So a cleaner gets 250,000 naira monthly. Invest heavily in education and give Nigerian students grants, not loans. Aggressively pursue free and compulsory education for children across Nigeria. Release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. How does this serve the people's interest that Nnamdi Kanu be released? Because there are legitimate reasons of criminal indictments that legitimizes Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration. So whose will? That's not my will. That's not representative of what I want. I don't want Nnamdi Kanu to be released. I want Nnamdi Kanu to have his day in court. And I'm sure if Nnamdi Kanu, if it's of a true stance, he wants to have his day in court as well. So what do you mean release him unconditionally? I do want us to play clear. if you wonder why it's just an annoyance. If you wonder why I'm so adamant that this guy it cannot be released. Let me see. This is the guy we're talking about. What do you mean? He wants him released.
I don't want to see a policeman on the street. Go and look for weapons. Go arm yourselves. And you see what is going to happen. Build weapons. If you don't have any, go and construct one. Go and build one. Even ordinary catapults, anything you have, go and use it. And destroy them. Destroy them. Mad people everywhere. They are going to see something they've not seen before. And as we are destroying them, we are finding out where their children are. They are making mothers to become childless. And we are also going to make them become childless. They want destruction, we give them destruction.
So there is absolutely, it goes on and on. There's absolutely no reason to release Nnamdi Kanu either unconditionally or even with conditions. So that certainly is not representative of the will of the people in the north. It's not representative of the will of the people in the southwest. It is not representative of the will of the people in the south-south. It is only representative of the will of some of the people in the southeast. So how can it be a demand that the whole Nigeria should be on the streets because Nnamdi Kanu, who we all know has committed some of the most atrocious acts of criminality, to be released unconditionally? So that's his demand. So that's why I'm saying that this is an egomaniacal sort of excess of this sort of narcissistic character. Anyway, let me release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and demilitarize the southeast. So demilitarize the southeast, yes, somewhat, but then the southeast still has to be under the cosh somewhat for reasons of the excesses going on there, but certainly not to demilitarize it. This Abati page is always a nonsense. It's not giving me anything anymore. How do I get back there? So that's Ruben Abati's website. Is as shit as shit can get. It's as shit as shit can get. Let's go at it from here. Let's just rattle through. It says yes, release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and demilitarize the southeast. Renationalize publicly owned enterprises sold to government officials and cronies. So what does that even mean? That's vague and ambiguous. Reinstate a corruption-free subsidy regime to reduce hunger, starvation, and multi-dimensional poverty. Probe past and present Nigerian leaders who have looted the treasury, recovered the loot, and deposit it in a special account to fund education, healthcare. So who on whose authority is he making that demand to? It is essentially spending the sovereign wealth. So it's not his determination to determine how sovereign wealth is to be spent. Otherwise, he'll go on the streets and start to burn down buildings. It's just the ridiculousness of it. Probe past and present Nigerian leaders who have looted the treasury, recovered their loot, and deposit it in a special account to fund education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Otherwise, he'll stay on the streets. Restructuring of Nigeria to accommodate Nigeria's diversity, resource control, decentralization, and regional government. So reforms of security agencies to stop continuous human rights violation and duplication. This Abati's website is so shit. And duplication of security agencies and enhance the physical security of Nigerian citizens. Establish a special energy fund immediately to drive massive and corruption-free power sector development. Immediate reconstitution of the Nigerian electoral body, the Independent National Electoral Commission, to remove corrupt individuals and partisan hacks appointed to manipulate elections. 13, massive investment in public works and industrialization will help to employ Nigeria's teeming youth. So this sounds more like This sounds more like a manifesto for a campaign rather than a protest list. So put this in your manifesto for the next election and present it to the Nigerian people that this is what you are offering. So you can't, for reasons of your own party manifesto, invite the mass to riot. 14, mass shake-up of the Nigerian judiciary to remove cabals of corrupt generations of judges and judicial officers that continue denying everyday citizens access to real justice. Chure has so that's just the anyway, forget this guy, man. Like I said, it's a narcissistic egomaniac. That's just it. A narcissistic egomaniac. A narcissistic egomaniac. October the 1st, do not go out to protest. Police warn Ekiti citizens. I don't think anybody especially needs warning. I don't think anybody especially cares about this one. The Ekiti State Command of the Nigerian Police Force has warned residents, especially youths, against joining the nationwide protest scheduled for October the 1st. Correspondents report that the organizers of the hashtag Fearless in October protest aimed to address the hardship faced by Nigerians due to the removal of fuel subsidies and the devaluation of the naira. The group had earlier declared that the police, Department of State Services, and military would not deter them from carrying out their planned demonstration on Nigeria's 64th anniversary Independence Day this week, Tuesday. However, the State Commissioner of Police, Adeniro Akinwale, has warned that the protest could be hijacked by hoodlums. Speaking with journalists at Ado Ekiti on Sunday, Akinwale stressed that breaking the law should never be the way to achieve justice, and he encouraged the youth to adopt peaceful methods and conversations instead. So that's them already blocking it. I think they successfully caged it in the first instance. So I think they will successfully. I think it's going to be nobody. It doesn't have any traction anyway. This one. So it's so soon after the last one. A total miscalculation by Showore, of course. He wants to stay in the moment, but the moment has gone. Climate change, finding replacement for oil will take a long time. This is Dangote protecting his own industry. So I'll just take a few paragraphs from here. Aliko Dangote, CEO of Dangote Refinery, shared his perspective on the shift from fossil fuel to renewable energy, noting that a complete transition away from oil will take considerable amount of time. Dangote made this remark during a conversation on the sidelines of the recently concluded 79th United Nations General Assembly in the United States. He stated that whilst the transition to renewable energy is inevitable, the current challenges require Africa to meet its electricity and energy needs through resources like natural gas and coal. Dangote emphasized that Africa is facing pressing challenges like fuel scarcity and lack of electricity, and stressed the importance of addressing these issues with urgency. So there it is right there. There was a report actually that tells us that the demand for fossil fuel, for petroleum, for crude oil has actually increased rather than decreased, in spite of all of these cosmetics of electric vehicles and all this nonsense. So back to Very Dark Man. Prison officials deny receiving suspension letter on case involving Bobrisky. Details emerge. So apparently the prison official, the Minister of Internal Affairs, he came out with this big headline that he has suspended 4 prison officers. But apparently, the prison officials are telling us that it's just a social media suspension. Amidst allegations of bribery involving controversial cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, popularly known as Bobrisky, a senior officer of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Deputy Controller of Correction (DCC), Michael Onugwa, has denied receiving any official suspension letter. Mr. Onugwa appeared in full regalia on Monday, September the 30th, before the House of Representatives panel investigating bribery allegations connected to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Prison Service. Speaking on his alleged suspension, he said, "I have not been officially notified of any suspension. I only saw the rumors circulating on social media. So everything now, even the government in Nigeria now cruise. The Civil Defense Correctional Fire and Immigration Service Board had announced the suspension of Onugwa and several other officers last week, correspondence report. In a statement signed by Jafaru Ahmed, the board stated that the suspension was intended to allow further investigation into the bribery claims. The officers were implicated in facilitating special treatment for Bobrisky whilst in custody. The statement reads, the board has suspended DCC Michael Onugwa in charge of the medium security custodial center Kirikiri, Lagos, and DCC Sikiru Adekunle, responsible for the maximum security custodial sentence Kirikiri, Lagos, for allegations related to the case. In addition to the suspension of Onugwa and Adekunle, the board also suspended several other officers. Similarly, another senior officer, DCC Ikechukwu, serving as the MSCC Kuje, was also suspended. So there it is. So social media, it's just, Nigeria is a joke. That's just the thing. So they go on television to tell us that they've suspended all of these people, but alas, na cruise, na lie. Now, still with Very Dark Man apologizes to Falana over Bobrisky bribery claims. So he did not really make any allegations against he did not really make any allegations against Falana. All he did was to recite an audio in the media space. All he did was to play an audio. So if there's anything, if there's any allegations being alleged, then the allegations is coming from Bobrisky. And they're also now telling us that even that clip is AI generated. So a lot going, Nigerian cruise, as they say. Very Dark Man apologizes to Falana over Bobrisky bribery claims. A social media influencer, Martins Otse, popularly known as Very Dark Man, on Monday apologized to human rights lawyer Femi Falana, SAN, over his recent derogatory innuendos against the senior lawyer. Very Dark Man, who appeared before the House of Representatives Joint Committee on Financial Crimes and Reformatory Institutions on Monday, said he also did not believe Falana was involved in the alleged bribery leveled against cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, popularly known as Bobrisky, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Custodial Service. He said, apparently now some people are taking advantage of what is going on to target Femi Falana. Here, I apologize. So he's been invited to issue that apology, but he has to maintain his, is it steez that they call it now? This is the new word that is circulating amongst the Gen Zs or the Alpha Gen. What's the one that follows on? I think Gen Z is a bit old now. So what's the generation after? Is it Generation Alpha? I think this is their language now. It's T's, STEEZ. So he wants to issue the apology, but still maintain his T's. And this is how he is doing it. So because he's been advised that he better apologize, otherwise he'll see Falana will see him to hell. He said, apparently now some people are taking advantage of what is going on to target Femi Falana. Here, I apologize. It is so sad that his name was inside that audio. I couldn't believe it as well. That is the part that irritated me more when I said I refused to believe that he is a party to something like that. The blogger shared an audio of Bobrisky claiming that she, and so the newspaper, and this is from Punch, by the way, they are now referring to Bobrisky as a she. I think everybody has surrendered to that culture within Nigerian space. The blogger shared an audio of Bobrisky claiming he bribed or she bribed some EFCC officials with 15 million naira to drop the money laundering charge against her. So I'm not quite sure that this is acceptable, actually, because Bobrisky is not a female. and the Punch newspaper is a senior newspaper with they shouldn't be, because he's not told us that that is the adjective, you know, yeah, they, them, and he, or what he's not told us that what his adjective is. So until it tells us that he is a female, then he is a he. The blogger shared an audio of Bobrisky claiming he bribed some EFCC officials with 15 million naira to drop the money laundering charge against her. And the EFCC have come up, by the way, that it wasn't especially bribery, that the money laundering charge was not tenable. That's why they dropped it. In the purported recording, the cross-dresser also claimed that her godfather, alongside the Controller General of the prison service, Hilaru Nababa, ensured she served the 6-month sentence in a private apartment and not in prison. Reacting to the development in the video, Very Dark Man, and by the way, the prison service, they've gone at length to tell us that because they kept a record of visitations to Bobrisky in prison. I streamed a live parliament session earlier on today. A lot of it was captured there. So they've gone to length to tell us that Bobrisky did in fact stay in prison. So maybe it was just being braggadocious in that conversation. Reacting to the development in the video, Very Dark Man called for a thorough investigation into the matter, saying he had no intention of defaming Falana. Very Dark Man also alleged that Falana sought a presidential pardon for Bobrisky in exchange for 10 million naira. So anyway, yeah, however, in a letter dated September the 25th, 2024, from his legal team at Falana and Falana Chambers, and signed by Taiwo E. Olawanle, Falana stated that he never spoke to Bobrisky about any alleged pardon or other matters, denying the claims made in the video. So that claim that Falana one, that Falana could facilitate a presidential pardon, that seems somewhat far-fetched. And that also that Falana, for the sum of 10 million naira, the sum seems out of skew with the level that Falana occupies in society. So there's that. Is there anything else? I think that might well be the lot. So let me now play you the video clips. I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to join, if you want, I always tell you, it is a participatory sport. It is a participatory sport. So you have to be an active participant in order for the session to take place. So I'll send the link there. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. The super chat is still open. We've only had Prince now, not in the direction of the platform. So that's Prince right there. He needs company, so people super chat as well. So let me play you the video clips that we have, and then we'll see if a session takes place. I think I've already just played you one from Very Dark Man. So let me play you, I'll play you the Very Dark Man ones, and then we'll take it from there. I have an interesting one that it was Stagger You. I've got a video here that will stagger you. Even as corrupt as we know Nigeria, the Nigerian space to be, this video, when I play it, it will stagger you. It staggered me. But let's go through Very Dark Man preening and peacocking in Parliament first. So we play about 2 or 3 videos of him just bloviating and pontificating, flapping feathers, and basking in self-importance.
So I don't say anything while I'm here, and risking not here. Now, my lawyer will be the one to talk, and I will not say a word, because I don't want to walk out from the people that are holding on to my father. So I won't say anything until Bobrisky is here and the EFCC chairman is here. Thank you very much.
Number 2, I'm just echoing what we are discussing. Number two, he's saying that he has not said he's not going to speak. At least we came prepared, we came with almost everything that is needed by this committee here. We are able to come with additional evidence that is not even available online. We have come with everything. So he's not saying I don't want to assist the committee, I don't want to talk. He's saying because that person who should be here, who is not here, who has sent a lawyer to represent he or she, that he is not going to talk directly, that he's going to talk to his counsel. That's just all he's saying, and nothing more.
In addition, I would like to say, the man from my state, he said, if I don't speak, they will not be mentioned to be taken. I will not mind being taken. I will not mind, let me sorry, please. And also, in the voice notes, Bobrisky said something about the Godfather. So it's obvious that there's a Godfather somewhere that might maybe told him not to come, and nothing will happen because he has disrespected everybody here by not coming, and you are trying to force me to talk, and you are already throwing me little threats that you detain me. I was staying in the cell, and this is not my first time, it's not my second time. So I'll go and stay there until he's ready. But for now, I will not say anything. If I say anything, let me die.
We are taking note of the fact that
all right. So everything in that clip was all of the shades of wrong. All of the shades, SHADE of wrong. So we have a nincompoop from Edo State that thinks appearing in front of Parliament on a serious charge is cruise, and then we have some MC Oluomo character trying to pretend like it's a lawyer. Imagine what we just saw. The Jadenyonju and very that. It's just, this is where we are now. It's just the whole thing is all shades of wrong. All shades of wrong, but it just, let's just stay within that space. This is the guy, it's just luxuriating. You know, it's just, you know, I don't know what your favorite meal is. You know, when you pop that top button on your trousers to settle into a big meal. So this is what this guy is doing now. This very dark man, he was just peacocking at the Parliament. Here he is, still peacocking.
If I see a secret about you, I will tell. Whatever you say, you move me outside, beside me, I will tell. Especially you, I will tell. And I'll be very, very honest. I will not say anything. I'll put it out there because Nigeria has gone down. Now I will implore you people to actually do the right thing because the judiciary system is messed up so bad. It's messed up so bad. People have to save your face. I believe a lot of APC members are here. So everybody to save yourself. It's okay. It's okay. They've told him it's okay. Okay, well, you say you don't do.
This guy, you're too much, man. You're too much. I swear, I love this kind of courage. I swear. What the?
So there it is. So it certainly elevated him to a higher, because what it was, very dark man, was just another daddy-free sort of element doing all these petty little defamatory whatever. Tonto Dike, oh, look at Tonto Dike, look at Iyabo Ojo serving up his daughter, all of these things. It's just a bit of a silliness, a bit of titillation on social media. But now he has stratospheric, propelled himself to the stratosphere, essentially is what we're seeing now. This curious guy from the South, you know, so it certainly elevated his star status. There's no, because controversy sells, you know, they say say good about me, say bad about me, but just talk about me. You are only dead when nobody's speaking about you. So it doesn't really matter what people say about you, so long as they are talking about you, then you are occupying that space in their mind. So there it is right there. So that guy has now propelled himself. Look at this guy, some random from South, now contending with Falana, contending with the Minister of Interior. So whatever it is, he's the winner of all this. Asking Falana to come and explain, just pause for a moment and reflect on that. I'll tell you what just happened. This guy from I don't want to be saying Edo guy because it sounds as though there's an ethnic undertone, but this guy is inviting Femi Falana, SAN, human rights activist, 50 years at the bar, to come and explain himself. I don't know quite what level of education Very Dark Man has, but it's inviting Femi Falana to come and explain. This is where we are now as a nation, steeds over everything. Steeds over everything. So steeds over everything. We carry on. So that's Very Dark Man. Hopefully we'll be able to wrap conversations around that. And hopefully we wrap conversations around this as well. The gloves still very much are off. Fubara versus Wike. The latest blow landed by Fubara.
It is this same Fubara that is building a general hospital, which I also included a psychiatric hospital because they will need it very soon in their place. So tell them, what I have done in 1 year is what they did. Like I said, let them make me talk. Let them make me talk. It's only empty container that makes noise. If God has given you opportunity, eat your thing and keep quiet. God will continue to give us the strength to do the best for our people without fear.
So there it is right there. Only you see, there is no settling this matter between Fubara and Wike. A winner, a victor has to emerge, and a vanquished has to emerge. So it's beyond something that they can call them together and settle matters. A victor has to emerge, and a vanquished has to emerge. A winner has to emerge. So that's just that's just what that is. A winner has to emerge in that space. Let me play you this one. So Nigeria is indebted, but I've often tried to explain right here that Nigeria is not that indebted. At least Nigeria is not burdened with the heavy weight of, the United Nations, or is it the World Trade Organization or World Bank, whichever one of these international organizations, I think the World Bank, their recommendation is that debt to GDP is still stable at 35%. And Nigeria is run about 20-something% debt to the overall sovereign wealth of the country. So Nigeria very much underborrowed and not as indebted as people imagine. So you don't take it from me, take it from your Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is Tugar, one of my favorite ministers within the Tinubu administration. Eloquent, sharp, ready with an answer.
So, Minister, if debt forgiveness is part of our agenda as a nation, just like the Obasanjo government was very successful, so I look at the nations that Nigeria is owing, 5 of them, which makes up approximately 593, almost 600 million US dollars that Nigeria has gotten in loan. China is leading the pack with about $4 billion that we are owing that country. Are we talking to China for some kind of debt forgiveness if we went to the global stage for debt forgiveness?
That is not what we're discussing with China. And when it comes to the issue of debt, look at the debt to GDP ratio even of Nigeria. So we're not even amongst the critically indebted nations when they talk about debt. When we talk about debt of developing countries, Nigeria is not in that sort of a precarious situation. In fact, as a matter of fact, China is prepared to lend more. China is prepared to invest more in Nigeria in terms of infrastructure development and other things. So that is not. But you see, what you're failing to take into consideration is when we talk about debt forgiveness, we're not necessarily referring to ourselves. Nigeria is considered to be a leading nation, not just on the African continent, but in the global south. So when we speak on behalf of Africa, we speak on behalf of developing nations, we speak on behalf of the global south. And we speak as the largest Black nation on the planet. So that you have to bear that in mind.
Absolutely.
All right. So sometime in the future, we're going to be doing a session, hopefully within the next 7 days. We were going to be doing a session on the global south and where Nigeria is positioned in that, because a lot of people don't actually understand that space. It's a new and an emerging space. The global south are countries led within the parameters of India, Russia, China, etc., are countries that are narrating differently from the global north, which would be the westernized countries. And Nigeria very much central in that space, a key figure both in the global south and the entire overall structure itself. So we'll certainly be doing a session around that at some point in the near future. So we'll be doing a session around that at some point in the near future. Let me know in the comment section if that's something that piques your interest. I think it's something that because we need to be going to those sort of esoteric, intellectualized spaces sometimes just to reaffirm our credentials as an intellectual space. So to reaffirm our credentials as an intellectual space, now, we hear all of these stories about how the Naira rather continues to hemorrhage its value, and we also hear that there are about however many trillion Naira in circulation. So all of those two narratives are interlinked. So there's a lot of illicit money, illegal money, money that does not have legitimacy, all are washed within the Nigerian space that is looking for legitimacy. And that is really where the impact on the Naira is. So unless they continue with that policy of Naira swap to flush out that money or destroy it, then they can just decimalize its value back into the national coffers if they don't bring it forward. But unless they address that, the Naira will continue to hemorrhage. And if you want to know just how vast this problem is, watch this. We know there's corruption in the country, but did you imagine it was to this level? So this will stagger you. It staggered me. This will stagger you.
This is not funny. This is not funny. You see your country. See our country. All the money that's supposed to be in bank, so people just gather it somewhere and keep it somewhere. They will just go there and pack their own. The one they just need for their own family and their own entire group or something like that. See, that's no note. Nigeria no note. They kept somewhere else in so-called Nigeria. Shit.
So that is allegedly, apparently, a secured warehouse. All those things that you were seeing, by the way, they were not bags of cement, according to the clip. They are Naira notes, new minted Naira notes. So that's the size of the economy of Ghana in one warehouse right there. So that's illicit money, and that money is looking for legitimacy. So they will throw however much of that money to buy $1, because it's not a money of value to them. But that's the problem we have right there. So that's the problem we have right there. So that's the problem of the Nigerian state. But the problem of the Black female, I don't know quite if that was a good segue, but let me just segue with that anyway. It is money according to that clip, so it is money, Tommy. So let me segue. So that's the problem of the Nigerian state. Now, the problem of the wider Black female is elucidated by this German girl. The Black female is doomed. If we were to take in verbatim what this German girl has to say, the Black female is doomed. Watch this.
I already knew I had him because there was simply no competition out there for me. But let's just look at it objectively. You had this average Black American guy who now was able to choose between what he was dealing with before and somebody completely new. And let me tell you, the moment I stepped into that man's life, he really didn't know how to deal with my femininity because I was not loud. I was not screaming. I was not trying to, be louder than him. I didn't interrupt him because that's not something that I learned from home. If somebody would speak, and especially a man, you would let that man speak and then you would listen and then say whatever you have to say, right? So I was clean. I cooked. He didn't know what it was when a woman is actually in the room asking him, like, do you want something to drink? Before I got myself something to drink. Do you want something to eat? Before I started to eat my food, I would ask him, do you want to have a bite? I would come out of nowhere and just have a fruit bowl and just offer him some fruit. He didn't know none of this.
So there it is right there. It's the attitude, isn't it? And I blame it on the Americans because a lot of Black females have adopted that hoochie mama Black American mannerism, that slay whatever it is. Even in the confines of their homes with their partners, they still want to be boss lady. And that German girl is telling you right there that, thank you, we'll take your men. So the Black female are doomed. So let me round it off with this final clip. This clip now, I should have actually played it after the bills of money. So we've heard about all of these trips to Libya as a conduit to get into Europe. But this now next clip, it speaks to Libya being a destination itself and the opportunities that it might avail. So I don't think anybody has ever given consideration to that as a thought, that Libya being a destination itself and the opportunities that it might avail. These are now next and probably last gentleman that, in terms of the clip. He expands on that. So watch this.
Millionaire, you still they complain. That your 1 million naira, so no take and enter business. If you take and enter business, sorry to say, within 2 months, it go crumble. No beside they swear for you or anything. That your 1 million naira, so carry half of and enter Libya road. Come this Libya, call double the money. Not to say this one are crazy in the crazy, one make or risk my life. Even down in Nigeria, you day so safe. You dey risk your life every day without knowing it. Life na 50-50. You no get where you go day, where you go talk say, you know they at risk. You risk and you no risk am o. We all go stick by. You no get how you want to do and you no fit escape from am. Carry that your money so, carry half. Enter Libya road, keep the remaining one. There was a time where be say Naira, it big pass dinars. But now, dinars, it don't big pass Naira. The best thing where you go do for yourself now to use half of that 1 million naira. Come here, call double and find money where you go take pass up. Go where you they go. Now what day for there be that? If you hustle well, within a year for this place, you go get better thing where you go take pass up, go where you they go. Not be mouth they take the maker. Many people feel not tell you this thing, but if you come here, you go see with your eyes. They say seeing is believing. If you see and you go confirm. Not be one guy they talk for social media, where they for Libya before. He say, na Libya you go there. You get money, you don't get money, you go see use chikite cook. But you were there for NI, so how many times you take they use chikite they cook in a month? How many times you feel they use chikite they cook? How now Nigeria you go there, they go categorize supermarket. They go say this side now for VIP, this side now for people when not to get, this side now for the poor people. Not be everything for inside supermarket now your money go fit buy. But for this Libya here, so anything where big Arabu where get heaven ahead go fit buy. You self go still waka enter the as carry that in one dinner go carry and so now so you go see carry your own go still buy and come up for there. Do salam aleikum, you don't go. Libya, it better pass Nigeria by far. 20 years coming, Nigeria no fit ever dey like Libya. Now Libya, you go see, say they no get government, you, but they still they stable. They still they go well for everything where they do. But for NIG, we get president, we dey like orphans. No beside they try to risk your life or anything. At the end, if you enter finish, at the end, you will thank me later. You will thank me later. You get why? Not be everything, not be that they talk for mouth. You will see with your eyes, say, now like this it be. You know too good, you know too good, but at all, you will still collect your own.
All right. So that is that is that chap right there presenting Libya of all places as a destination of opportunity. So that's that guy right there presenting Libya as a destination of opportunity. Let me quickly whiz through this one. This is Reno Omokri speaking to Chobore's intentions for tomorrow. Before you protest on, this is from Reno Omokri's Twitter space. Before you protest on Independence Day, the biggest challenge to Nigeria's progress as a nation is not corruption, tribalism, terrorism, inflation, or even the removal of fuel subsidy. It is our entitlement. The government did not do this. The government did not do that. I wish every Nigerian could travel the world. There is nothing like government airports, hospitals. Well, there is in the UK. I'm sorry to say, there is no government airport in the UK. In the UK, but there's certainly government hospitals. Most of the hospitals are government owned. Before you protest on Independence Day, the biggest challenge to Nigeria's progress as a nation is not corruption, tribalism, terrorism, inflation, or even the removal of fuel subsidy. It is our entitlement. The government did not do this. The government did not do that. I wish every Nigerian could travel the world. There is nothing like government airports, hospitals, schools, or markets in these nations we want to japa to. Governments in Europe, America, and Canada do not go into business or provide many of the services the Nigerian government provides for Nigerian people. Hospitals are built, owned, and operated by private sector. Ditto for hospitals, universities, airports, power stations, transmission lines, and sometimes even roads. So I'm not quite sure. Even is this what the read even? I don't know that if this guy knows that it's a lot of his audience are in the international space. Yes, the hospitals are largely owned, especially in Europe, by the government. Public hospitals, they're owned by the, I don't know, it comes to England all the time. So they call it the National Health Service. That's the NHS. Who doesn't know what the NHS is? The government did not do this. The government did not. So I've started reading it. So let me just read it. The government did not do this. The government did not do that. I wish every Nigerian could travel the world. There is nothing like government, airport, hospitals, schools, or markets in these nations we want to japa to. Governments in Europe, America, and Canada do not go into business or provide many of the services the Nigerian government provides for the Nigerian people. Hospitals are built, owned, and operated by the private sector. Ditto for hospitals, universities, airports, power stations, transmission lines, and sometimes even roads. 59.9% of Americans pay taxes, and their tax money is mostly used to fund the government and the military. I challenge you to find one government-owned hospital in America for civilians. Even their postal services are run by the private sector. When you hear British Telecommunications, British Gas, British Aerospace, British Energy, and British Airways, none of them are owned by the British government. But he didn't mention the British Health Service. You see, this is the duplicitousness and the disingenuity of this chap from the Craigs. When you hear Bank of America, American Airlines, and American Electric Power Company, these are all private companies. Please fact check me. If you earn 58,000 euros in Germany, you will pay 42% of your income, or 24,600 as taxes. There will be riots if you ask the Nigerian person to pay this level of tax. But we want a German level of delivery from our government. So where will the money to run Nigeria come from. So everything goes back to the oil, doesn't it? Everybody thinks that we're a rich nation. In 1960, Nigeria could afford that because our population was 45 million and we needed to raise an educated class speedily. By 1970, we could still afford it, and we did provide it because our population was just approaching 50 million and we still had a shortage of qualified persons. But this was no longer practicable in the 1990s when our population topped 120 million. And how when we twice that at 220 million, it will be ruinous. Britain went through these stages, and Mrs. Thatcher was forced to end birthright citizenship, introduce a council tax, and privatize every government-owned business, including giants like British Telecom, etc., etc. Fewer than 8% of Nigerians actually pay income tax. Yet we want the government to build schools, hospitals, power stations, transmission lines, railways, airports, stadiums, etc. Then, after doing this, the government should still have money left over to subsidize fuel and power and give palliatives to Nigerians, or we will protest their alleged mismanagement and corruption. Even insecurity stems from these issues. We need about 5 million soldiers and security officers to effectively secure Nigerians, but we have less than 2 million. We need at least 3 million more soldiers, policemen, airmen, etc. But when only about 6% of us pay tax, where will the money to pay them come from? Nigerians are the main problem of Nigeria. You will hear them say, we have oil. Saudi Arabia has a population of 35 million and makes 350 billion annually from oil. That is $10,000 per person. Nigeria has a population of 220 million people and generates approximately $36 billion from crude annually. That is $150 per person. At 2.6 million people, Qatar is just 1% of our population, yet their annual revenue is $68 billion, 2.5 times that of Nigeria. We must be more productive as a nation. Failing that, Nigeria will continue to borrow or print more money, fueling inflation and increasing commodity price. Protests and riots cannot change these economic realities. They will be just like a child's tantrum when parents cannot afford to buy him a toy. Nigerians want to live at the state's expense, forgetting that the state has to live at the expense of the people or it will collapse. Ask the Soviet Union, as the Soviet Union did in 1991. So I'm not quite sure how tenable that argument is. But let me just give you one final readout. This is a throwback to the past. So this one, it settles matters that go back as far back as as 18 years ago. So this one settles matters that goes as far back as 18 years ago. Ladoja unleashes 18 years secret. Not Adedibu Akala, but Obasanjo behind my impeachment. The former Oyo State Governor, Rashidi Ladoja, has finally opened up about his impeachment 18 years ago, pointing fingers at former President Olusegun Obasanjo as the mastermind behind his removal. In a recent interview on Fresh FM to celebrate his 80th birthday, Ladoja revealed that Obasanjo was the powerful force responsible for his impeachment, contrary to popular belief that it was orchestrated by the late Alhaji Lamidi Adedibu and his then deputy Adebayo Alao Akala. You see, some people said it was Akala, it was Adedibu. No, it was not any of them. It was Obasanjo. It was during the time of Ileya Muslim festival of Eid el-Kabir. We went to see Baba Obasanjo. I think it was on a Friday or Saturday that we went to see him in Abeokuta. I was there with Onyilola, Daniel, and Agagu. Ladoja shared that he, along with other PDP governors, including Prince Olagunsoye Onyilola, Chief Benga Daniel and Dr. Segun Agagu had pleaded with Obasanjo in Abeokuta to halt the impeachment plans. This revelation sheds new light on the events surrounding Ladoja's impeachment in 2006. We did not call Fayose because we knew that Fayose was Baba's son. So they knelt down and I knelt down with them. So this culture of kneeling down to, it's like the Nigerian president is like a czar, running some sort of feudom or fiefdom. It's like a czar, isn't it? It's like a anyway. Imagine an elected governor, first citizen of a state, several of them kneeling down to some guy. We did not call Fayose because we knew that Fayose was Baba's son. So they knelt down and I knelt down with them. They were begging him, Baba, please let Ladoja be. Baba then said, Rashidi, go and resign. I said, no, I won't resign. He said, if you don't resign, you will be removed. I said, no, they cannot do it. He asked why. I said, because you cannot get 2 terms. He said, 2 terms my food. And then he left the place in fury. Daniel ran after him. Oba Ladoja added, whilst we were reflecting on what we were going to do, myself, Agagu, and Onyolola, a man came in, and it was former World Court Justice Bola Ajibola. He said, what is wrong with you? He said, I know your problem. Your problem is that you don't want Ladoja to be impeached. Onyolola, Agagu, and Daniel said yes. Justice Jibola said, well, I have talked about it to Segun. So apparently it's on the first name terms with the president. Onyolola said, well, I have talked about it with Segun. He is just adamant. He said, but you are leaders in your own right. There comes a time when you must have to stand up and fight. Oba Ladoja maintained. Then he told us the story of Jaffi Tafita. So for people who may Jaffi Tafita, F-I-T-A-F-I-T-A, Jaffi Tafita. Hopefully somebody that is that's ensconced in Yoruba language to come and explain what that means. Obala then maintained. Then he told us of the story of Jaffi Tafita. The story of Jaffi Tafita is simple. It is about the tortoise and his wife, Yanibo. I must put it on record that Prince Ajibola did wonderfully for us because he told us exactly what to do. And we, Jaffitatita, when eventually we got the judgment of the appeal court, Baba said no. People said this is a declarative judgment. He said they are going to stay execution, and eventually it stayed until the Supreme Court confirmed the judgment of the appeal court. It is worth noting that Ladoja's impeachment was a contentious case, with the Oyo State legislators voting him out of office on January the 12th, 2006. However, the appeal court later declared the impeachment null and illegal, and Ladoja was reinstated on December the 7th, 2006. Ladoja's accusation against Obasanjo is significant, given the former president's influential role in Nigerian politics. So that's somebody going back. So I wasn't even fully, not fully in that space, but whatever that means, that's what it means. Let me play the Kegite music and see if we have a session. Let me play. Let me send the link again. See if anybody wants to come join. I will play the Kegite music. Then hopefully we get a session. Where are they? So go to Jaffitatita. That one is the new one on me. Jaffitatita to the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o night o. Papa, you don't come. Oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, and there it is right there. Ikukuniru Agweshime death have nothing to do with us. We will be having a session. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear, because of course Ekene joins us. Always a delight when Ekene is here. Larry is here as well. A real delight. War Peace in the house. Good to see you, War Peace. That's Patoski right there. Father of the bride, of course, Ajan Lekoko. So there they are, the panel. So gentlemen, we're going to be introduced. We want to start sanitizing the conversation somewhat, so that it's not all over the place all of the time. So we want to start to sanitize. So some of the rules that we introduced a few sessions ago, we want to double down on them. The interjections are still an integral part of the platform. That's our USP. The interjections to interrogate people's thoughts. But when you interject, be short and succinct, so to the point, and then no more than 2 interjections per speaker, just so that the conversation is not all over the place, so that it is coherent and lucid. So those are the abiding phraseologies that we want to carry forward: coherence and lucidity. So coherence and lucid, and who more lucid than Ekene? Ekene, you're up first. Ekene, after all that build-up, look at this guy.
One man.
Yes.
You are murdering Yoruba language. Jafita fita ló ń pè ní Jafita fita.
Jafita fita.
What are you doing?
Me worry. Apologies. Jafita fita. Do you want to tell us actually the story of Jafita fita?
Oh boy, yeah, I know what Jafita fita is. When you fight to the end, a real fighter, somebody that doesn't
fight to finish, Abby.
Fight to finish. Jafita fita.
But he was telling us is the story about the tortoise and something or the other. So I thought it was some fable or parable.
I didn't hear that side because I was doing something. But what I was hearing far away from my own is Jafita fita.
He said then he told us he told us of the story of Jafita fita. The story of Jafita fita is simple. It is about the tortoise and his wife Yanibo. So I think
I never heard that story before.
Yes.
But Jafita fita is a fight.
It's not Yanibo.
No, but what's funny, Yanibo? YANN.
But you are not supposed to. You, as a Yoruba or Yoruba, you are supposed to pronounce it correctly.
It's an English or Yoruba. It's an English or Yoruba. That's why.
Anglicized one.
Papa, I was born in Oxfordshire. I went to Maryland Comprehensive. When I went to school, I had.
Didn't you do Yoruba?
I had a driver that took me to school and back. I had no interaction with real people, I have to say. So
But in
you have to
school, you
excuse
must have Yoruba rascals around you.
in Maryland Comprehensive, a Catholic school, you know,
School yín tó wà lójú títì yẹn kọ́ ni.
you know, back in those days, they used to give us milk at lunchtime. Milk, you know, they used to give us milk at lunch. So you have to excuse me sometimes, you know. I wish I had a bit more, but don't worry, I'll acquire it. But I don't think Ekene is quite ready for us. But so we kick it off then with you, Ajanle Koko. Very Dark Man still very much in the news cycle, and is even dwarfing what's to come tomorrow, which is an Independence Day speech by Tinubu. And what should be the expectation? What should we be expecting? It can't just be some patacake nonsense. It just can't go there and be talking about students' loan and nonsense. You know, he has to be frontal to what is afflicting the people. So we need him to be heart and soul tomorrow. So we're certainly ready for him. Another day of anarchy, but how successful is that likely to be? So all of that going on. A very Dark Man, apology to Falana of some sort. The prison officials that the Minister of Interior told us were suspended, they told us that they are only suspended on social media. So, as Solly often says, Nigeria na cruise.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You just mentioned Soli now. Well, we have not been seeing for the Soli. What is going on?
It's on travels. Soli is actually going to be hosting sessions by himself very soon. So he is still with us. He is on travels. It was meant to actually start his sessions this week, but I think it's doing a bit of traveling.
Okay. And as well, Pansat. What happened to Pansat? We have not been seeing him too. What is it? Somebody banned what?
No, it's not banned though, but all the better for not seeing him now. He doesn't contribute. You know, I know you're a fan of Pansat, but do you remember Pansat's
I'm also
first
a
thing?
I'm also a fan of Pansat too.
Are you? I'm surprised.
Yes,
Do you remember
I
when
am.
he first came here and he told us Buhari was a hologram, and he'll tell us things like Dangote did not build a refinery. You know, all these things, they just, you know, it's just.
Yeah, that's what doesn't. What happened?
Huh?
But why? It's not. It's very unusual for him not to appear. So, what happened? Did somebody ban him, or why is he not coming?
It's not banned. It's not banned as far as I'm aware. So it might well be. I don't know, man. You know, Passat does his own thing. It's not banned though.
Passat, if you are listening, come back. I miss you a lot. So,
why not Bishop too?
Bishop.
I think we've lost Bishop to the winds. I've reached out to him so often, but I don't think he's. I think he's always traumatized by the experience here.
Yeah, I think one man told us here that Bishop said he doesn't want to come anymore or something like that.
Yeah, I think he finds the experience too traumatic. I'm not quite sure why, but you know, I think it was Chioma that bullied him out of the platform. I think.
I got Jolly Coco. One of what peace is enough for looking for the best people. Don't worry, I'm here. I can take that place. God, Jolly Coco, you hear me?
What did you say?
I say one of work is enough. You don't need to look for that. I can take that place. I thought you have me here.
Okay, I don't hear you. All right. Yeah, let me kick it off. Kick it off. All right. Tomorrow, can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we all can.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Tomorrow, 1st of October, I think traditionally, when Nigeria was Nigeria, everybody on 1st of October, you know, will be expecting the president or head of state back then to deliver good news to Nigeria. Good news regarding what the government have for Nigerian people in the new year, because October 1st represents our new year. It's our calendar year in Nigeria. That, okay, our Independent Day, we are, entering another new year, our calendar year as a nation, batted on the 1st of October 1960. So all citizens will be looking up to the president to speak and deliver good news, to us that will make everybody happy, that will carry everybody along as one people, and one people under one entity, and that is the way it used to be. But in the recent time, that was when we had Nigeria working. But in the recent time, and that was when we had leaders that are patriotic, that are really committed to nation building, that really care for their people, and they want to deliver something good news for their people on the 1st of October. But in the recent year, we've not been hearing any good news from Nigerian leaders. These are leaders that are very incompetent. These are leaders that got to the position of power through a crooked means. These are leaders that are not prepared to serve their people. So on October 1st, they don't bring any good news to us. We don't hear any good thing. So what will Tinubu deliver for us tomorrow? Let's wait and see if we bring something good.
Well, what is your anticipation? Because a lot of his public speeches, his national broadcast, they've not really delivered anything in terms of anything to hinge hope on. So because what it tends to do, it will recite the difficulties that the government has. It would describe the savings that they are and what they are making in money, and then he will talk about student loan and CNG buses, so which he has done often enough. But it doesn't really speak to the heart of what really pressures the people. It doesn't speak to where the people are in most instances.
Yes. The last one, it delivered nothing. The last October, nothing. But I can guarantee you, he's going to make a statement. I feel your pain. That is what I'm expecting from him. I feel your pain. Go and mark it down. He's going to make that statement. So, Tinubu will do himself good if he reverse some of the policy that he has implemented that's unleash pains, suffering, hardship on Nigeria. So he can do that to redeem his image, to give assurances, to show to Nigerian people that what he often said anytime he make statement or come on the air to talk, I feel your pain, to really demonstrate it that, yeah, this time around, I really feel your pain, and this is what I'm going to do to reverse your pains and to, to give you some kind of relief. So I'll be expecting him to, this petroleum subsidy, to say something about it. And I will expect him to, reposition his policy, make an announcement that will appear a repositioning of his policy that can usher in good life for Nigerian people, that Nigerian people will hear him and start to have hope that yes, let's give him some time to deliver good governance. So, but I don't for me, I don't expect anything anything I don't expect anything that will I don't expect him to deliver something that will give Nigerian that hope and that reassurance that yes, he really want to serve the people and deliver good governance for the people and make people, happy and smile and once again see themselves as one people and, on the way forward. I don't expect him because he has got several opportunities in the past. He missed it. What is he going to do different this time? But it would really, really surprise me tomorrow if the position is come out with a policy that will, do some kind of reverse some of this policy, and announce something good that will give Nigerian hope on the way forward. So that is what I expect him to do. So on the Showore,
yes, and tied the Showore protesting there as well, which I think the protest is a bit too soon after the last one, and it doesn't really seem to have any momentum.
One man, you have said this several times. No momentum. The last one, we saw momentum. The worker strike. You said, "Oh, people are not going to come out. Nobody going to listen to workers." Yes, they shut down the whole country. So tomorrow, yes, you're gonna see people will come out and protest against Tinubu bad government. So and Nigeria must do it. And doing it, it doesn't mean that you don't like. It doesn't mean that you hate Nigeria. It doesn't mean that you are unpatriotic. It doesn't mean that you don't stand for something good. It means that you really want to send a message to the government to 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 do away with bad policy and embark on policy that will transform the life of the people and the country as a whole. So it is the constitutional responsibility of Nigerian people to protest against bad governance. So what Nigerian people are going through today in that country is unbelievable that in our own lifetime we can witness what is going on in Nigeria. I would never believe this will happen to Nigerian people. What is happening in Nigeria today? And you see this set of leadership, you know, they appear on they don't care. They don't care. That is the ironical aspect of it. They appears very uncare about the way the people live, the bad policy that have brought hardship. They just don't care. So Showore is doing his own, standing for his nation, for his country, to be governed in accordance to the constitution, because we have two important, you know, responsibility given to the government in that constitution: security, to guarantee security, and to deliver, you know, welfare, you know, for Nigerian people. So have they done those two things well? They have not done well. But the promise, Tinubu promised heaven and earth before he got there. But have they done it well? Welfare of the people, good governance and welfare of the people, and security for the people. Have they done it well? They have not done it well. So if Showore is now standing up and say, okay, let us hold these people accountable, let us demonstrate, let us even say, let us do something to send home our grievances to them, that we are not happy at the way you are governing us. It's not doing anything wrong. And in all the 14 demands, it is not all the 14. You don't have to agree to all the 14 demands. But I believe some of it you agree with. That has solved the problem. You cannot totally discard all the 14 demands that is requesting for. You cannot totally.
But the problem is, it says we will not rest until all our demands are met. So I'm not quite sure how the release of Nnamdi Kanu is anything to do with somebody from Ekiti or Jigawa. You know, who in Jigawa cares about Nnamdi Kanu being released or not?
That's why I said you don't have to. You might not agree to all the demand, but I believe many of the demand, or some of it, you will agree with. And that's to tell you that, yes, Showore is doing something right. You cannot tell me that in totality, all the demand, they are rubbish. You can't tell me that, one man. You cannot, nobody can say all the demand are rubbish. No. And he's not calling for us to carry arms against the government. It's just a peaceful process. Come on the street, we carry placard, we chant, and for some hours, and we go back home after that. So what is it that we are doing wrong? Nothing. What is it that Showore is doing wrong? Showore is doing his own best for his country to be a good country among all countries in this world. So he's not doing anything wrong. So, and our brother, what is his name? From the creek.
Very dark man.
No, that guy that always go after Obi. What is his name? The one that was.
Azari Dokubo.
No. The one that always that's anti will be that's
Reno.
Reno or Mockery.
Reno is
And
not from the creek now.
Eh?
It's not from the creek.
It's from Delta now.
It's not from the creek. You should
It's
check it.
Shakiri royalty.
Oh, Shaki. Okay. All right. You know, one man. Everybody from that side, we call them from the creek.
It's a Yoruba man.
Okay. All right.
You know that guy he adores. I've not seen anybody that adores the Yoruba culture more than Reno Omokri. I think he actually weaponizes the Yoruba culture against the obedient space. He's always, poking at them.
So Reno Omokri, in all that he said, that he read to us, he offer no solution. And I'm so surprised that Omokri can talk like that. So he was.
He offered solution. He said, protest against your governors.
And he also said pay taxes. You see, the taxation without representation, but in Nigeria they want representation without tax. He actually came up with a curious statistic that only 6% of the nation actually pay income tax, which, if it's true, is quite staggering.
8%, you said, or was it 6?
6%.
What do you say is 6%, woman?
It said it came up with the statistic that only 6% of the nation pay income tax.
So all the workers in Nigeria constitute only 6%.
I don't know how he came up with that, but that's what he said.
Well, I think he must have smoking. He must have smoked something that before he came out to say all those rubbish. Even when he said, "Oh, Nigeria don't pay tax," so what did Nigerian government put in place? What system have they put in place for tax collection? What system have they put in place? He's supposed to go after the government. It's
Pay
not.
as you earn is one of them.
Yeah, pay. Well, it's and then if we have pay as you earn, so why is this saying Nigeria don't pay tax? Is something wrong with his head? We have payee form of tax. People
Simply saying that those who are on pay as you earn platform.
Are you eating, Patoske?
I just finished. That those who are on pay as you earn platform are no more than 6%, and that might be true. If Nigeria is like,
and it's not been enforced by the private sector either, is what you can glean.
They even play around it. Let's even assume that Nigeria is 200 million, and do you think up to 20 million people pay taxes in Nigeria? Let's say 10% of Nigerians are in paid employment, like government, banks, and other structured organizations where they can get pay as you earn. Are you telling me about 20 million Nigerians pay taxes?
I believe more than that of Nigerian people pay taxes.
I don't think so. Because if you look at it, the percentage of Nigerians in paid employment that is like government, civil service, and everything, I don't think they're up to 20-something million. I don't think they're up to 20-something million.
They're not up to 10 million.
So those are potential people that can pay.
If you set it against the size of the population, it might well have some. If we are saying we're 220 million, it might be right.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think statistically is right.
Yes.
Well,
and that's quite alarming. Actually, you can't have any sense of entitlement if you're not paying any taxes. You say everything goes back to the oil, Abi.
Let me tell you this. I say that guy is talking nonsense. For many months now, Nigerian state did not get anything. any revenue from the oil. It's from taxes that is from the taxes that they realize that they pay. What do you call it? This allocation to many states. Where did those taxes come from?
Those are from VAT. It's talking specifically about income tax, not VAT, not levies at the motor parks. It's talking about income tax.
Look, look. People cannot, when people are trying to twist and spin things, we should challenge them. Nigerian pay taxes. Whether you,
but it never said that. It said income tax.
It can't narrow it to income tax. That is what I'm saying. If it's narrowing into income tax, then it's disingenuous. Taxes come from different sources. And who are the people paying those taxes? They're Nigerian people. But narrowing it to income tax is stupidity of him.
No, you are just criticizing him. He said less than 6%. He's not saying Nigerians don't pay taxes. He said less than 6%. Your own argument now is that all this money, where are they coming from? I would say some of them are coming from corporate taxes. Some of them are coming from VAT. Some of them are coming from import duties. Some of them are coming from... So Nigerians, we are looking at payee, just like you said, and all those stuff. And we are saying that Nigerians are paying, but they are likely to be less than 10%. And that's what he said, and we both agreed with him. And you have also agreed now that maybe less than 10% are paying taxes. Let me tell you the point. If Nigerians pay taxes, maybe about 70% of Nigerians pay taxes, people will hold their government more accountable. I can't be paying all my taxes, they are removing my money, somebody else is eating it. It's just like a job. Kamadajo go one dajo go at the time can you come and now it's now your turn. Somebody now saying no, they are not going to contribute. Or somebody who is we are contributing our susu and one person just carry it away. So we must learn to pay taxes. That's how we'll be stronger at advocating and this thing. We pay like, I don't know how much you pay there, but here we pay close to, for my level, if I look at my taxes, it's close to 45 or something percent now per annum of my income that goes to taxes. That's a lot.
Let me tell you this. You see,
apart from VAT,
let me tell you this.
45%.
If we all agree that workers pay taxes, right? We all agree that. If we develop an economy that creates jobs, more Nigerians will be in that bracket of workers that will pay taxes. But when you have people that are lazy in government, that cannot, come out or come up with policy that will, create jobs, stimulate economic growth. So who are we to blame? You want to blame people that are not working to come and pay tax? It's not possible. It's when you have economy that create job, that is when people can pay more taxes. So it doesn't have to go after Nigeria, because what is doing, Nigerian people don't pay taxes. How many jobs does the economy create on monthly basis? We don't know. But definitely an economy that is about 35% unemployment rate, or let me say 35% of their youth, or 65% of their youth unemployed. What are we talking about? Who are the people that make it so? It's the government that failed to come up with a policy
that is quite a statistical leap, from 35% to 65%. But Adale Koko, if you can bring it home, and then I want to move it around fairly quickly. carry on. That's Ike Ogiome paying his taxes to the platform. So that's Ike right there. You know, let me just tell you this. You know Duxie's session on Sunday. Hello.
Yeah, I hear you, woman. Yeah.
Yeah, Dupsie's session on Sunday, it was an excellent session for the content of it, but suddenly a fight just broke out in the comment section, and people started throwing $100 bills at the platform. I lost count, but it was well in excess of 1,000. But you know, I think usually we only get $2 super chats, and then we make a song and dance. But it was well in excess of 1,000. But yes, back to your Daniel Coco.
So we pray for such incident to happen.
It was just a curious thing. Kulaka super chatted to say mute. You know they do it on Kaizo sessions. It's super chatted to say remove rational mind for 20 minutes. And then somebody else super chatted to say keep rational mind for 20 minutes. And then it started to ratchet up. It started it with $20. Somebody counted him with $20. And then I think it was Ayo that came in with $100. And then somebody came up with $220. And then it went on and on. You know, it was quite a spectacle. But there it is. It was quite a spectacle. But there it was. There it is.
That is what they call a level over last.
Level over last, you know. It was quite a spectacle.
That's good.
Yeah, back to you.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say is that I totally disagree with him with everything he said. Say, oh, Nigerians doesn't pay all Nigerian workers. Or what does he say? So the Nigerian government have failed Nigerian people, and they failed Nigerian state. They are the one that failed to, come up with a policy that can attract investment, that can support, businesses and economic growth. So when you don't have a vibrant economy, a growing economy, you can't have people to pay tax. But even on the street, people that are, we have many traders in that country, other than workers, traders everywhere, and those people pay taxes. Local government tax them, the state government tax them. So Nigerian pay. When people are coming up with this excuse, Nigeria, no, that's why I totally disagree with them. It's not true. I cannot pay his own tax. It's a trader. And many traders, they pay their tax. Even all the mama lata by the roadside, they come to levy them. They levy them. The local government, they pay some kind of levy. So I totally disagree with him and saying protest doesn't solve problem. What is going to solve problem? And he lie. I like you, one man, for saying, what is the guy saying when he say government doesn't own hospital? I have government hospital here in the city where I own, where I live. The general hospital in my own city is owned, 100% owned by my own city. And if you go, Nigeria don't travel abroad. You see, this information, misinformation, can I call it? I think it was on something. He didn't know. It was just talking rubbish. I don't know what was wrong with him. Something was wrong with a mockery. He can't tell us all what he said there. It was total, it's just a way of discouraging people not to come out and demonstrate. I don't know whether he's working for the government. It might be. So maybe it's working for the government and it's trying to discourage people. Nigerians should not be discouraged. The country does not belong to a politician, but belong to all of us. They must come out. We must keep on pushing. What Shurubwe is saying is that we are not going to rest. Nigeria must not rest until we have government that will be responsible enough to deliver good governance to Nigerian people. That is how it is done. Good. All this country you see that are working, that we live in, people don't rest here.
All right.
The media, though, the rest, we have local newspaper that hold the government at the local government level responsible all the time when they are running the city or the local government at running it in such a way that is not good for the people. The local newspaper challenges them, publish all sort of things against the local government, against the city in this place where I live. One man, let me leave it there so other can speak. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's the excellent Ajale Koko. We go on from Ajale. Who have we lost? I think we lost somebody just there. Oh, Patoski. So, let me move it on to Baba and gentlemen. Let's do 7 minutes monologue so that our voices are not kept waiting for too long. So Baba, we're talking about a very dark man's appearance in front of the parliament today, preening and peacocking as though he was going to a gala event or an Oscar event. So a very dark man. More important matters coming up tomorrow, which is the Nigeria's Independence Day. Tinubu promises a national broadcast, but what should we anticipate as the content of that? So we have that. But there are 2 events are happening tomorrow. Showore having an outing as well. The anarchy continues is what is telling us. So we're having the anticipation of the anarchy as well. So that and whatever else catches your interest in the news cycle. Baba, give us a 5-7 minutes monologue.
Yeah, woman. I hope you've had a nice day. I know it's nighttime in your side. I salute you all panelists, my people, and the people of the comment section. I salute you also, and our esteemed listener, watcher. I hope you've clicked the like button. Very important. Please do like, share, and subscribe. I think the independence is a very important occasion for our country tomorrow. And it calls for sober reflection, actually, particularly for people of my ilk. I just look at it that a 64-year-old person is already supposed to be at least, if not successful, at least will be okay one way or the other. If Nigeria were to be human being at 64, Nigeria shouldn't be crawling.
Nigeria is now a middle-aged man.
64, I don't think it's middle age. How do I define middle age as 60 to 65? Am I correct? I don't know. Middle age, I think we used to look at middle age before at 80 to like 60. 40 to 60. But now, if we push the button a bit to 45 to 55, I think, or 60 maximum. Anything above 60 is no more middle age. What's middle about a 60-year-old man? When we talk about 64 years old. Nigeria is still a baby, and it is sad. And hindsight is no wisdom, but generations after generations, I think we really missed the boat, the chances we squandered. But we all should go back to the beginning, because if we look forward and the forward looks dark and darkly, I think the thing to do is to look back and see where we are coming from. So if possible, we can make the necessary adjustment. In reality, if we have to talk to ourselves, Nigeria is a creation of the British, a kind of company. It's an enterprise of the British, because naturally we are all different people. Like Sadauno said repeatedly over and over again, we are very, very different people. That's how they brought us together. It was to be like an enterprise in experiment that's supposed to last 100 years. And if after 100 years, if we deemed it's not working, then we can find a solution. That 100 years came due 2014. And was it that we forgot, or was that a confab supposed to address that? We've not seen that confab till date. Because if I remember correctly, it's about Yoruba, Middle Belt. They have their own, I think, every Middle Belt have their own cultural group. The Northern people have their own cultural group. The West, the East have their own cultural group. And of late, the Midwest came in. That's how we're formatted from beginning. It's a kind of conglomeration of people. And we've weathered a lot of storms since then, even went into a civil war that was unnecessary. And we've experimented with everything we have so far. But it doesn't seem to be working. Because it's all about cacophony of voices and convoluted ideas, how to direct our country. But so far, none has worked so far because there is this ingrained distrust amongst the nationalities. So I'm not losing hope, but I just can't. It beggars the question that we talk about unity and everything all the time. When is it going to happen? It's a question I asked myself because it doesn't look as if it's going to happen. Every time we run into trouble, we point fingers at one another. It's the fault of the Hausas, or the Yorubas are this, they're not cooperating, or the Igbos are causing us problem, or the Southside folks are just not interested. It's one excuse.
But Baba, did you know that Nigeria is one of the top 20 most ethnically diverse countries? The top 50, by the way, they are mostly African countries. Most ethnically diverse countries are on the planet.
Even, I think on record, we have about over 300 languages and about close to 400
and all of these are
ethnic groups.
All of these westernized countries, they have somewhat of a cultural homogeneity. And I think the clue to success is probably in that cultural homogeneity. You know, the Germans are predominantly Germans, the British are predominantly English, the Americans, even with the multiplicity of ethnicity you have there, they are predominantly an Anglophile,
white.
Yes, an Anglophile country. So, but in Nigeria, we have 300 odd ethnic nations. I don't see how it can, but how can it even work? It's not possible, is it?
It's the British. I mean, look at the whole of Africa. All this thing that is happening in Nigeria is just that Nigeria is the biggest of their weaving together of niche of ethnic groups. In Togo is the same thing. In Benin Republic, you go along West Africa, go up to East Africa, everywhere is the same thing. They just lump people together and force them into a country to marry, a kind of forced marriage. And all over, we've been experiencing different kinds of problems. All over, there is no African countries that is devoid of this kind of a problem. But Nigeria's own is kind of peculiar in the sense that we think it will work because we kind of smoke the hope aphrodisia every morning. But It's not working. And we refuse to tell ourselves the truth that this thing is not working. That is my own confusion, that why are we not telling ourselves the truth? Because we refuse to sit together and talk. And I ask, what is stopping us? Because there are problems. We all agree there are problems. But how do we solve our problems if we don't sit down and talk to one another in a sitting? We've never had it. We've never had it. Because I think our problem are simple to solve if we have that conversation. Everybody will honestly come to that round table and say their piece. And from that, we can always work something out. But why are we shying away from that talk? So it's, to me, like I tell friends in private conversation, like Nigeria is like a deity that's demanding blood, and you are giving that deity red palm oil. Now, that deity is not going to take it. Until you give that deity the blood it demands, it will not give you rest. That talk is that thing we almost do. Because the one we did that fused us together to get it, that was a kind of contraption for independence to just push the British away so we can get independence. And our founding fathers thinking that, okay, come independence, we'll be able to sit down and rearrange ourselves. We got the independence and still we didn't sit down to talk until Katakata burst, 1966. And here we are today, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
All right, Baba, take us to a very dark man's outing today. I'm not quite sure how much of it you caught. It was all over the social media, even the mainstream media space. The guy finally gets his moment, and it turns up in a full regalia from his ethnic stock.
Yeah, I watched it. Quite all right. Everything of it I watched. I even listened to Sheung Kuti today. He has reversed himself, for which I am very glad that.
What did you make of his apology, not apology to Falano, the very dark man?
It's not an apology. As far as I'm concerned, it's not an apology. And I think the Deji is also doing a rethink. And this is why I always say that some of these people, they do before they think. Because if Deji Adeyanju, I believe, is the one advising him now, he should have done that right from the beginning, rather than goading him on to say, no, you've not done anything. They can't do you anything.
Do you think Deji Adeyanju is equipped for this level of engagement? Because I think he only just did his law about 2-3 years ago. So I'm not sure that it should be the representative of somebody that is appearing before Parliament on serious charges. You know,
we are in the age of cruise catching.
So he's just a publicity guy as well. You know, so
we're in the age of
really
cruise catching. So everybody just catches cruise. They do it for clickbaiting and things like that. And that is very dangerous for nation building, because particularly in a nation like Nigeria that is sitting on a keg of gunpowder and smoking a cigar and dropping the ash on the floor, it takes just little heat to blow the whole thing up. So when you do things like this, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm not a lawyer. So I've talked in my mind that I'm really interested to see how far this can go. You understand? So for the meantime, I just want to sit back, relax, and enjoy it. Because even though I don't want to say much,
all the authorities, well, at least the prison service, they came out today and they made quite a bit of a revelation. So they said Bobrisky did serve his time in their custody. They said that
in Medium,
and
I
they,
said that bit here.
Yes, and they said that they have a record of visitors coming to see him, or all of those things. They are all documented
that here,
and in their records. And they also said that this suspension that they made all this hoo-ha about, that they were suspending for senior prison officers. In fact, one of the names that they claimed that they are suspended was in
He was the one at the House of Rep today.
The whole thing is just a farce.
That's why I always hold my thoughts together. Anything I read or I see on the cyberspace, I just take it with a pinch of salt until it is proven. I don't buy anything wholeheartedly. That's why I hold my mouth most of the time. But this thing, the issue there is the EFCC is the real issue here. And because of the Falana thing, EFCC is going free because they have to pin EFCC down. They have to pin EFCC down because the excuse they gave for impeaching that money laundering charge is inexcusable. It's not tenable.
But they said it wasn't tenable. So is that you said if it's not tenable, if it won't hold in court, then there's no point leveling it now. So they said
why do you use it to frighten him in the first place, to drop the money? Was that the case? Because we all read it. It was part of the charge, and they dropped it. If they knew it was not tenable, why did they put it before his lawyers? So, but the House of Rep, that's where I find their involvement very intriguing and amusing. That what's their business with this? What happened today? I think they are just a bunch of idle people.
You think they were just trying to get into the steez as well?
No. I don't. Honestly, we've become very light because this is not their business. If they are very busy, they won't have time for all of this nonsense. Haven't they now adjourned Senate there? They've adjourned Senate there. The so-called Idris, or what's that is Okuneye, did he appear? No. Did the Olukoyede appear? No. And
they said he was sick, but he didn't send a note there, Bobrisky.
But of the EFCC chair, he didn't show up. Their PR or something came there. It's only the prison people that came in their uniform to debunk the fact that, I'm not under suspension. So they just like to create drama. That's the only thing I just see there today. And they cheapen the parliament. That's what I see in it. They cheapen the parliament. And they brought it to ridicule in my own estimation. That's what they did today. Because it's not their concern. It's purely police administrative matter or law enforcement administrative matter. It has nothing to do with the parliament. So, one man, I yield so that other people can have their
I agree with you that yes, they make the parliament a joke. I agree that with you. They shouldn't have. They shouldn't have done that. Even if they have invited them to this thing, they should have done it behind closed door and not in the open place where somebody.
They did say the press. they said the press should not be there, but everybody was live streaming it right there from the. It
What
was
are they
all. It was
saying now?
yeah.
I mean,
So who are they all? One man, I yield, I beg. Nigeria
no,
tired.
but I disagree with one man saying that, oh, why should the Adeyanju, a person that just became a lawyer 2 years ago, representing somebody and standing for that person in the parliament?
At that level, it's not
lawyer
equipped
is
now.
That's what the young man can afford now. That's what he can afford. So he's a lawyer, he's qualified to practice.
Yeah, that's right. So one man don't
You expect him to
No,
come in tow
I'm
with
not.
his
I'm not
hand?
even trying to diminish him, but an event of that level is not for a junior lawyer now. To all intents and purposes, is a junior lawyer, and then that goes on a CV that he represented somebody at parliament.
Lawyer is lawyer, one man. Well, we have senior lawyer, but this case, does it require a senior lawyer? This kind
Somebody
of
appearing, something of national attention in front of the House of Representatives, involving the EFCC, the prison service, the police, and
so one man, you're expecting some. So one man, you're expecting Sam to represent what is brother.
Somebody at Ogbeni level of law, Ogbeni is as near to a son as possible.
But one man.
Yeah, Ogbeni is a PhD. Ogbeni is a PhD.
So one man, you are expecting Sam to represent One Piece brother.
I'm expecting an experienced lawyer, not a charge and bill guy, you know.
One man, you know, Deji will be the most appropriate person for that place. You know, Deji, that National Assembly, they are going to discuss politics, not law. The guy is going to meet politicians there, and Deji was a member of PDP, so he probably knows so many senators, all those people. Some San will not know them, so Deji probably will even do better than a lot of San, lobbying those National Assembly and trying to move around his ways in that place. That's just the thing. I think even if he has the money, Deji is even better than most lawyers there. That's just the truth.
All right, brilliant. Let's move it on. Take it in the direction of Larry. Larry, let me bring you in with this clip. I played it earlier. Nobody's commenting on it yet. It's Fubara throwing missiles in the direction of Yemsen Wike.
It is this Sam Fubara that is building a general hospital, which I also included a psychiatric hospital, because they will need it very soon in their place. So tell them, what I have done in 1 year is what they did. Like I said, let them make me talk. Let them make me talk. It's only empty container that makes noise. If God has given you opportunity, eat your thing and keep quiet. God will continue to give us the strength to do the best for our people without fear.
So there it is, the never-ending saga that is Fubara versus Wike.
Good evening, Moman. Good evening, fellow panelists, and good evening, audience. So, Moman, Fubara and Wike, I think it's drama, and that's the same drama that they're going to do for 4 years. And if you ask me, I think Fubara should just focus on governance, because you can't mix the two. If you want to focus on politics and you want to focus on governance at the same time, then you are joking. If he really wants to go far, he should focus on governance and leave politics till when it's ripe for politics. Today, where people are talking about Lagos governors and everything, why some of the Lagos governors are really doing better is the fact that they focus on governance and leave politics to politicians. Everybody that you see around, coming around, hailing Fubara, doing this, doing that, it's not because they really want Fubara to focus on governance. It's because of it's because of all their selfish interest. So for me, you see all this solidarity, we are for you, we are this, we are that. If I were Fubara, I would just tell them, yeah, let all those things wait. Let me focus on governance and delivering value to the people of Rivers State. I can tell you that, you are still going to see a lot of drama probably by next week, next 2 weeks. It's still going to be more of all this solidarity. We pay solidarity, we do this, we do that. And the more they do those things, the more the people suffer. Because it's all about loyalty, it's all about this, it's all about that. If Fubara had focused on governance, I'm telling you, even Wike will get tired. But the moment you give a venue for politics to thrive, then it will be the same thing, right? It is probably pro-Wike, pro-Fubara, and it doesn't really make sense. Oh, I want to be the leader of the party. No, that's not really the basic thing. Focus on working for the people. And when it gets to that time, the people will definitely fight for you, right? It shouldn't be all about, oh, I want to be the leader of PDP and all those things, right? For me, that's not really the key thing. If you focus, it will get to a point when you've actually worked for your people, even when Wike or whoever, is trying to say, oh, probably they don't want to use you. I'm telling you, they will be forced to use you as the candidate of the party because they know that if they do that, they might actually fail. So for me, it's still going to be the same thing, Fubara, Wike, and it's not really what, I'm really tired of those people, right? Because it's more of distraction. They've been ever since, I think it's over 1 year now, and it's been one distraction to distraction. Oh, River State is popular. Popular for what? Is it popular for what they've actually achieved? Is more popular for politics than governance. That's my own view regarding River State. Oh my.
Can I say something?
Can I? Okay, go on. I wanted to interject into.
Yeah.
You see, I don't know what is wrong with those people in River State. The governor too. Why has he chosen in the church as a place to talk politics? Why should it be in the church? Why must politics be an issue to talk about in the church? So it just showed that even the religious leaders, they lost it too. I think the leader of that church should have informed him before coming there that politics is no in the church. Political statement should not be made. Anything politics on political issue should not be delivered in the church. It's for spiritual purposes and for prayer. So I don't get it. And look at what they say. The way it's calling himself guy that he need a psychiatric problem. It's going to build a psychiatric hospital in the church, inside church. The moral decadence in that country is from the top. Most of them at the top too, they have serious mental problem. It's just very shameful in that state that, and the religious leader, the head of Catholic, I believe that is Catholic Church, I might be wrong, allow that to happen for governor to be talking politics and making derogatory statement about another politician and saying he has psychiatric problem. It's just bad. Let me leave it there.
All right, let me just say this. I agree with you. That's a trend I've seen with some politicians. It's so ugly that they turn religion. Even though in the north you see them start making their crap too, but not at the level of this Christendom has been doing theirs, all these so-called Christians. You see, on with what Larry said, you see, I want to agree with you that you should focus on governance rather than focus on this politics. But the thing is this: there's no governor in Nigeria that will have the kind of problem that Fubara has, that will be able to concentrate on governance.
Wike doesn't give him the room to focus on governance.
So because every time somebody put a hatchet, put a cutlass on your neck, say, I go cut this, I go take this thing down, I go take this thing down. You keep saying it, you yourself, you will lose sleep because you have to be on top of your game. Because these guys, if you go sleep like this, I mean, it will just take the stool out of your rear. So he needs to always be on the game, But the thing is that all this thing that he's doing, PK is baiting him, baiting him into this their controversy and conflict, So, but for me, like you said, I agree with you that you need to focus on governance, but there's no governor. No matter how technocratic you can be, say you want to focus on the governor when somebody is making the seat unseatable for you, It's always like they want to impeach him. It's always that you don't know what Wike will pull from thin air. It could be get some kind of judgment saying that his governorship is not constitutional. That Wike has with his wife in play, just like the other guy from the north, one other former senator from the north who says Binta, is it Binta Yako, or what was that former judge? And the husband was saying that he has helped so many of his friends here in the Senate. So you see, Wike will treat out his wife. He has. I mean, him and Tinubu, they've turned that Nigerian judiciary to some kind of puppets, another appendage of their political crap. So for me, I just want to say, nobody will be no governor will be in that situation. I'll be able to concentrate on governance because you just have to continue, imagining what's the next move they want to do just to get you off from being a governor, or what's the next thing, you just have to, because so you have to always be on the edge. That's what I'm trying to say. I just leave it
at that. You see, rational mind. You see, the thing is this. You see, when you leave room for some of all those politics, that's what really helped Wike to do all the things that he's actually doing. Number one, the problem I have with Nigerian politicians is this. Immediately they step in, they start thinking of second term. They start thinking of, even those that are going into their second term, immediately they step in. The first year, they start thinking of successor. And that's where the problem comes. And at the end of the day, rather than them focusing on really delivering value to the people, it is going to be more of politics. Hardly will you see a Nigerian politician that is ready to focus on delivering value, then think about second term. I can tell you, all those things is all about second term. It's all about, Wike this, Wike that. Let's just be candid with ourselves. And it's kind of like peculiar with Nigerian politicians, right? It's happened even in the federal level, right? Tinubu has not even spent 2 years, and it's been more of how do we really get 2027. And that's one of the problems that we ourselves, right, we need to face as a nation, right? Because you can't see any value coming in because it's all about placating people. It's all about making people happy. It's all about power brokers and everything, right? Because it's too early. If you ask me, right, it's kind of like just too early. If hardly will you see a month that there will be drama in Rivers State ever since this whole thing actually started. And I'm telling you that it's still going to be the same thing for 4 years, right? And so what exactly are they really going to, these their fights, they've been able to bastardize the judiciary both at the federal level and at the state level. Everybody collecting injunction flying around. If this one will collect injunction tomorrow, this other one will collect injunction and, stay execution and all those things. And sometimes you look at all those things and you ask yourself, is this really the main thing? Because all those things, you can tell them, oh, they want to focus on this. It's all about, it's more of being selfish to me, from Wike's side and from
Or Larry, water spirit is troubling them, because if you look at Odili and the wife, who was Justice of Supreme Court, down to Amechi, the same cycle. Amechi to Wike, the same cycle. Wike now to Fubara, the same thing.
So
in one state.
But
So what do you attribute it to?
There's never been anybody like this Fubara one. This Fubara one is different. Fubara
Wike, I mean, Rotimi and Odili was a serious one. One too.
But not at this level of what we've seen with Fubara.
Wike and Rotimi too. You've forgotten where they use their the convoy at the junction of the coming out from the airport route to.
Yeah, I remember all that. I remember all of that. I remember what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, they were almost going.
I remember all of that, but I know that Rotimi was given some kind of treatment too back then. But you see, this Fubara one is a difference because Rotimi was more like, okay, I'm a governor. Somebody who didn't make me a governor, whom I even made my chief of staff or whatever under me, or even a chairman under me, is now being the one because I recommended him to. I don't know. Maybe Wike. Maybe Rotimi was the one who recommended him to.
With that commissioner of police.
Yeah, we know all of that. It was him. What was that guy's name that time? Yeah. So I understand what you're talking about, but my point is that this Fubara is a different piece of its own. But I can understand there is some similarity. It's always one beef between these governors and would-be governor or whatever. So, but this Fubara let me not just take the time. But then I just want to say to Larry that yes, I agree with you. That's the problem. That this is their wanting to like fight for second term. But you see, yeah, I agree. But you see, but the point is that let me just let you continue. Continue, Larry. I just want to say something about that. Let you continue, please.
All right, Larry. Yeah. Address that, then take us to Very Dark Man, who I know you have been monitoring over the last few days.
Oh man, monitoring Very Dark Man.
We are all monitoring because you can't open a page. You can't look anywhere. It's Very Dark Man. Suddenly, this guy that was just a bit of guguru is now turned into a pa.
No, it's not like that. It's probably things that you've been watching, and the algorithm is kind of like suggesting more of Very Dark Man to you. That's exactly what's happening to you. So for Very Dark Man, you see, for me, and I've always said this.
Sorry, start with this. What did you make of his entrance into the House of Reps today with all of this pomp and pageantry drama and
It's normal comedy now. It's comedy. The whole thing that actually happened today, if you ask me, is just comedy. From National Assembly, from House of Rep, the whole thing, it's just pure comedy. Pure comedy. And it's so unfortunate, that they've, even the politicians have really turned the parliament to a comedy assembly. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because if you look at the whole thing, from, if I talk, let me die. It's just comedy. And I said something here. I said, at the point I was talking about this issue of, I suspend this, I suspend that. And I'm like, yeah, at least in Nigeria, we know how the civil service rule works, right? The minister coming out to say, they've suspended this, they suspended that. And I told you then, I said, it's all about, this media thing and playing to the gallery, following the mob mentality. And I told you, I said, I was really against the minister. And it's good that, they kind of like disgrace themselves more today. Because in civil service, and even those officers, they are not junior officers on the service. They are senior officers that even the Controller General cannot suspend. If there has to be a suspension for senior officers, it has to come from the board. And the board chairman or the board secretary cannot just wake up early morning to just suspend a senior officer. There has to be queries, there has to be a panel, and at that point, then if the officer is found wanting, or probably the officers still being part of the service, is going to kind of like stop the investigation, they can then go ahead. But unfortunately, that didn't happen in this case. And do you know the unfortunate thing? It is just today that they now set a committee to investigate. And I ask myself, one thing is for you to want to have this media endorsement. Another thing is for you to do the right thing. And when some of all those things come out, we'll tell ourselves that which comedy are we really playing? Is it not so disgraceful for a senior officer when a minister has pronounced that a senior officer has been suspended, and the senior officer going to parliament and saying it's just a media suspension? That shows you how incompetent some of all those people we have are. Because it shows how the government is not even serious. Because it's a whole lot of things. You know, we look at some of those things, we think we just catch cruise with it, but those are things that are really destroying our institutions. I'm not saying, you know, you can't investigate senior officers, but there are laid down rules. And that's why in most cases, if you go to civil servants to tell you, politicians come in to bastardize things. There are rules, and those rules has to be followed. But if you don't follow those rules, but because you want this media validation, you quickly went out, we've suspended this. And imagine, these are senior ranks. Deputy controller, that's a senior rank. Probably someone that's actually put over 30-something years in service. And probably because, you know, you want people to clap for you, like, yeah, you're doing the right thing, and you said, oh, they've been suspended, you know, and I'm very sure.
Was it not Olubunmi Ojo that gave that directive?
Yeah.
So does that show that guy doesn't even know what he's doing?
No, I was saying it on this platform, and you know, because I saw that thing, I was like, no, it's not supposed to be like this. And I'm very sure he should be ashamed of himself for that officer to now tell Nigerians.
But if Olubunmi Ojo gave the directive and it's not carried out, then you know, what else can he do? You know, he's instructed the subordinates.
He should know what he's doing. He should know. He's the Minister of Interior.
So he should know the politics. So it's the Minister of Interior. He instructs a DG to suspend X amount of people. He expects that instruction to be carried out. You know, what else can he do than to give the directive?
One man. A minister cannot just wake up and just say, go and suspend this. No, it doesn't work like that. That's not a private business. It's a public service. There are civil service rules.
He has to go through the Comptroller General.
Yes,
unfortunately, his name too was mentioned. Oh God.
There are laid down rules. And that's why I said, if you go and check that particular interior, if you are level 5 up to level 7, you are under the CG. Probably if you are actually working with immigration, you are under the CG. But if you are level 8 upwards, at that point you are a senior officer. You are not directly under the CG, you are under a board. And the board is called Civil Defense Immigration Prison Service Board. Right? And that's why even their employment doesn't really come from the CG, it comes from the board. So that there are laid down rules. So
Larry, do you remember the guy said it was somebody from Civil Defense that even suspended him?
So you can
imagine, why would somebody from Civil Defense be suspending Comptroller General? It makes me wonder, like, doesn't people even know what they are doing in that civil service?
So
I mean, one of the Nigerians is joke sometimes, because some of us think maybe we just hate that country. When the country does not even know
No,
what they are
he's
supposed
the
to
politician. The minister, I think, was in
Politician.
error. The
No,
minister was in error.
the minister is just looking for media validation, like, oh yeah, he's working, and he doesn't even need it. All he has to just do is just like, okay, fine, we'll investigate this, set a panel, let the panel do their job. Not today. Now, it's not after he's done all those things. After the guy came in and said, oh, it's media, this, he now said he's setting a 5-man panel just this afternoon. And that shows you how unserious he is. Because just to cover the whole thing, because the guy has actually disgraced him in the morning. So in the afternoon, he had to go and set a panel. What he has supposed to have done in the first instance. It's just so unfortunate that some of all these guys, sometimes when we sit down and analyze some of all those things, we see that, and people blame civil servants. Oh, civil servant. And when you ask the civil servant, they tell you, who are the people bastardizing the things? The politicians. Because if everybody had to go by the rules, there are ways of dealing with a lot of things that actually happen in public service, a lot of things that happen in government. But the fact that we don't all go by the rules, everybody just wants to, to do things, and for probably.
Do you remember he taking some kind of picture with this guy?
Yeah, exactly. I was actually against that.
What is wrong? What kind of
we played the clip here. He even appeared with it. The guy actually looked like his boy when he saw Very Dark Man.
Yeah, and then he
was even touching. I don't even have a problem, because for me,
he was patting him on the head, wasn't he?
He said what?
Like touching.
It was almost like patting him on the head.
One man,
touching this. But for me, right, and that was why I said, even if that picture is an old picture, immediately that picture came out, the ministry was supposed to come out, right? Because immediately you have that picture, and the picture became viral when that issue was actually happening, right? It shows one thing, right, and which you are not supposed to do, because the moment the officers under your ministry kind of like see that you've pitched a tent against them, then they will definitely come against you. Take, for instance, look at what happened to this guy, is it Umahi? When Umahi first came, he was trying to I'm locking the gate, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and the civil servant basically told him, you don't do that. There are ways of handling things. So what did Umahi do? He had to call them and, try to understand how things are being done. Right. And that's exactly what's actually happening. Right. Because for me, it's so unfortunate, because for that person of that caliber, because that DCC, in terms of hierarchy, that's a level 14 officer in service. Right. So I've actually come out and said, oh, probably the minister was just doing a normal media suspension. That shows that's a lot. That's a lot. But for me, I think the ministers, they need to just sit down. At least, probably they need to do some orientation for some of all those guys, right? How to really deal with civil servants, understand the civil service.
They did it for them for Ajaji for 3 days.
Yeah, they did it, but some of them I'm not sure that a lot of them really understand. Because if you're a minister, you also need to understand the civil service rules. Understand it, because it's really good for you, so that you don't disgrace yourself. Because some of all those public servants, civil servants, once they see that, you really don't.
But Larry, that is why we have the permanent secretary. Permanent secretary are expected to guide them so that they will not do anything contrary to the civil service rule. But this power show and disregard to the rules, some of our politicians believe they can do whatsoever and get away with it. So
that's how Better do run into trouble with our own permanent secretary now. This one too will run into trouble, because they forget that permanent secretaries are the landlord. They are just soldier go, soldier come politicians.
So for me, And even if you look at the whole thing, because I'm like, oh, as House of Rep really turned to this, all this drama, it's when you compare that with probably what you see in the parliament here, and you see some seriousness. But for me, those guys in House of Rep, they are not really serious, because there are a lot of things that that they need to work on. They, rather than them being serious, they go. If you look at their calendar, right, they go on recess for long. I think I think they just came back from recess. After they've gone for recess for like 3 months, they'll come back and start looking for anything that is catching cruise on the internet, and they debate about it. It's rather than them sitting down. Now they are supposed to sit down. There are a lot of things. There is electoral act. There are a lot of things that need them sitting down and doing the work. But rather than doing that, they don't even focus on those things. They focus on anything that catches cruise.
Or even invite Showore to come and tell them exactly his grievances or the grievances of his groups.
Because there are a whole lot of things, that they need to work on. They need to work on the electoral act, even the constitution. There are a whole lot of things that, if they happen to be busy, if we have a busy National Assembly, they will give us value for what they get from us. But rather than doing that, they rather go for recess for 3 months, come back and start looking for one thing, probably somebody is fighting, they come in, and rather than leaving the agencies that are supposed to do the work to do the normal work, do their work. Because I don't even see the whole thing they did today. If you ask me, what is the result? Is there anything that you can actually get from it? No, you can't get anything from it than this normal, National Assembly. It's so unfortunate that we really ridiculed that space to that. And that's why, for me, I always support, if they can be on part-time, let's pay them on part-time, rather than all of them sitting down there, and not really getting things to do.
That's one of your demands, by the way, that they should be on part-time.
Well, one man, Larry, that demand is not a new thing. We only need one house of legislation. Actually, the Senate is rubbish, and we need them only on part-time basis. It's not new, but then you can't do it or achieve it under protest. There must be an activism that goes with it, which they are not doing. You go tomorrow and dance and make noise, and in the evening, everybody goes back home. That's the end. They should consistently picket the National Assembly. And
but that's what Showore is proposing now, that it's an endless protest that is saying.
To the National Assembly, not to stay at the Eagle Square or the other side of Abuja, where they stay and make noise every day. You take Ikofi Ojuaje Koniso, you take the fight to the National Assembly and picket them every morning. Send flyers, write people. This is what we need. That's where the whole thing can gain roots. Not just stay in one place and make all the noise every day, like Freer girls, or what's that, Shibor girls and things like that. He petered out later.
So you think that protest doesn't push demands to the politician to act upon? Is that what you're saying? Protest doesn't do anything. We don't need protest at all.
I think when you protest, you make it pointed. If it's directed at to the twin-headed case of one legislative house and part-time legislature, take it to the National Assembly. Stay there permanently. Arrange that they give you tents. Take over their car park. Let some other people be giving food to you every day. And the whole world will eventually cut onto it. They will see it and know exactly that this is what the people are demanding. Not to go to Eagle Square or the other fountain, Independence Fountain, and what they call it, and go there and make noise every day. No. Confront the people. That institution, you want change.
Look, tomorrow is our Independent Day. It's for all Nigerians. So protests by those people calling for it, it can be carried out anywhere. It doesn't have to be specific one particular place. So whether they are choosing what do you call it, Freedom Square or National Assembly, the problem we have is that we don't have responsible people in government that listen to their people. Many things that they even written, done, and pushed to the assembly, they don't even care about it. So a mass protest call for attention of the people in power to see their people as calling them to do something for them. So that is what Yoruba Showore is trying to achieve. Mass protest in Abuja, so that all, because that's the seat of power, even the presidency, we see them say, Kilo Shere, the president attention will be called to that and say, okay, what's their demand? What are they asking for? And they will present it to them, and then whatever they can act upon, they can act upon it, and we move on as a country. So protest is
that is a word where I am against. So we move on. This is not a time to move on. If you have the capacity to gather people and do it, go and picket the car park. Stay there. They've done it in other nations. Put canopy.
Yeah, but how long
there.
for? How long for?
Look, change yourself. Haven't you seen Greenpeace? Haven't you seen other activism going on in Europe? Chain yourself to yourself, chain so that they can't even arrest you, because once they pull one, there will be hundreds to be pulled. These are the kind of things you have to organize, not this dancing and making noise. No.
Look, Baba, you just have to tell us that you are against protests. Don't tell us that, the way they are
what I've said is even more than
on.
protest. What I've just told you now is more than protest. That is where you can have solution to the problem.
No, when you have leaders that listen to their people, it doesn't matter where they protest. This is the capital city of the country, and they are carrying out protests there. So the people in power there, you'll be able to listen to them and call on them to say, okay, what is going on? So in America here, when students were protesting against American support for Israel, that everything we are seeing on TV, the way they are bombing children and mothers, you see, they protested in the school. They some people went to the National Assembly, some people went to their state capital. So a protest is just to call for attention. It doesn't matter where it is carried out, but responsible people in government will surely listen, dialogue with protesters, and then see what they can do to satisfy them, and then we move on as a country. That is the way it works.
If they are irresponsible people in government,
if they are irresponsible people, it doesn't matter where. Even when you go to assembly, they are not going to listen to you, and that is what you have in Nigeria. You have irresponsible people in government. It's so unfortunate.
All right, let's get back to Larry. Let me play you this clip. This is the clip I was just saying then how Very Dark Man went to the office of the Minister of Interior to pat him on the head. And Rational Mind was saying, Haba. So let me play you of the clip of Very Dark Man patting your minister on the head.
All right, so this man you're seeing as I'm putting my hands on the shoulder, this is the Minister of Interiors. Olabumi Tunji Ojo. Did I get that right? Yeah. Olubumi Tunji Ojo. So if you remember a few months ago, I just said something. I said, the prison, because I was locked up in the prison, and then I just extended what I saw in the prison. I said, okay, the tap inside is bad, there's no water flowing and everything. I called him out, and then he called me back and he said, VDM, don't worry, you see changes. As I speak to you now, you can go to Abuja prison, they give you access, enter and see the changes he has done. So this man, I will stand by him any day, anytime. I will stand with him because I don't see
one man, we can't hear nothing. I don't know whether it's from you.
We can hear now.
Easily come and say, sir. And also, with the international passport. A lot of changes have been done. The man is really working, so I appreciate you. Thank you very much, my God. God bless you. So any other time, I'll still come. I'll be coming to this place anytime. God bless you. Thank you. God bless you.
Did you say that it was like a schoolboy in front of the headmaster? So look at the way he folded his hands, like and bowed his head to some drunken guy from the creek. So it's unbelievable.
Oh, and your peace in here.
Yeah.
So, you know, for me, I don't even have a problem with that. But I think the only thing I have a problem with is when that particular video became viral, right? Because some people said, "Oh, it's an old video." It's but particularly the time when it became viral, and that was when I actually needed the ministry to come out, right, and make it known that they are not kind of like trying to take side. Because the danger in this is this: the minister has institutions, and there are allegations, you know, against those institutions, and this video now became viral. It's not everybody that will know that it's an old video, right? And even within those parastatals too, we have a lot of people that wouldn't even know probably it's an old video. They'll kind of like just take it like, okay, fine, you know, the guy has already taken side, you know, he kind of, and thereafter, what did you say? Oh, I've suspended these, I've suspended that, and you know, it was not really good.
Are you saying this video is an old video? Is that what you're saying?
No, I saw some people. No, I don't know about the.
No, it is an old video, but they brought it out now to.
What you told there? I mean, you saw somebody who was talking to Olubimi Ojo about he will support him anytime. I mean, he was talking about something that has to do with Bobrisky. I don't know if I saw.
No, he was talking about there was a time very dark man was in prison for whatever reason. You know, he's always in prison. So there was a time he was in prison, and then he came out to talk about the deplorable state of the prison. So Olubimi Ojo then made some improvements and then invited him to come and see those improvements. So he went to Olubimi Ojo's office to. So that's way back, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's probably an old video, but you know, it kind of like became popular. I think he himself, Very Dark Man, posted it when the whole saga was actually on, you know, just to kind of like make people know that, oh, it's closer to the minister. Yeah, I don't have a problem if it's closer to the minister, but I think at that point, it's not just all about the minister, it's all about the institutions, right? And the minister, you know, was supposed to have, you know, handled things appropriately, you know, it's because the optics is definitely not good. And when you see sabotage, even within the system, these are things that cause sabotage, right? Because when people that work in those institutions think that probably they are not being well respected, they sabotage the system. And that's why I think the minister was supposed to at least put in some wisdom. And I think after he did this, after like 2-3 days, you know, it was more like, yeah, he heard they wanted to remove some minister. Tinubu must not touch Olubumi Ojo, this, and that. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's. I think the ministry was supposed to have actually handled those appropriately, and you know, but I don't really think they actually handled it appropriately, and that's why they are. And I like the fact that they were being embarrassed today in National Assembly, and I hope, you know, they put themselves to check.
But Larry, if they don't have public relations officer in that ministry, so there's nothing they can do to just look at it that this one is just social media nonsense. What are they responding to?
Ministry of Interior. Ministry of Interior is one of the biggest ministries in Nigeria.
It's a super ministry, in fact.
Because in the Ministry of Interior, that's where you have civil defense, that's where you have prison service, that's where you have immigration, that's where you have Nigerian fire service. So it's actually key. And that's even where you have all these courts, these federal, all those Ikoyi registry and all those places. So it's actually a big ministry. So that's why for me, I think he should, you know, apply wisdom as a minister to know how to really handle some of all those things, so that you don't get to a point where you see people, public servants, revolting against you as a minister.
So let us blame the permanent secretary and the public relations department for not doing their job.
No, Baba. You won't even blame those permanent secretary, because it depends on the relationship and how the minister allows them to handle some of all these things. Don't be surprised. Some of these ministers, even if you go to their offices, some of them come in, they have a lot of all these aides, and some of those aides are even the one doing some of the job of some of those permanent secretaries. We saw it with that lady now. So they come in with their hate. They have essay.
Better I do.
Yeah, they have essay this, essay media, essay this, essay that. And what the ministries are supposed to be doing, some of those aides are even the ones doing it. The one that is even close to me, that I know, FIRS, where my person, Zach, is. How many aides does Zach has? Let's
all right. See if you can get Zach to come and join us. But let's see if we can get War Peace to join us. And by the way, that goes out to everybody listening. By the way, you should all have my Instagram handle. And if you don't have it, I'll send it into the comment section as well. If there's anybody interesting or engaging that you feel the platform would enjoy having conversations with, try and link me up with the person. I think in most instances, if I have anybody's phone number, I'm able to persuade them. So if there's anybody that you feel the platform will find interesting engaging with, send details via Instagram, and then we try and bring that person on. Not exclusively within the political space, because we're dealing with all Nigerians' fair sort of affairs. So from religion to entertainment, politics, of course, even sports. So anybody that you feel that the character is robust enough to wrap a conversation around, send the details in, and then we'll see if we can bring them on. So send the details in, we'll see if we can bring them on. As we bring on War Peace now, who I suspect may have just gone to sleep. Otherwise, he would have been calling us bigots by now. War Peace, are you there? Yes, he's not there. So let's go on to Rational Mind then. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Oh, okay. Oh, man. I thought I was still behind. So it's okay. I'm listening.
Look, eh?
Well, I'm here. Just,
Ìwọ ló kàn sọ̀rọ̀ sókè.
Kí n sọ̀rọ̀ sókè wèrè àbí?
What did you make of us? I was telling Ajan Lekoko, you were not here. Have we auctioned you off on Sunday and made a bundle for the
Mama da ilé ìlóhùn tó ń pè ní kùlátà yẹn. It's just something else. Ó fẹ́ silence mi ni, kò mọ̀ pé mi gan fúnra mi mo lọ́rùn èèyàn lẹ́yìn.
Yeah.
I mean, I have my own people now. My own people, they are all on the platform yìí. Ẹ kò gbà tèmi.
That back and forth, it totaled over 1K eventually.
So you can imagine that. So you see, Kulata, you need to go and learn. You're going to learn that you cannot silence people like us. We have people. Mama, you can't come here. I mean, you can't use your own and just silence other people because you don't want to hear me. People won't hear me the day on this platform. Go and sit down, my friend. I'm homeboy, John, man. Go on, just speak whatever you want.
All right. Very Dark Man versus the Nigerian state. Independence Day is coming up. Tinubu's national broadcast. The suspended prison officers telling us that it was only on social media, not in actual effect. So the Nigerian situation, a never-ending saga.
But I'm surprised that you didn't even talk about the beef on Twitter today that we had that was going on Twitter today about the obedient people that they were collecting money from. Some of the influencers from.
No! I thought that actually. I didn't think it was strong enough, but carry on, and I'll bring up what I have on it.
It was all made up.
That's going back to the NSAS, isn't it?
Yeah, the NSAS, yeah.
How they were giving them the derisory monies like at 2 million naira, and they were fighting over 2 million naira. Yes, I saw it.
Everybody cash out now.
Everybody cash out.
But I think
Falana was even implicated in that, wasn't he?
Yeah, he himself
All
was.
of them, everybody cash out. Nigeria is country of cash out.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Wọ́n fẹ́ borúkọ máa yẹn jẹ́ Falana. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa bàjẹ́ ultimately.
No, yeah, he's also the one putting himself into those things now. So he's putting himself into those things, and people always bring some of those things out. They did a lot of things during that NSAS, and a lot of money was shared. Money was shared, and and people know, and people have the facts. So people always bring fact any day, anytime. So it's just meant for them to deny. Let them deny, and people bring receipts. They all shared money now.
All right. So one man. Yeah. Okay. Can I?
Yeah, carry on. We're listening.
Right. So yeah. So you see, for me, I think it's another ploy by the Agbado people to, give a dog a bad name and hang it, because that Twitter space, like some people say, it's all made up. Some people say it's just there's no substance to all of those things.
Sorry, Rational Man. Let me just bring it up. What we were talking about. On two separate occasions, I entrusted my personal assistant to collect money from Sarah, ensuring she took photographs for evidentiary purposes. Afterwards, I shared images of the funds received on NSAS United and competent Nigerian platforms for public dissemination as giveaway. Adesina Ademola Ogunlana of blessed memories was the only lawyer that stood genuinely with NSAS. He can never be bought. Falana is a constant betrayal of our ideals. Remember, he almost frustrated the tribunal. Mr. Falana is not a saint. Teba fe fa guru ma fa igbo. So it continues. I think there's a second half to it. All right. It says, following the NSAS unrest and during the panel of inquiry, the Lagos state government's initial funding offer was met with resistance. At Sarah Ibrahim and Associates then consulted Mr. Femi Falana regarding the substantial sum proposed for advisory purposes. Despite Mr. Falana's counsel to accept the funds as gifts, I deemed it incongruous to accept financial compensation from those we were opposing, fearing it may undermine our integrity. The first fund Sarah called me to pick up was 1.5 million. The second was 1 million. I have proof. Message to back it up. The hashtag NSAS coordinators shared millions of money. Yes, the hashtag NSAS coordinators shared millions of monies severally, going back and forth to pick up Ghana Must Go filled with cash at Alausa Ikeja on two separate occasions. I'm entrusted. So that's sort of that's what's going on. Yes, the whole thing is just a hot mess, isn't it?
Yeah, one man. Yeah, it's a mess. Yeah. So for me, you see, I think there's more to that story than what was just revealed or what that person just said. But I believe there's more to it. Could it be there's something up with Falana, or was it this whole thing with Bobrisky that kind of unearthed some of the shenanigans that Falana has been involved in? Well, we'll see how that plays out. But my point is this: is that for me, I believe there's much to this story than.
Are you in motion, Rational Mind?
Agbado versus hello. Yeah. So another battle versus woman, can you go to another person? Let me join you guys later.
Yeah. You sound as though you're in the middle of something. So who wants to pick it up? We have a Kene in body but not in spirit. We have War Peace in body but not in spirit. We have Baba in spirit and in body. Larry or Ajanle Koko. So have you been tracking that goings on Twitter? The the hashtag obedience versus Falano are trying to color him bad.
One man. You
Yes.
see, the most lucrative business to do in Nigeria now is activism. I think this activism pays a lot, because what you see is, they organize some of all those things, they put some GoFundMe out, people donate, and if there's anything, they come out, they said we're actually the representative, government gives money, they share money and all sort of things. So for me, I think it's just a normal thing that have been going on. It's not the first time that money is being shared. And that's why you see that, some people, they rather prefer, doing all this activism, because, it's a whole lot of things, right? That, money that they actually got from it. Don't forget, take for instance, look at Bring Back Our Girls. Do you know that some people actually cashed out from Bring Back Our Girls?
Aisha Yesufu, one of them. Reno Mokri as well, actually.
They made a lot of money from Bring Back Our Girls. So that's why, most of all those things, you see people, saying, oh, and they fight a lot. They fight a lot because people that know the game, when you see some other people telling them, oh, we didn't get anything, they tell them like, yeah, we know this game. So what's up with this game? So, and it's something that it's so rampant in Nigeria. People come out, they bring this activity, oh, we are for you, we are for you, we are for you. And at the end of the day, what's gonna come out of it? Now let me take you a little bit. When this singer, what's the name of that singer, that boy that died?
Mohbad.
When Mohbad died, right? And you see some people coming out, oh, we are fighting for Mohbad and everything. The next thing we saw was that they started fundraising, right? And at the end of the day, they fought. Why did they fight? It was because of money. Because once they start this, their GoFundMe, Nigerians will donate, people in diaspora will donate, and the money, they start getting a lot of money, and it causes, it start causing issues here and there. So for me, I think it's just a normal thing in Nigeria, normal business that people want to be involved in, because it's one of the cheapest way for you to get money in Nigeria. So it's not something that is new. And Falana has always been in the forefront of the activist lawyer. So which means that it's law firm.
Is Falano actually as clean as we imagine him to be? Is the question that is now coming up.
But the thing is this, one man, no lawyer is clean, right? And that's why even in law, there's a difference between legality and morality. There are a lot of things that are legal, but morally speaking, those things are not moral, right? So if we are looking at that from the point of morality, then no lawyer is it's has that slot. But when you are looking at things from the point of legality, yes, the lawyers, they have that slot. So it depends on where you want to look at it, right? So you from your own lens, you want to look at things from the point of morality. And if that is where you're looking at things, then I can't tell you that, Falano is a saint. But probably legality, yes, probably he hasn't done anything that is illegal. But I'm not even sure if most of the things they do are actually moral. So that's that space.
Talk us through what's on the screen here. I think it was during the discussion around what Reno said about only 6% actually paying income tax. So this is a tax and statistics report. All right, let's go through it. So what does this tell us?
Okay. So you know, we're talking about tax in Nigeria, right?
Yes.
And you know, this is just kind of like the chunk of what makes up tax in Nigeria. So it's not just company income tax, and this is just the 2023 figure of, you know, projected tax and actual tax in Nigeria. What comes from the, you know, hydrocarbon tax, non-tax income, you know, and everything that actually makes it. And even that tax thing, you know, I know people are kind of like talking about payee, but people forget that the payee that we are talking about, where does the payee goes to? It goes to the state governors. Because personal income tax in Nigeria, it's a state tax. So it's not a federal tax.
So does the payee come under non-oil tax? Where does it come on this table?
Payee is not even on those table at all, because payee is being
So
collected.
it generates so little that it's not even.
Yeah.
Is
So
that what?
payee is actually a tax, right? That is being charged by the state, and it's charged based on where you reside. So it's based on the place of residence. Take for instance now, if you work in Lagos and you live in Ogun State, then you'll be paying your personal income tax to Ogun State government.
So it's not under the federal purview.
No, it's not.
No, that's why should that be? Why would you be working in Ogun State? I mean, live in Ogun State and you're working in Lagos, and then you
No,
be paying tax?
there are a lot of people that live in Songo.
I understand, but I understand it is where you work. That's where you pay your tax.
It's based on Nigerian tax law.
Oh, Nigerian tax law.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nigerian tax law. It's, you know, it's happened even in the US, right?
No, it doesn't happen in the US. No, you can't do that.
No. It happens in the US because
No,
I pay my taxes in Tennessee, but my company.
Where do you work? Where do you work?
My company is in New York, Wall Street.
Okay, now that's a different situation.
Yeah, that's how personal income tax works.
Hold on. From my own experience here, having worked in many states and across state line, I live in different states.
Okay.
The state where I work, if they have income tax there, if I work in that state,
okay,
right, and then they collect my income tax, I have to pay to that very state where I work. That's the income tax. If they don't have income tax, then you are free. So if, for example, like in the state of Oregon, they have income tax, they don't have sales tax. In Washington State, they have sales tax, but they don't have income tax. So say you live in Oregon, you live in Washington and you work in Oregon, so you have to pay the income tax in Oregon. But then, mind you, we live in a state in what's it called here? In Washington, where you don't have to pay income tax. That's the difference. So any state where you work, that's where you pay your income tax.
Okay.
That's how it works. But in your own case, you work virtually. You work from your HQ. Your HQ or your office is in New York, but you live in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So it's where you are living. Like I know of some people who live in Oregon, but they work here. They move from California to Oregon, and their office is in California. You have to pay the income tax in Oregon. That's how it works.
So based on Nigerian tax law, right, personal income tax, right, are charged based on place of residence. So, you know, that's why in most cases that the Lagos State and Ogun State do a lot of check and, you know, kind of like, you know, check numbers, because there are a lot of people that work in Lagos that live in Ogun State, particularly those people that live around all those Songo, Abule Egba side, right? And, you know, there are a lot of people that even work in Lagos because, you know, houses are kind of like expensive for some people in Lagos. So they would rather live outside Lagos and, you know, get themselves to Lagos to work. So all the payees, right, it's not something that goes to the federal government. It still goes to the state government. And like all the levies that you said, or probably the levy, you know, that they actually charge all this trader. Most of those things are, in most cases, they don't even go through the.
Larry,
sir.
Sorry. Okay. Just finish up that thought. I just want to say something. Go on,
Yeah.
please.
So taxation in Nigeria. The thing is this: taxation in Nigeria will see it more as, probably a lot of people pay taxes, but unfortunately, a lot of those do not really go into the normal covers. I can tell you that even in Lagos, there are a whole lot of private companies that charge personal income tax that don't even remit some of those to the government. There are a whole lot of them. The major people that pay taxes in Nigeria are probably, the multinationals, that have people working on with them that you can actually check them, and the government workers, because they charge that at source, right? You can't run away from paying taxes if you're a public worker in Nigeria. And probably probably if you work from some of those banks, and some of those. So, but there are a lot of companies, right? A lot of small, those medium companies that charge tax. They charge, even some of them even charge pension without even paying those pension. The people look at their paycheck, they see them charging tax, they see them charging pension, they charge a lot of things, and they don't even remit it. Some of them, in most cases, turn those deductions to be part of their profits. And even when they go to FIRS to kind of like do their, with their accounts and everything, there are ways of, as all those tax consultants, they have ways of helping them, right, to kind of like maneuver some of all those things. So, but now, do Nigerians pay the right taxes? If you ask me, I will say probably yeah and no. Yes and no. But probably what the government is trying to do is to increase the tax bracket, right? At least get more people into the formal way. At least get more people into really paying, because you can't drive an economy without people paying. I know the government too is not responsible. They are not really doing the right thing. But I think sometimes when people pay tax, there is this point of holding the government accountable, right? Because I've always said it on this platform. People in Nigeria tend to believe that Nigeria is rich. But unfortunately, Nigeria is not rich. Nigeria is a poor nation. As at today, Nigeria is a poor nation. And the development that we want in Nigeria, based on what Nigeria makes today, Nigeria cannot even get close to what we want in the next 20 years or 30 years. The only thing that we can keep doing, if we still maintain the status quo, is to keep borrowing. But how long, are we going to keep borrowing to be able to?
But I don't agree with you saying that Nigeria is that too poor not to be able to.
Nigeria is not a wealthy country. Nigeria is.
Nigeria is a wealthy country. I don't believe that Nigeria is not a wealthy country. It's a wealthy country. What we need to do is we need strong institutions that would almost make it almost impossible for people to launder money. Hold on. We had some governors now that are in EFCC case, and then these governors, they're not stealing 1 billion naira, they're not stealing 2 billion naira, they are stealing almost 500 billion naira. Some of them. So
yes, there was one I saw the headline, 400 and something.
Hold on. And then they change this money into dollars and they move it out of Nigeria.
Define a rich country.
That's capital
flight. What makes a country rich?
Come on. You see, for me, Nigeria is rich because the resources that Nigeria has, some countries don't have it, and yet they live better. They were able to harness what they have within them to bring about some kind of prosperity. But here we have this, should I call it a blessing or is a curse, in the form of the oil, our population. I mean, we used to have very, very highly skilled and educated populace, but now I don't know, it's no longer there anymore, especially under this APC. So those are the factors you can use in bringing about that wealth creation. But rather, what do we see? We see some kind of elites who are just like pestilence. I mean, what's that word? And like what's that insect that lives on a predator? Like, I mean, they suck you. They live inside you. What's that?
Leeches.
Yeah, like leeches. They leech the system. I don't accept that. None of these so-called elites, they create wealth within that place where they steal that money from. They rather take it out. That's capital flight. If you know the trillions of Nigerian dollars that are outside, through some of these good for nothing elites, for me, they're not even elites. Because elites that cannot really bring about some kind of prosperity within their own space. Rather, they have to move the money out. I do blame them. I don't blame them in some ways. But my point is this, is that if you look at, I mean, what was that? I was looking at one
What did I see that thing sometime back where they said, ever since that country has existed, over $6 trillion of Nigeria money has been siphoned out of that country. Imagine 6 trillion of Nigeria money being stolen in one form or the other.
Is that dollars?
In dollars, yeah, in dollars. Yeah,
that's since independence,
yes, maybe since
1960.
independence. Yeah, maybe so.
Since
Yeah,
64 years ago.
Yeah, so imagine that money is within our system. Do you know what kind of wealth it will create? Some countries don't even have to up to that. So my point is that Nigeria is just, they want us to believe that country is in debt. If they can stop that graft, and even the one that is in Aso Rock, they can stop himself from having to give some kind of money out. I call him a pa, and don't leave extra large, don't leave too big. I mean, use yourself as an example, because and if after all, your wife said that you don't need Nigeria money, you're already rich. So all this money you are giving to your cronies, and so block all those things, plow that money back into the system, whereby people can go and create. I mean, small business can borrow those money in real earnest. I mean, in real sincerity. Not like all this money. What was that one that this guy that was sharing money, former vice president? What was that?
Even if they did all that, I'm not sure the per capita income of Nigerians will still make us.
We do. We just need leaders that are visionaries that can harness this.
Rational mind.
That's the point.
Rational
But
mind.
Nigeria is not. Let me just land it so that I continue. So that Nigeria is not rich. I don't believe that. Like that country has money. It's just that we have leeches that are leeching us.
What you just stated now is that we have the potential to be rich.
Yeah, that's exactly.
As we speak, we are not rich. We have the potential. If we put our will to shoulder and we are ready to do the work, we will be rich by tomorrow.
We have the potential. We possess both the potential and also we have the means.
Rational
we just need to look inwardly and restructure that country and unleash that. You see, a while ago, you were saying about the tax. The tax regime in Nigeria would never make Nigeria prosper. When you have Nigerians are the most taxed people on earth. You go, some of these road sellers, do you know how much of a ticket they give to them? All these hawkers that are selling pure water, do you know how much ticket they sell? And they give them. That some idiots that have been empowered by the states, because they use them for their, let me just leave that part. But my point is that money, it goes into individual pockets. Imagine that money going to the states. The state will be able to execute some of the social program that they need to if they don't really now steal it again from the coffers. So, but the point is that within ourselves, we need to harness, we need to unleash that potential that we have. I don't think, you see, the point is that we just need to streamline the whole thing, streamline this tax regime. If federal government wants to collect it through VAT, let it be strictly through VAT. But when you multi-tax, or when you multi-tax people, it stifles them, it strangulates them, and it's going to strangulate the economy at the same time. But the fact that we should widen the tax net like the one that was in Aso Rock was saying a while ago when it was campaigning. I don't even understand what he was talking about. You would think maybe some kind of genius. Even the guy that the tax czar that they said they brought in from whatever, from where you live there in England, woman. The guy came, he said he's so clueless. We keep hearing stories about, oh, he has written some tax law, some new tax law. Okay, let us see it. Ironic. It's all just these are optics that they always like to do, just to media kind of things. We don't see anything. So how do you expect us to unleash that potential? Local government can generate money. They don't even need the federal money if they can allow them to function the way they should function. There are so many ways they can make their taxes, and they will pay their staffs without even having to get any allocation from federal government. But the state will not let them go on. That is when they want to put their eye into them. Ordinary tenement rates. If they collect tenement rates, it's enough for them. If they don't steal it, if the local government chairman and his councillor don't steal it. You see, the point is that we just need to manage what we have. We can unleash these potentials. But when they do not allow it, because they want everything to be under federal government, or everything under state, how would they unleash that potential? So for me, you see, it's just we run a system that is counterproductive. That's what we run in that country. It's very counterproductive. Whether the tax regime or whether the way the economic things are just set up in that country, it is counterproductive. It will unleash that potential. But for that, Nigeria does not have the potential. I mean, Nigeria have the potential and they have the means. It's just about just blocking the graft and allowing that potential to unleash itself. I leave it at that one, man.
Okay. So rational mind, the thing is this. Me saying Nigeria is poor, I'm talking about Nigeria as a state, right? And being a finance guy, I don't put things based on potential profit, right? I look at where the country is now, look at the pocket of the country, and I'm able to make a decision regarding today, right? Tomorrow we are all dead, right? It's all about today. So now, Nigeria as a state not being rich doesn't mean that some Nigerians are not rich. And Nigeria has been wired in such a way where we have this mentality that the state has to provide a lot of things. And the state does not even have the capacity. We want the good things, right? We want the roads, we want the railways, we want everything. And these are expensive infrastructure. Can Nigeria afford those infrastructure, right, in the next 5 years? Let's look at a country like Rwanda, right? Look at a country like Rwanda or probably, Tanzania, the kind of infrastructure that you see in those places, and you want that infrastructure to be almost everywhere in Nigeria. Now, can Nigeria afford that? No, Nigeria cannot afford it. That's why the only thing that we can, Nigeria, that if you look at Nigeria today, if they give you the financial statement of Nigeria, you yourself, know that Nigeria is actually struggling, because to even cover recurrent expenditure in Nigeria today, it's a whole lot of things. But they do a lot of patch and patch and patch and patch and patch.
Larry or Mabin, did you see what this guy in Argentina is doing? Nigeria and Argentina, who was the worst of worst economic wise? What country has the worst when it comes to economy? If you don't want to answer, I'll answer your question. I'll answer that question for myself.
Okay, answer it.
It's Argentina. Yeah. But now look at what the guy is doing. He's turning around so many things. The guy sold their presidential fleet. He flies commercial. All his ministers, he tells them tighten up their belts. He didn't just say tighten up your like this one. We talk about a baby step of pay. No free beer parlor, all this crap that he always talk. I don't even know what the idiot. So I'm sorry. Let me call him idiot. I don't know what the guy even talks sometimes. Like I don't even know whether he even know what he's talking about. I would say this guy is cognitively declining. People think we're just insulting him. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. You're telling people to tighten up their belts, to do baby step of pain or whatever crap he talks. But then you and your wife and your kids and everybody and all your people in the government, they're all living extra large. Look at what the guy is doing. He's gradually turning around this country, Argentina. Argentina is gradually pulling out of these economic woes. So when we say it's not, well, let me say it's not rocket science, not as easy as we say, because Nigerian, this textbook, the economic does not work in Nigeria. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. You were talking about infrastructure. Yes, we have infrastructure deficit. Yeah, I understand. What happens to those ones that we already have? This morning I was watching somewhere where they said that this guy, Shagamu Road there, Shagamu Road, that's the heavy laden road where we battled all the whole commercial trucks that go from west to east. I mean, because those are the economic areas. West in Nigeria, at least the chunk of almost like 60% of the economic activities is between the west and the east. So, but what happens to that road? I know they've been, because if not because of corruption, that's what we're talking about. The super minister that was there before, they were making noise that he did some road. But Kiloshi, that Abiodun went there today. Look at that road. He was complaining. I was even listening to his voice. So what happened to that road? And you went and go and open another road that you're not even sure whether you're going to complete it within your 8 years term. And yet you left that road, and you're complaining about a deficit. How much will it cost you to fix that road, to open up that space, dualize it, or even trialize it or whatever it is. Open that space so that that place can be free. So everybody has to now wait till that road is completed. Who knows when they're going to complete it?
You know, RM, this Ogun State issue is long because
Ogun State,
this Ogun State, I don't understand what is good. Maybe now Ogun they worry them.
No,
because I remember in 1979. In 1979, when Obasanjo was going home after swearing in Shagari at racecourse, Yaradua went with him and some other top army officers to lead him home because he retired immediately. You know what they said immediately they got to Abeokuta? He said, is this the Abeokuta they've been hearing about all these years? They thought it would be like something fantastic, well laid out, with all the big wigs that come out of that place, including a World Court judge, MMBHS, BBHS, all those things. They were surprised. So Ogun State has always been like that. I don't know what the problem is.
The traffic,
and they share part of the 13% too of derivation.
When did we start sharing 13%?
Kò mátà kí n gbowó tẹ́lẹ̀ ni ewé kò bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lé Dangote jí kúrò ní Ogun State yìí nìyẹn tó fi gbé refinery wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
Baba, we are doing our best.
We
are trying. We can't. We are the gateway state. So, you know, we are the
Shonekon, Ogun, OBJ, Ogun, Dia, Ogun. How many Oshibajo, Ogun? House of Rep, Omobaba Freight Agency.
Ogun. Let me continue.
Abiola Ogun, Omobaba Freight Agency, House of Rep. Bankole, Awolowo Ogun. Kilo Day.
Larry, Rational, let me bail out. Rational Mind, you can shut it down when you're done. I'm not sure that there's
well,
much
like I said, I'm
left.
have to switch from my phone to the laptop, so I don't know if you can post that. You still have me on your on your list of phones?
Yes.
So okay, just put the link in the chat so that way if I have to switch, I won't.
Yes. All right. I'll post the link and then I'll bail and then you just shut it down when it comes to its natural end. Acknowledging Prince who kicked off the super chart. That's Bosun right there who carries on the super chart. That's Chioma right there, poking some fun. I think it was poking fun at Tinubu with the super chat, and that's Ike Ogiame who daddies up the super chat space. So well done, everyone. I think we have a complement of 5. So one more super chat to come. I wonder who that comes from. Thank everyone, sis.
You know, the thing is this. What makes you, if you want to see a rich nation, let that nation not borrow money for 6 months and see if that nation will still survive. If Nigeria does not borrow money for 3 months, if federal government is not borrowing, all the state governors are not borrowing, everybody is not borrowing, Nigeria cannot survive 3 months. We all know it. And that's when you know when a nation can be a going concern without borrowing. At least if the nation can take care of itself without asking for help outside, right, then you can say, oh, that's a nation. But Nigeria is not there. Even with the debts that we have, we can't even survive without borrowing more. Okay, we were talking about that. Okay, at least another one is in the loop. I think $1.something billion is coming from, is it World Bank or IMF? You know, that they are trying to borrow again.
No, they've already approved it from World Bank. I think 1.4.
Yeah,
so.
I think $1.4 billion. You know, and that's the thing. I know Nigeria has the potential to grow. You know, I've seen the people say, oh, probably the cost of governance and everything. But the truth is this. It's going to help, but it's not going to take us out of the problem. Any nation that is not increasing its productivity.
Or guy, you won't gaslight me. Carry on, Larry.
No, not so now. No, any nation, right? That it is not, because look at Nigeria. Nigeria has the population. We have everything, right? The only thing that we lack is productivity. If we are aggressive towards production, aggressive, and being aggressive means that we are putting all our effort into it, then I think I can say probably, with time, we can actually get there to a point where we can take care of ourselves without asking for help outside. But I'm not really seeing that. I need to be very candid with you. And I've always, most times when we talk about Nigeria, it's more like, yeah, we say, oh, probably they have done this. But the truth is,
So are we doomed? Are we doomed to this borrowing? Is that what it is? Because year in, year out, month in, month out, day in, day out. I'm just using that word.
No, national RM, I think the borrowing will peter out when we start selling our gas.
Apparently, it will not.
It is gas, actually, Tinubu is laying all his bets on. It's because I know now.
Báwo lẹ jẹ fẹ́ bìlíìfù pé nǹkan tí Tinubu ẹni tó ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ kò tí ì ṣàṣeyege lórí ẹ̀ èyí tó ń bọ̀ tá à tí ì mọ̀ lẹ́sọ wípé ó bá ṣàṣeyege.
No, ètò tí ń tò lórí ẹ̀ náà.
Kò sétò kankan. Kò sétò kankan.
Wait, they are using vessel at the moment, which is nothing. It doesn't scratch the surface. It's a pipeline. So that
Baba, don't fall into that trap, sir. Hold on. Let me say this. Don't fall into that trap. Even the gas at the moment is even more expensive than what it used to be. The petroleum that is so expensive now, do we not have it in abundance? Do we not have crude in abundance in Nigeria? Why is it so expensive? So what gives us that assurance
I'm not talking of transport. I'm talking of revenue for the nation. Export of LNG. LNG is what I'm talking about, not LPG. I'm not talking in terms of the CNG I'm talking LNG, the export. We have one of the biggest reserve in the world. And when the pipelines are ready, at least they can be exporting through the pipeline. But meanwhile, in the meantime, they're just taking it in little tranches by LNG vessels, which is nothing in terms of capacity or volume. So that is where our money is, because we are more of a gas nation than an oil nation right now as we speak.
So what tells you that even when we the gas, when we start making money on it, who tells you that they won't embezzle the money or mismanage it?
That's another one.
It's going to be used for the advantage of the people of Nigeria. So that's the problem now. It's the mismanagement. Even what we have now, if it's well managed, if it's not squandered, and if it's not how do I say it? If it's not used only to satisfy themselves, Nigeria would have been better off. But
more so if we can get the production up to 2.5. People are saying 3 million, but I think 2.5 will be just ideal. I think we won't have much of most. So if they eat, at least what is left will be sufficient still.
Yeah. There's this thing I used to think of. Every day we are saying, oh, let's increase the production. The deposits that we have, what of if the deposits now finish?
Our proven reserve is high.
Baba, proven reserve or no proven reserve?
It's in billions.
Baba, is in billions. It's everything we are taking it from somewhere. If tomorrow that thing that we are taking it from, we are not even getting it, what will happen? Because we are saying, oh, let's increase it as if it's something that will never finish.
Well, side by side, if we use it to develop our mining industry, our steel industry, and agricultural sector, we will be self-sufficient in everything.
That is why we need to, as in this age that Nigeria is in, right? I think we've actually gone. We are supposed to have actually gone beyond, thinking that probably until we get all the money from four. There are a lot of things that if we were a serious nation, if we are aggressive on those other things, I'm telling you, we'll get ourselves out of all those things. But because it's only one pot, and that pot, let's take everything out of the pot. Let's take everything out of the pot. I was reading something. I don't know. Have you read about the history of Saudi Arabia with King Fahd?
Yeah, I read Leo Uris and one other one.
When the Americans first came, that they want the oil, that they said the king kind of like said, the negotiation and everything, and he felt the negotiation was not going to favor Saudi Arabia, and he told them, yeah, I would rather keep it on the ground and let's keep surviving on dates, than me giving it to you guys.
Yeah, that's King Saud.
Yeah, okay, is it King Saud? I think it's Fahd. Okay, is it
King Fahd? Sorry, I said Fahd.
Yeah,
the old one.
Yeah, the King Fahd. So, Nigeria, let's pump more, let's pump more. But the thing is this, Nigeria has the potential. And that's why for me, sometimes I look at, okay, we say it's difficult, but is it that difficult for Nigeria to utilize the population?
Leaders. It's just like, okay, look at it. Tinubu got in there. The last time Owando was about 75 billion naira. That was almost towards the end of Bubu's reign administration. Now he got in there. Now Owando is worth over 1 trillion naira. What kind of magic did Owando do? I mean, what infrastructure do they have that's making them?
They couldn't even balance their book 3 years ago.
So my point is, you see, when people have self-interest, you see, you said something earlier, Larry, that when these people get in there, the next thing they're taking is second term. They're not thinking about the immediate. What can I do to improve the life of our people? No, that's not what they think. That's the kind of, you see, and they don't even know that they are doing themselves, because they will live there someday, right? Their own kids will come back, and some of this crap that they failed to do in their own time. I mean, look at Awolowo now. I'm not saying Awolowo did not do what was good. He did very well among all the Yoruba leaders. He's the best for me. But some of the things he fails to do. Look at Azikiwe now today. All those BB people that were, all their kids and their grandkids. I know most of them, some of their kids are not doing well. Some of their grandkids are not even doing well. They're also in this mess like all of us. So that's what they should be thinking about. That I will be gone. I will not live forever. Tinubu should understand. Abiola Leni, but where is Abiola with all the wealth he has? And some of his kids, that are some of our Abiola's kids, that are like, they're not really doing well. So the point is where they had the opportunity back then to at least do what was right, they never did. So they should only remember that someday they will leave, and their great grandkids or kids, they will also become victims someday of what they failed to do during their own lifetime. So, and these people don't think about all of this. So let me not go into all those because some people say one is just being emotional. But my point is that, you see, the problem with that country is that, when they've compromised the whole institution and they want to use the back way to come into power, that's why they don't have no regard to do what is right, because they know they will have to resort to that back way. They don't think about, okay, I'm now ready, now I'm there. Now what can I do so that I can prove to my people that I'm deserving of second term? No, they will not think about that. They will look for ways, scheming how to hijack the umpire that will do the election, and hijack the system so that they can. That is it. At the end of the day, they just become total failure. So, I mean, when Baba was talking about, I trust Tinubu he will reform Ushi. I mean, what? That we're not even seeing anything. That was why was it you I asked that question, Larry, or was it Baba?
Don't worry, RM. You will see magic.
Can you tell me, Baba? Okay, you or Larry, anybody that's supporting them, even Kulota is here. Can you tell me what is that light at the end of the?
That's not why take me out of it. Supposing who?
I thought maybe you are one of those people that support. Well, let's just leave that. So tell me, what is that light at the end of the tunnel? Tell me, what is that thing? What is that ray of light or that beam or that dim light that we can see that, okay, all this reform that this guy is doing, this is how it's going
So
to end.
you ask
Can you tell
question.
me?
If you give me the chance, I will answer you
Okay,
now.
please do. Hey, Joy, you can listen to Baba. Yeah, go on, please.
Okay. All along, up to this point, we've had only one economic formula: subsidize it, subsidize the fuel, all of this. We threw money at it. Now this guy has come and said, okay, we have to do a reform in the economic sector. There is no money. The subsidy, we can't even sustain it. It's either we pay salary or we pay subsidy. So let subsidy go so that we can pay salary and have enough left to manage ourselves. That's gone. The foreign exchange that has been the estate of the rent seekers. It's okay, let's float it. Was it a mistake? Well, the jury is still out there as far as I'm concerned, because they are still trying or fine-tuning it. So far, it's not yielding results, but at the end of the day, give it another 6 months. Let's see how that pans out.
Baba, let me just say something. No, the rent seekers are now making more money now.
Yeah, of course. That's why on the forex side, the rent seekers are making money. But on the subsidy side, party is coming to a close. I give maximum 3 months. It's all over. With Dangote, I'm very, very sure. So we have the scholarship thing, whether it's working or not, like everything, they are still trying to fine-tune it, but it's in place. The credit scheme, I don't know the extent they've gone with it so far, but they said they are starting with the civil service. All it remains now for us to have police and the local government reform. Once that good 18, the Supreme Court has pronounced on that, and maybe in another 1 month, they work out the modalities and local government will stand alone. Then that will narrow the space of our inquiries, because then we will be able to at least hold our local government operators to ransom in our own area, because it will be within an hour radius to drive and go to your chairman's house, your councillor's house, your ward councillor's house, and things like that. Because local government administration also is like we will have councillor in charge of health, councillor in charge of market, councillor in charge of this. So you will know where. That is very easy. And I'm sure that will transform us, because there will be radio stations for local government. There will be newspaper for local government. People can thrive in the local government administration. So once we have all those in place, I think at least 40% of our problems will be solved.
But you're not addressing it. I mean, this is just some other things that are not related.
No, I'm telling you what is on track.
No, what I'm talking about, I'm being specific about the economy. What is that light at the end of the tunnel that we're seeing with this economic?
All these are what would drive the economy. That's what I just enumerated to you. Apart from agriculture, I think it goes to the state, because at least the West, particularly the West, that has cooled off on agriculture. I mean, and depending on only one side of the country to be providing food, I think that smacks of laziness. Laziness, because every part of the country is endowed one way or the other. We have rubber and the palm picky oil and several other crop resources from the eastern side. In the west, we have cocoa, we have cassava, we have corn, that is maize, and everything.
You're living way back in the 60s and 70s. That's what you're
rational mind. Let me just tell you something.
Okay, go on.
The only shortest as a solution that we have that can help Nigeria to grow Nigeria's GDP and everything is Dangote. Today, Dangote is in terms of what Nigeria earns, right? Dangote today is the biggest taxpayer in Nigeria, right? Now, in some months to come, Dangote will probably be the biggest exporter in Nigeria. And if Dangote can actually be sincere, right, repatriating some of those money outside into Nigeria, then Nigeria, there will be a lot of advantage in that. Because Dangote, now we can actually get to that point where Dangote is refining and we are seeing different varieties of things that, that are not really available even in Africa. I was watching Dangote's interview and he was talking about, I think, what's this thing called that is being used for detergent.
Yeah,
Yeah, I forgot the name. That is being
it's part of the last of the crude oil production line.
That is being used for detergent. And he said nobody
And
in
the plastic propylene.
Yeah, and he said there's no place in Africa that you can get that. Now look at, and now he's not having that. And there are a lot of varieties that he's also going to have. So the thing is, for Nigeria, short-term solution. And that's why for me, I'm more like, yeah, God just probably want to give us a second chance. It now depends on how we really want to take advantage of it. Right? Because every other sector, if you ask me about every other sector, I don't even know if anything is even happening. I need to be very
Do
kind.
you know it's already exporting fertilizer to Brazil and even to the US?
Yes, I know. And,
they have to monitor him well.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? Nigeria needs to take advantage of it. At the same time, I don't know. Dangote is a businessman. It now comes with sincerity, because most of the countries, take for instance, South Africa. Why is South Africa great? Because, there are companies in South Africa, and even the companies outside South Africa are ready to repatriate their money outside South Africa into South Africa. Because if Dangote works, what that means is a lot of things will be happening within the system, right? If Dangote is ready to bring the money into Nigeria, take for instance, the banking sector in Nigeria will have enough money to operate, right? And there are a whole lot of sector. Imagine there are a lot of sector that are really going to be coming up, right? So for me, I think if you ask me about other sector, probably this and that, I can tell you all other sector are just, money consuming sectors. Because as
Larry, Marvin, you just don't be annoyed that I'm taking us back to this.
No problem, sir.
So my point is this: is that because I'm trying to understand what would be the end goal of well, that's what they say. They can say it in paper that by floating the naira and removing subsidy, I can't just see the light at the end of the tunnel with that policy, with that economic policy. And this is what I'm saying that because
you won't see the light, because even me myself, I've always said it on this platform, because there are instances I feel probably I'm seeing the light, I don't see the light. But if you ask me what will make me happy tomorrow, is Tinubu just coming out tomorrow and reshuffling his cabinet. If he comes out tomorrow and reshuffle that cabinet, right, then that would be probably a very good day for me. Not this, the president is coming to talk about, you have to, there has to be pain, there has to be this, this. No, it should just come out tomorrow. Nigeria at 64.
So what is that going to bring to correct or make the life of Nigerian better? The shuffling of
what I want him to do, Aja, Larry, RM, I want him to sit down to a press interview. At least 3 pressmen, notable. Let him sit down for 1 hour, 1.5 hours. Question and answer session. He's capable. He is capable.
Obasanjo, I think the last person that did that genuinely was Obasanjo.
Buhari did one, I think, in the beginning. It was a mess, though, but at least he did one.
You remember those days that Obasanjo used to do that in Baba?
Yeah, I know. I want him to sit down. It's high time he talked to the nation.
Baba Ajale Koko.
In an interview, question and answer, kind of.
There has to be a redirection of Tinubu's government. When I say change your cabinet, reshuffle your cabinet, because if we still continue like this, I need to be very candid with you, just like rational mindset. There's no light. So that for me, there has to be a repurpose, kind of like they need to do a 360. Because the way we are going, let's not deceive ourselves. It's
Lario, you said a thing a while ago. You said it's like we're doomed to always borrow. So why do we have to borrow? It's because we're not making enough within our space to be able to fund some of our projects. Let's even say, okay, out of our budget, let's say we can fund it locally with our revenue, at least say like 50% of it. And maybe we'll borrow another 50%. That's understandable. But it seems like we're borrowing over 80% of the money we need, if not 90% of money we need. This last budget, I think it was almost, if not almost, over 60 or 70% was borrowed. Or it's going to be borrowed. So how do you run a budget like that? Every time you have to borrow, more than half of the budget is borrowed, and you're indebted. And another like this interest on that borrowing is a very it's no interest, or maybe just no. You are paying heavily through your notes, and then you are embarking on this kind of economic policy that only stifle growth. Because in the long run, I don't see, because the position that Nigeria finds itself right now, it's not going to be, not even Tinubu's 8 years is going to be enough for us to be able to pull ourselves out of it. Because number one, we're talking about the main energy source, which is petrol, because we don't have light, we don't have energy. When I mean light, electricity, we don't have enough to drive production, whereby our industries would not have to spend a lot on energy. But a lot of them depend on diesel and all those kind of fossil fuel to be able to power their equipment. That in itself, the cost will be passed on. And then we have to deal with this whole thing with the insecurity and all of that. So my point is this, is that when you look at all these things that are stacked against that country, with this policy, that where you float the naira, thereby that will make cost of goods to be higher. Because when you're paying $1,600 naira for just $1, so, and that will translate into people who are, because since we don't manufacture most of our stuff, we bring them from abroad. And already you have people, a populace that is paid, that are underpaid. 70,000 naira for what? In a $1 to 1,600 naira economy. How do you expect people to? How do you expect people to be able to spend? What are they going to spend? Against what? So you see, that's why I'm saying that we're not saying subsidies should not go, but the timing of what this guy did was wrong. Maybe he could have just float the naira and keep subsidy, or remove the subsidy and then peg the naira. And then maybe subsequently you can do that after you see everything is stabilizing and you are getting a grip of the economy. But the point is this, is that this economic policy this guy is embarking on is always going to impoverish Nigerians. And the more Nigerians are more impoverished, the more the stifling of the growth, and the more your Miaga kind of revenue will come in for you to execute your project, and you continue borrowing. And the more you borrow against your currency, the more you devalue that money. So I don't see any light out of it, because the economy, the energy sector, which is our petrol, they are playing politics with it. Because if you ask these marketers, they tell you, I'm buying dollar for 1,600 naira for $1, maybe 1,700 naira for $1, and you're trying to sell it like 200 naira to sell a petrol for 200 naira. Well, how would I do that? I mean, I'm here to come and make profit. And this guy that said he beat the refinery for 20 billion naira and $20 billion, do you think he's going to sell his petrol 800 naira or 900 naira? No, he's going to sell it over maybe like 1,000 naira and above, because even the supply of the crude that he said he gets, it's from not from Nigeria, it's from outside Nigeria, and he has to pay them he has to pay those suppliers in dollars. So you see, when you look at all these things, it's like a spiral, a never-ending spiral that will always continue. No, because mind you, some kind of economic woes.
I don't even see a light out of the tunnel. Let's forget this. It's very easy for people to say, oh, when you move subsidy, the true naira will find its true. You see those kind of economic jargons that all this agbado economics.
Those ones don't even. They don't even.
The fact is, with the removal of the subsidy, the states are having much money.
Baba,
and we are not focused.
You keep
No,
saying
let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. What the states are doing is what we have to ask them about. Nobody is asking them questions. That is one. At the present time, we are paying forward. We are giving out crude oil on forward contract on monies Buhari borrowed. At one point or the other, it will finish, it will end. And when that is terminated, we can breathe easy. Maybe in another 1 year, but unfortunately, we don't have an opaque, we have an opaque NNPCL. But with the strangulation of the financial strangulation of the present government, there is no way they will not sort out NNPC, because they will not allow NNPCL to bring them down.
Baba,
so that is one point.
Baba,
But if this,
Baba, you see this one that you said will finish. Will finish the money, the forward and everything. Do you know the term of some of those forwards?
That's why I say they are opaque. So we have to know exactly what is going on.
If we have to be candid with ourselves, for Nigeria to be better, right? It's not a Tinubu that will fix Nigeria. It's not Atiku, it's not even Obi. Because Nigeria is in a deep problem.
Did you hold on? Did you hear what this guy that was Igbokwe? Did you hear what he said? He said the person that will fix Nigeria is not yet born. That's an APC guy, yo. That's an APC guy, yo.
They took it out of context. You understand?
No, it's not context.
Why?
Igbokwe have been complaining recently. If you follow Igbokwe has been complaining. He's been complaining of.
He is a trader. You understand? One thing, good thing.
Look,
one good thing we are not all seeing in this is that we are no more, the imports level has gone down, which is a good thing as far as I'm concerned. If we can, listen, let me finish now. Let me finish now. If we can produce locally what we cannot import, or the importation is not no more sustainable because of the exchange rate, then that is the time a nation actually evolves in terms of production. So the government should actually ease off heavy duty on raw materials. So if they ease off on raw materials, that would be a kind of incentive for local manufacturers to raise their game, to up their game somehow, because imports has gone down. Seriously.
Baba, everything you said is good though. There are things we call the nice to have things, right? But if you ask yourself, because for me, I need somebody that will fix Nigeria, will be ready to roll his sleeves. And number one, tell Nigerians the truth and tell them that you want to work with Nigerians to fix it.
That's why I say we need that press session. It would be nice if you can do it tomorrow.
So you understand? So for me, right, I'm not really against, floating the currency. But the problem is we floated the currency, but we are not able to take advantage of that float. Right? Because any country that is not producing, that decides that is more of a service country, that floats its currency, it's more like you are floating your currency without a base. And if you don't have a base, you want it to find its level, right? You're looking for equilibrium. How can you look for equilibrium when you don't have a base? And like Kulata, if Kulata is here, Kulata is pro all these Wale Edo and the likes of Dan Cardoso. And I've always made it known here, right? That these guys don't even understand the problem. Okay, look at what Wale Edo has been doing. Do you know he's been pushing money into, every time, push money. And every time he's been pushing money, that is not even happening. And those guys are just making money. He pushed money, he pushed dollars, right? He pushed dollars 1590, right? And after that, some of those guys, they bought dollar from him at 1590, and some of them are selling. I think this evening they were selling at 17. Cool cash, cool money.
Okay, look, for instance, if that were to be true, those containers one man showed that clip where you have loads and loads of naira, most of them even new notes. Those are the things that are actually causing us problems in
That
that
is
country.
all those. Are we supposed, Baba? Are we supposed to even be seeing that? That is EFCC is supposed to know what to do now.
This is
Every Baba say, let's not deceive ourselves. EFCC is not, even CBN is not even telling you the truth. Because I can tell you that every day CBN is still printing and money is still coming out. That money you saw there, where do you think all those money they spend in party every weekend comes from? All those people selling money in Was. If you go to Wasu's party today, you see them selling cash, bills.
that has been all along. You
No,
1,000, they give you 900 new
Baba,
ones.
no, it's even bad now. Do you know that now, those days, people don't spend bundles.
Sorry, Larry. I just came to respond to you.
Uh-huh.
Since when have I thrown Wale Edu under the bus?
No, me.
How many?
You are pro. I said you are pro. You are pro Wale Edo.
I said, since when have I thrown him under the bus that I said is useless?
No,
I've
that
thrown
one
him
is
under.
last month. It's last month.
I've thrown him under the bus for
Last month.
no, not last month though. Since when? I've been saying our weak point now is fiscal
Me
policy.
and you. Last
And
month.
it's Wale Edun that's supposed to be in charge of that. I've thrown him under the bus for getting close to 10 months now. That Edun has passed his expiry date.
Kulata, if my memory serves me correctly, you've just done that about 4 months, not 10.
For me,
no,
4 months
it's
ago.
more than that. Though. Before I even did the rating, I've been saying the guy is not performing, and his area is look. This is a guy that said they're going to do import policy, and then what has he done again? He said, okay, they're suspending it. The man doesn't know what he's doing. Tinubu can't fire him because they are friends.
English, only English.
English. Because English is look common sense. The guy is
Who
useless.
are you talking about, Kulata?
Wale Edun.
Is full rational mind in fuel.
No, it's true. No, look, let me put it this way, because I've been very, very busy, so I've not really been able to participate. I'm super, super busy. But at this point, Tinubu has failed. 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 The only way he can resurrect his dead government is if he brings people with brain, people that can think outside the box. The people he has right now, they have zero incentive to think. Zero.
None of them
And
zero.
They have zero incentive to think. They're so useless. This is the most, since he selected this cabinet, I've said, I think people were saying I was too early. I said this is the most useless cabinet. And it's lived up to what I said then. I even thought Edun would have been one of the bright stars.
They are not serving.
They're useless. When you say people are useless, even if you feed them good ideas, they will sit on it. Like importation that will be yelling since. They said they'll do it now. They said they won't do it again. Are they crazy? Like, look, which miracle do you expect? Even Dangote that's supposed to rescue or help with the economy, what are they doing?
What they're doing is not encouraging to him.
They're battling. And the area where they're supposed to look for money, focus, man, focus. You have marginal fields. Rather than jumping all over the place, you should focus and let the abandoned marginal fields that rigs have been, I mean, it's been drilled. You just need to get people there to start pumping again. And the people that are interested are local people. And you're stifling the likes of, I mean, we're still hearing story about Seplat. They're still doing this, they are not serious. I mean, the Mobile, I heard Mobile is supposed to invest 10 billion. Is it real? Is it fake? We
Baba,
don't know.
forget that thing. Now propaganda.
So look, Kosi Tinubu, if he doesn't do something about this is godforsaken cabinet,
That guy
he,
should cover that
he
cabinet.
should be nominated as the worst president of Nigeria. And I repeat myself, the very worst. Because it's not about doing, I mean, okay, I want to do policy. Yeah, it's good. The policy, are they good? Yes, they're good policies. Are they well thought out? Obviously not. They're not well thought out. It seems at this point in time, doing Monday morning bank, I mean, Monday morning quarterbacking, you can see that a lot of these decisions were impulsive. We were at work when we want to do something. You know how much thought process we put into it before we even do anything. These people are not doing anything like that, and you're like, so are things supposed to fix themselves magically? They're now scrambling. At this point in time, they're not even scrambling again because they don't care to scramble. So gbagbe gbogbo what they're doing, me, I don't abandon ship since. The only person I still give props is Cardoso. Cardoso is trying his best, and sometimes he tells them the truth, but nobody listens to him.
They are not matching up with their fiscal.
They're not matching up with the guy. I just pity the guy.
You know the thing, matter.
Are you aware that? Are you aware that they did another Ways and Means recently? I think the central bank gave them money.
They've put the kibosh on Ways and Means, but I know it's Tinubu. Under Tinubu, they've done 7.
No, I think they are 10 trillion now.
7 trillion. I know it did 7 trillion or something.
Now. I think Cardoso.
But they've kind of like put the kibosh on that.
They did on Kolata. They did on that G.
I know they did, but now they've said they won't do it again.
What
is really, really vexing me is I want people you know, when someone wants to do something, when someone wants to deliver, you will see thought process, you will see the zeal, you will see. Just look at all of them.
Everybody they cash out. Kolata, why are you
look at all of them? All useless.
Let me give you one thing. The latest UN meeting that this guy came for in US, all of them are grumbling because they were expecting that it was going to be the way it was last year. You remember that last year? Oh, now.
Like Jamboree now, all of them were.
The whole.
They spent $500,000 or something in 2 or 3 days.
This guy booked the whole hotel. They booked the whole hotels. They were everywhere in New York, and I was in New York like kilo chele.
Okay, showing could be me because look, okay, they splurge fine.
No, you know what I'm saying. This new one, do you see how those guys they para? Say which kind of thing with this way Baba no go, because you know how the thing is now. It's packaging. You know, most of those guys, you know, they package them, they slot their names in and everything. So this one, this guy came. You know, it was very silent. They just came and left.
It's really crazy, actually. But I don't know why they suspend that import zero duty import for raw material, particularly for
they need
pharmaceutical.
money. They need money.
They shouldn't have.
I mean, how many people are buying their bond and their crap that they're selling?
They're buying, the bonds are oversubscribed. That's not the problem.
It's oversubscribed, and then so
that's not the problem. The problem is we can't have this as a going forward strategy for how long.
That's what they do. Here's
the thing is, look, we need to do some of the things that are being done are necessary, but there are things that are not being done, like cutting cost, government spending alone. The part that won't really affect people, they're not doing anything relating to that. Like there's useless government spending. There are areas of law enforcement that they need to put. Okay, how about e-Naira? implementing e-naira for all this allocation, so you can track people that are, people that are using allocation to chop money. And I'm going to say this, even though it's going to sound like a lot of people that have cornered Naira Cash, what Emefiele was attempting to do, even though the timing was off, I'm going to say it could have helped to an extent. But the way he did it, the timing he did it, made it
There is
suspect.
the timing actually of that policy.
The
It could have
timing
been a
was
success
it
actually.
would have been a success, because then you could have locked out all this. But when you are now tying into election and everything, it just kind of makes everything useless. But look, this Tinubu of a guy at this point in time is a fucking guy, because I don't think he's a serious person, and is the only thing he wants to do at this point in time is just to get second term and perpetuate
Of course,
himself
now
in power.
that's
There's zero zeal
zero.
to kind of like do things, to get correct people to come and do things. It's look, I mean, you can see it now.
Are you sure, Kolata, are you sure that the people around him were allowing him to even get the correct people?
But look, this
Knowing
is
what
a
is at stake
guy.
for them.
This is a guy that's been outside. It's been seen. President has been seeing this. You would think is someone that shouldn't fall victim. You should have people that are still going to tell you the truth now. Isn't he a Yoruba guy? You should have someone that can still tell him, "Well, boy, or fuck up, or this area." Like everything is not just politics. Like, oh, I need to settle this one. I need to settle how many things at the settlement by Nigeria. So
They will still
okay,
cover
you do all these tough policies, right?
it
You
took
now put people that can't even manage them.
the president took the bold step.
The cabinet actually is on low.
He has
For Nigerian standard, no, this is not
F
the best.
standard. Look, I'm looking. If you compare this cabinet to Obasanjo's cabinet, come on, man. Even Jonathan's cabinet. They're no stars. They're no thinkers. They're no tech. I mean, the so-called technocrats. There are no people that like have.
Which
you see, I don't even have issues with. Okay, some people want to chop benefits of a position and all, but bring in ideas, bring innovation. Have we seen any innovation? It's like Buhari government on steroids trying to now do some policies to reverse stuff. How about you just continue on that useless path we were going, and then we go bankrupt? At least people will survive a little bit before we go bankrupt. You said, okay, I want to do big, bold moves, and you do it, and you now not back it up with resources. How do you expect it to work?
No,
it's crazy. And
That's
then
what I was saying, that it doesn't seem like there's a light at the end of the tunnel here.
rational mind. Look. I mean, you're not lying. If something is not done in terms of changing these personalities, now long thing, no. Now long thing.
But it's not much about just changing personalities. It's about
No. Rational mind.
The policies that these people are going to bring. The new people that are going to bring.
Rational mind.
You don't even understand.
Rational mind. Why they change? Why they need to change? They need to do a 360.
No, 180. They do the 360. 180.
If not just they should just do anything they want to do.
If you do 360, you're back to square one.
Exactly. 90 degree. I don't even care.
Because why is there going to 360?
180, yeah, 180 is better. At least let them do 180 and let them reposition. So, but the thing is this, because the way it is, do you know at the point I sat down and I tried to like, okay, fine, what of if this person, I can tell you, I can't even pinpoint anybody except probably Wike.
Larry, tó jẹ́ pé Wike la lè máa sọ pé performer.
I'm telling you.
I mean, it shows the quality.
From February to May 29.
So
and he wasted all that time. So this was what he could come up with.
Okay, this guy, even the ones that were shouting on Twitter, see our guy communication that was shouting on Twitter everywhere that
where's that young man?
Boss, forget Bosun, forget that guy. The only person that has improved since last time I assessed them is Bayo. Bayo has actually improved. The power.
Do
No,
you know what is going on with this Bane brand crap that they say they are doing?
yeah. I was in Nigeria last month. It's
People are
improved.
not. You are in Nigeria last year does not mean you are in Nigeria now.
No, I was
People
in
are not
Nigeria last month, not last year.
last month. Okay. I don't know about that. Well, so my point is, people are complaining that it's not even working.
Look, forget about people complaining. Power is not cheap.
But it's just that it's not cheap. It has
Power is not cheap.
How much do you pay for power here in America? I don't know how much of energy you
My
consume.
my power bills is like I set it to constant one. I pay $250. I pay $250. I pay $250.
I run my refrigerator. I run my other stuff.
I pay $250 every month. Rational mind. That
because here where I live, we have an abundance of.
I pay $220.
No, for this month,
I don't pay more than $50 a month here.
How?
How?
Yeah.
But boy,
no.
How?
Sorry.
I don't pay more than $50 a month.
Look. Electricity is not cheap. It's expensive, and people get it. The only thing is people are complaining about affordability, but availability is getting fixed. At this point in time, there is estimated to be like 40% that are getting like 20 hours per day, and it's expensive. That's fine. But it's at least it's
in my
working.
own case, in my own case, kids that are all gone. Everybody, I just live myself now, so maybe that's the reason why no video game, no that. So my point is that I don't spend more than. In fact, one of my last week I saw recently was about $30-something that came in. Yeah, and I have my own. They keep running, but then still. So, but I don't know where you guys are. Where you guys are living. That
I had to call the power company this weekend. We were doing analysis. I had to tell them I want to audit my power. Okay, look at everything. What exactly is really taking? Because last month I was paying I think 220. This new bill I think is around 270 something.
At times it's a freezer.
So what do you say about this their tax regime? Do you think this taxing of Nigerians? Like they say they are bringing back this their NSA tax. No longer 0.5% anymore.
We need tax revenue, right?
Is it at this level of this taxing that they are doing?
It's if you spread it around and make it cheaper, that's okay to an extent. That's okay. I don't mind all this because those are things that can sustain us into the future. It's the fact that we're not even doing that enough, that we're in the hole that we're in. But the problem is you put this tax policy there. Who are the people that are going to manage it? Is it these useless fucking people? Sorry, one man is not here. Is it these useless people that they're going to put? My own is the personnel. You do a policy and you fuck it up with useless people.
Okay, see, Kulata, let me give you an example. See, Zach that is supposed to deal with FIRS. Every time Zach is with the president, he's the advisor on this. He's the guy on.
You start wondering what is going on.
Zach is the guy on dollar to naira to dollar. Zach is for me. Sometimes I just sit down and analyze these people. Let's not deceive ourselves. And that's why I don't even like Wale. I don't like Wale. The time
Edu used to be a rock star back then. Wait, let me say this talk. Let me talk my talk first. Give me 7 seconds. Back then, and it still continued doing whatever it was doing in the financial whatever. What's the name of that trading house? So the expectation was Edu will be a performer. That was the reputation he was bringing. But the guy got here and he's acting like expired milk. Like he has no clue. And okay, fine. If the job is beyond your capacity, can we get an economic advisor as a different title, a different person that can help coordinate one or two things while Edun performs finance ministry? At least acknowledge your incapacity and let's know. But coordination of economy. Since I've been saying this, I've been abusing this about coordination since. Coordination economy, nothing, nada. You finally get good policies. Okay, go and do it. You say, not now. We're not doing it yet.
English.
Did you think about the policy first before you said you were going to announce it and then you now walk it back? Are you insane?
And it's not the first time.
It's not the first time now.
English.
So
You know why I
Jesus.
know Kulata. You remember that he speaks a lot of English with zero anything. You know, Edun, right? You remember it was supposed to be Edun versus Kemi Adeosun then. You know, you remember Kemi Adeosun, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So at that point, it was supposed to, the slot was between Edun and Kemi Adeosun. And at a point, some people were like, okay, Kemi betrayed Edun, that Edun was supposed to get that Ministry of Finance then. And that then, right? And when they brought Edun, for me, I'm like, okay, fine, Edun, he can be doing well. Just like say, okay, now you want to go and bring Rewani. Rewani has been on the media proper. You think Rewani is good? You bring Rewani. I tell you, if you tell me to bet on Rewani, I can tell you Rewani is flat. Some of all these guys are good at, they can they can bring them to media. Oh wow, they can talk about everything you think. And the problem is this: Tinubu thought, oh, these guys are the best. And even all the policies that Tinubu actually came up with were policies that they advised him to do. Do you know that before inauguration, these guys, they've worked on this, what's their document, Kulata? That document.
Manifesto or whatever.
Their manifesto. And if you look at that document, they worked on everything. It was full of assumption, this and that. Do you know that even at that point, they were telling Tinubu about true value of the Naira? If you ask Cardoso, now probably I can still ask Cardoso, what's the true value of Naira?
No. So you see, there's nothing wrong about saying true value of that. Those are economic guesses, right? It's normal.
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I haven't advised Tinubu with those things, right? And you told the man that, we'll be able to bring things down and this and that, and things are not working. What about going back to the man and tell the man the truth?
Do you think Tinubu is stupid?
Me, I don't know.
Okay, it's not stupid.
Yeah,
is it dumb?
You know why I said I don't know, right? Because you've seen a lot of policy flip-flop, which a normal Tinubu, that we know will not really be involved in all this policy flip-flop. Sometimes you just look at things. Sometimes you look at things when they say, they want to do this. I just look at that. It's more of normal, their media, this thing. At least they've piped things down now. See this last one. If it were to be when Ngalali was there, they would have said, we've signed this with this, we've signed this with that. At the end of the day, they'll come back and say, it's a lie, you didn't sign anything.
My own is, okay, look, if you're working in a team, you're leading a team, right? You guys sit down, you do strategy, you come up with a plan, you vet the plan, and then you go out and you announce that, okay, this is what we're going to do. And this is the reason why we're going to do it. And then all of a sudden, you keep quiet. You keep quiet, and then you don't do it. And then they ask you, and then you now come back and say, okay, we're not doing it. What the fuck? Like, seriously, because you think you work in corporate America, you work, everybody here works. Like, you know how you do things. And you see all this stuff happening, and it's not once, it's not twice, it's not 3 times. Come on, man. Why did you freaking hire invalids to be in your government? And then the invalids will tell you, we'll do this, and then you buy it. Whether they tell you do this, whether it's the Tinubu telling them to go and reverse it, who even knows at this point in time? Who knows? Importation, they've known about it since. Before they said it's because of the farmers they were not doing it. Then they said, okay, we're going to do it. And now Edun is coming back and saying, the farmers promise. What the hell are you telling the farmers promise?
How can you believe them?
How can you believe that? I mean, is it you believe that crap or is just even lying? Who knows?
Policy flip-flop.
Is it because of politics? Is it okay? Are you trying to placate maybe the North or placate like
they are not.
I mean, it's not even believable that you're trying to placate anything, because in your appointment You appoint Southwest, you're not placating anybody, but your core team. So it's not about placation, it's about nobody gives nobody gives a F at this point in time.
Yeah,
That's just the truth.
that's
Nobody gives
nobody cares.
anything.
They don't
Nobody
even.
cares.
They don't care. They don't care.
Nobody
So
cares.
for me, if
You
you
messed up. You messed up good policies by bad implementation.
yes,
Just messed it up.
you just make it more of policy. Policy on paper.
Policies for policy's sake.
I think they just lack initiative because me as a person, once they pronounce it, as far as I have it on memo, I'm going to implement it within the next 24 hours. I will not wait even for a second nod from the
I'm going to say it
presidency or
again.
chief of staff.
Tinubu's administration is dead. Is dead. The only thing that can revive it is if he refreshes his team and people show some signs of brilliance. At this point in time, there's no initiative, there's no leadership, there's no direction. It's all manner of fuckery. Sorry for using a lot of swear words, but it is just what it is. Like this is my normal plain speaking true self. It's a disaster at this point in
We
time.
got you. No problem. Go on. Go on.
It's a disaster at this point in time until we see a change, some boldness, some direction, some guidance, some solid followership. Not all this rubbish that nobody is even telling the truth. All of them following all over the place. At this point
I
in
think it's
time,
4 hours more. I'm looking forward to his speech.
can
And
the man? What is
he
he going to
will
talk
kill
about?
my moral
Nothing.
if he didn't say anything.
What is he going to talk about? That people are suffering. Don't worry about it.
People are saying we
No,
have
no, no,
lost
no. He
energy.
should give me something solid this time.
No, Baba.
A kind of.
Baba, I can tell you, wait
Mhm.
a minute. We've done CNG, we've done this. Baba,
Some you say don't say G, you say 2,000. You call 2,000 buses. What the hell? What the matter of rubbish in a country of 200
I mean,
million?
64 buses to NLC.
Clinical buses.
Where do
What
they
are we
start?
talking
Is that
about?
for latrine or for what?
we've released rice. We've released
You,
rice.
you give the people now very go kill them with the amount of rice that they're giving them. Then go chop rice.
No, you will hear again tomorrow. We've released rice. We are going to, cultivate this.
No, but I mean, because I've been so busy lately, I just once in a while when I can catch a break, I just think like, what is going on? Like, you see, policies you believe in that could be done right or could be managed well, and then you see they just going haywire. No lack of initiative, lack of balls to actually address some of these issues.
I'm
Like,
telling
can someone think like in Naira, you could leverage in Naira and track people that are leveraging what's it called? I mean, leveraging FAC to buy. You could, you can.
Hold on. You see that in thing. This was Emefele's idea. I'm never say like, well, that's okay. It was implemented under Emefele.
It wasn't his original idea, but he started. He did a chunk of the
He did it, okay.
implementation.
Let's just see whose idea was it was. But my point is this: we're talking about being able to tax people who are not really paying tax. That especially those people who are in the informal sector, all this mama alata, encourage them to always accept this crypto e-naira as form of payment. I mean, the problem immediately they had them was that they said you did not buy enough bandwidth. You did not buy enough bandwidth, so that thing.
Rational mind. Those women need their money every day to feed.
You can enforce. You see, well, let me not say enforce it. You can
I mean, maybe you don't have to push it on Mama Lata and all this stuff, but in the government, the government needs to. The government. You need to start first with the government. Clean up the freaking government.
Exactly. That's how you can.
Or pay half salary in e-money and half in cash. How about that?
But let's not say this. I mean, a lot of people before they started using the Android phone, they were used to this. It was gradually people started getting used to it.
Do you know that we keep saying some things are not possible in Nigeria? Do you know that during that cash, this Emefiele cash
policy
design or cash policy? Do you know that the whole landscape of financial architecture in Nigeria changed?
Okay, let me ask one thing. What innovation has this government brought in? The only thing innovative that I've seen is this band A stuff. Though people people that need to pay, they hate it, but at least it works. What other innovation have you seen under Obasanjo's government? You can
Rice,
count some
rice.
innovations.
We are always opening the store. We'll give rice.
Even under Jonathan, there was innovation. Eléyìí,
Baba will
rice.
still
Ẹ
give
máa
rice.
fún wọn ní rice ni.
They have
Or or any small thing you give governor money. Like
rice.
it's the laziest, the laziest,
You
the
share
most
rice.
useless governance.
Kolata, do you know the thing? You shared rice to governors. You shared rice to ministers. Okay, before minister, you shared rice to senators. You shared rice to House of Rep members. The last one, you shared rice to ministers.
This Tinubu government now.
They gave each of the minister over 1,000, or I think 1,002 bags of rice.
Very laughable, honestly.
So it is more of you talk, hey, let's keep sharing rice, let's keep sharing rice, let's keep sharing rice.
This is the most ridiculous government. See, rice. Okay.
Make them put small beans. Like to be rice and beans.
Kò sí anybody tó ń ronú. Nobody even wants to think. Is it lack of capacity to think, or he didn't hire people that can think?
Wait. Where are those rice coming from? Tons of rice. And because
who cares?
it's a mystery to me. Are they not recycling the same rice over and over again?
Who even cares at this point in time? Rice is not going to solve the problem.
Rice.
I mean, even the rice gone, 50% of it may be audio rice. So I say,
rice.
Baba, can you tell me innovation that you really government?
No innovation.
Some innovative ideas.
Baba, don't disturb Baba. No
What's your credit now? Credit bureau. So
rational mind.
Credit bureau.
Interest rate.
Credit bureau have been done since Jonathan's time.
Everybody say, credit score.
Look, credit rational mind, credit bureau. Our boys to credit bureau since. I even wanted to bring that idea to Nigeria since 2004. Nigeria. Our boys let to see after when I thought about it. It's not new. But the thing is, okay, student loan. Okay, fine, but that's not kind of like innovation. Student loan and what's it called? Band-Aid. Anybody don't run.
The student loan they've been disbursing, and now.
But you know what? I still put all the problem on the shoulders of the chief of staff. Because
but the president hired the chief of staff
times. Baba, don't blame chief of staff. Chief of staff is not even in the loop.
No, there's a lacuna somewhere.
No, Larry, don't say.
How can they pronounce
Larry, don't say it's not in the loop. Don't say it's not in the loop.
Chief of staff pronounce a policy. They don't follow up. It's like they're waiting for the president to come and give them the green light, and he comes back and tell them, "Move, I don't want that kind of thing." Are you fools? Then they will flip flop.
That guy from Lagos.
We know everybody's role. Larry, chief of staff only influence, and I can't tell you why I'm saying it, but only influence.
As in, I know you are close to the presidency.
Look,
I'm not close to the president.
He's listening to the woman and also the boy, the son. He's listening. They are controlling him.
What may I know, Kolata? Gbajabiamila is far. He's far in that presidency now.
No,
He's
Larry.
Incompetent.
Larry is not. No, Larry, forget all that. Forget that gist, Larry. Forget that gist. It's not far.
Maybe say that gist because
it's not far, Larry. I go yarn you. It's not far, and I know why I'm saying it's not far. He still has a lot of influence in who gets appointed and who gets to see the president. Let's leave story.
That's exactly where the whole thing. And it's
There's
not like
just
that.
I mean, there are other people. Yes, there are other people like Mori Okonla and other boys. They exist, even his son. But don't now say he doesn't have any. No, he has influence, significant influence.
You know
But
what
the
I mean?
main thing,
Like compare his influence with that guy's influence. That guy, that guy that died.
it's not like that guy. They're not alike.
So that's what I
No,
want.
you can't compare that because they're
Uh-huh.
two different personalities. Tinubu is not a Buhari, so you can't expect that.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not. Nobody has an outsized influence on Tinubu.
That's what I'm
Let me put it that way. Even nobody has an outsized. The man is
Because
still.
Baba was trying to blame chief of staff that is chief of staff is chief of staff. Because
No. Chief of staff has, because a lot of the people that get to see him have to go through the chief of staff. Is one of the gatekeepers.
It's what he wants the president to see that the president will
Is
see.
one of the gatekeepers. So that's
the
where
last
his
man.
own influence comes from. No. Baba is always one of the last men.
One of the last men. That's what I want.
No, I heard is blocking the secretary to the government. They are having problems. And Wiki alluded to that when he was making his vexatious speech about 2 weeks ago. That all that nonsense, this is how Wiki put it, all that nonsense that is going on in Aso Rock, they think I don't know. That's what he said. Wiki said it.
All of them are the same thing. You know the problem. Kolata, let me give you an instance. The one that is close to them, look at what is happening within the press. Within
the press corps.
The press corps. Look at what is happening in that space.
Shay, what's his name again? That Baba. Nuga, sorry.
If you know what is happening in that place, everybody is trying to shine. So that shows you that
it's not even, you see, all these intrigues.
So are you saying
is normal.
What he Ngalala, what jáde?
What it jáde?
Even within them now.
All the people lay jáde kúrò.
He left on his own voluntarily.
Or frustrated. But the thing is, Ajuri too was incompetent. Ajuri dropped the ball many times, and he dropped the ball many times. All these investment announcements that is half baked. It's not even cooked concept. What you for rice? What you need jollof rice? That this investment, something that all those stuff, and then you walk it back. That was embarrassing, and that was all Ajuri in Galile. So he too has his fault. But then he and Bayo Ononuga butting heads. That wasn't good. And of course, Ononuga is kind of like Awu. You can't be one fine boy, mixed race. You now want to come and drive Awu now. So, but the bottom line is, I'm going to say it again. This administration is officially dead. The only thing that can revive it is a change of resources and change of direction. They need to rethink some things, or they need to put competent people in the driver's seat. Can you walk? You are driving into the ditch and you are not getting people that can drive you out of the ditch. Now it's crazy. Strategy, all this junketing and all that stuff. Most of what needed to be done in that country is in that country. How many local people is he empowering? Like I said, we have marginal fields, Boku over there. Those marginal fields, perhaps we could get 100 to 200,000 barrels per day from them. Those are investments that needs to be done. It's not brand new investment per se. The rigs are freaking there. It's just been abandoned. Why don't we start something there? Since junketing, we could have tried our best to attract, serious gas investment. Now they're remembering Olokola exists. Now they're remembering all that stuff. Like, even how many billionaires is he going to make to empower to do these investments? Is it from abroad we're going to get them? Isn't it local ones that we're going to
get? If local, they are ready to go. Able, willing, and ready.
I don't give up. If this guy no change direction, forget it.
I can't wait another 3 hours again. I'm counting the time. At least by 7 o'clock, he will make that broadcast.
But let us not deceive ourselves. By 2027, I wish Nigerians can, just forget about these three guys and probably someone else that is young, that is ready to do the work, that is ready to face the problem, because that doesn't hold any of this godfather. I don't know when Nigeria will get to that point, because the president is there. These people will threaten, and probably it's more politics than governance. Because basically, what is happening is more politics than governance.
I've said that a long, long time ago. Since they appointed this thing, that was the thing that came to my mind. That this is a government of politics.
Politics,
Governance, maybe 10%.
politics. Nothing. I'm not even seeing anything. That's why for me, the only hanging fruit is Dangote. That's why I'm always more like, okay.
Look, do you know that
Thank you, my
Dangote is going
president, and
to
they allow Mele Kyari to dribble you
wait?
and dribble the whole nation.
Isn't Dangote going to open whatever in Dubai now?
Yes, now.
What is he announced? So what do you think is going to happen?
No, that's where the money is going to now. That's what I'm saying. If Dangote is sincere, but me, I know the sincerity is not there.
Dangote don't learn lesson.
Yeah, now Baba is quickly taking things to Dubai, opening shop in Dubai. And that's where all the deals. That's where all the foreign deals will be made. So all the foreign deals will be made in Dubai, and the banks in Dubai, the money will.
But the good thing is that there is a way they can check themselves, because you understand, with Dangote, I know Dangote is in the president's corner. And don't forget, there will be Shaguri also in another corner.
Baba,
so they will be checkmating themselves.
Baba, Dangote has learned lesson.
Dangote did that in.
Dangote has learned lesson. Dangote,
but not to the extent that he will not give to Caesar what is Caesar.
He will see, Baba. The toughest period was like 5 months ago. That was the toughest period for Dangote. At this point, nothing is tough again. So for him to have that toughest
please let Dewale in. Dewale wants to come in.
So that time that it was so tough, now you guys turned Dangote to content creator. Baba is
I don't have access because I don't know. I'm having problem with.
One man can hear us. You can allow him, let him in. One man, let him in. Check.
I think Ajandiko go to us power, right?
They turned Dangote to content creator. Dangote. So Dangote, I think Dangote has learned his lesson, and I'm sure probably Otedola, Otedola took him for flexing now. Like, about go flex, forget this thing, let's reshape this whole thing. And that's why it's more like, Dangote does never, he said, he doesn't believe in having things abroad. And when I saw that news that, he's opening an office in Dubai, I said, that's finished. That means this guy has made up his mind to repurpose and reshape his business. So, because God gave us that opportunity, take advantage of it, be sincere with this guy, bring him closer, look at how you are going to, but no, that's not it. You left this Mele Kyari and the other guy, Farouk, or what's that guy's name? They kept doing rubbish. And I'm very sure a lot of guys were like, at least the refinery is working now. At least he's now seeing the money. Because he's now seeing money, he's now seeing potential.
Urea, naphtha.
He's now seeing all those things that those guys have been enjoying. Those guys that were doing crude swap, were giving them crude. They won't even give us all other derivatives. They just give us petrol.
They give you petrol and then you owe them money on top.
And now Dangote is now seeing the whole thing. He's seeing the meat, he's seeing the bone, he's seeing the marrow, he's seeing everything.
They've allowed his eyes to open.
Yes, now it's not Dangote that, they were saying, oh, Dangote, will you go offshore? He said, no, petrol alone, over 600 things can come out of it. I want to sit down there.
We are losing a golden opportunity.
No, it's not. Dangote is still going to Dangote, right? Dangote
Any
is
sugar,
there.
any sugar. If people are just promoting their whole thing, you know that it's only able to refine 50,000 barrel of PMS. So what happened to the
No, 53 million. 53 million at
okay,
full
53,
capacity
okay, 53 million.
a
No,
day.
53 million. Is that what you said? Or
Yeah,
650,000?
a day. At
That's
full capacity.
No, the back, no. I mean, I didn't say
Quote
this.
me. Quote me at
650,000 bar
crude
barrels a day. Yeah.
Okay. So if it's 650,000 barrels, but now they said it's about 50,000 barrels they can do per day.
No.
So
No, more than that. More than that.
Dangote has capacity to. He has capacity to supply Nigeria. That's not the problem.
No.
And even if he doesn't supply Nigeria, he's going to export it.
50. It's not 50,000. 50 million.
50 million.
That is in terms of petrol.
Liters. PMS.
Liters of petrol. Right? The 650 barrel, that's in terms of crude.
I mean,
I'm
a little bit now. So, yeah.
Dangote is settled. Dangote is fine.
He has finished business.
But the main thing is, how do we get out of the quagmire at this point in time? That is what really concerns me the most. Because Dangote.
Why you see?
Exactly. Why do you say law and you say
Kulata, the first thing the president has to do after the tomorrow's holiday, sack everybody in NNPC.
For where?
The management.
You want them to hold his block course?
That's not going to happen, Baba.
If you can't do that, then we can move ahead because that's where the whole problem lies.
Baba,
because they are challenging the president.
Baba, see, let us not deceive ourselves. Nothing will happen in NNPC. When Tinubu started with this, who is the chairman of NNPC? Is it not this his friend?
That was his guy in Mobile now.
The guy in Mobile.
What's the name?
Akinkulure.
Akinkulure. Now, Ondo State man.
Yeah, put that one as chairman. The Yaba Kerry, nothing is going to happen for NNPC. The major thing is, me, I'm happy. I'm happy for Dangote, and I'm happy for every other businessman. Now, even the marketers now are now telling NNPC that monopoly no be possible. We don't even believe in all these, NNPC, you buy from Dangote, you even put your own premium. You put everything and you sell. You are even still making profits. Which profit? Are you supposed to even make profit from that thing? So you want to make profit. So they can also make that profit directly now. If they put themselves together as cooperative, they can buy in bulk from Dangote and start make that.
My fear is this: if Dangote import substitution, we've had the problem before under Buhari was lack of dollar supply. There was no dollar, and then we had backlog and all that stuff. Now we've been able to do some dollar supply with this CBN high rates that is attracting FPIs, right? To the extent that we can sustain that at least till inflation starts answering law, if it does. I'm not sure import substitution that Dangote is doing that should free up dollar will have an impact on the rogue demand we have for dollar. The demand for dollar is inelastic. So supply increasing, the normal demand from petrol going down is no guarantee that the dollar rate will come down with these wild people using Naira to mock up dollar. It's not responding. If you don't deal with that, there won't be stability.
Kolata, there's a lot of dirty money in the circulation and they are trying to clean it.
Is FCC alone that can help us in that case? Or some technological...
Did you see the video that one man shared?
When you say dirty money, what do you mean by dirty money? Are you saying as in physical Naira notes, or you're talking about
money without enterprise?
Yes, now money that is just stocked somewhere, it's not tied to anything. And the easiest thing to do is to bring those money out. Look at those factories now. There are a lot of money in Nigeria. Do you know how much money they push every weekend into parties in Lagos alone? Do you know how much money they pull into clubs? They push into clubs in Lagos every night.
Even how much dollars the private jets take out every day from this
Rapper,
country?
you were in Lagos. Do you go to those clubs? Sometimes I look at those clubs in Lagos, the way they are throwing those bills. They now, as in, I'm like new bills every night.
Oh, I mean, I was spending new bill all the times I've been to Nigeria this year. I had new bills now. I couldn't touch all that dirty money.
The breweries are still producing. By 12 o'clock, some people are drunk.
We were organizing new bills from banks. Like that was like normal.
Kulata, connect me more. Connect me more. Aso Rock now.
I don't
connection.
I don't have anything to do with any government.
Kan gbé ẹ lọ sí kó wá lọ tú kẹ̀kẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ nígboro. Ìwọ ò lè rí nǹkan kan. You can't see nothing. You want to be an implant?
Every party I was, they had the old notes. They had the new bill, the new bill of the old notes. I don't even know which one is those.
Rational mind. Kó lọ dagboru. New York Post.
I took pictures of. I mean, we were in a party, and I took pictures of some Northerners. They brought in those new notes. They were selling it in party, massive. But I didn't share the picture with one man because there are people. I mean, he had people that could be recognized in the picture. Like it's a business.
It's a business now.
One man shared the video. Did you see the video one man shared today?
I've not been watching the show like that now.
The whole factory and everything in that factory was just cash.
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. This new trend that started under Emefiele, where people will be selling naira, all this POS. What do you think, guys? Because I don't get it. You see, Nigeria is always, we all do our things differently. That's another avenue where people launder money. People launder, whitewash their money that way. Because a lot of shenanigans is going through that POS thing. Because now you cannot go to ATM, normal banking ATM anymore. Because
you won't get anything.
How do I say what's that thing? They've given out that outsource that thing to ordinary people. So that if you go to any ATM now in Nigeria now, any bank that has ATM, you won't get anything. So they want to drive you to go and use it. So and now you see even somebody was even saying somebody that's even a lawyer is even doing an ATM. He's doing that their POS. Nigeria that and a graduate is doing POS because he cannot find anything to do. And people are laundering money and people are whitewashing. Let me tell you what some of these Yahoo guys do. I fall prey sometime back for this to do something. And my bank called me and they asked me that what happened. Somebody used I don't know, maybe they stole somebody's debit card or they were able to hack somebody's account and they went to POS and they sent that money from there into my account. And then I had to get a lawyer, but I lost in court because I could not substantiate how that money got to my account. Because I said, yeah, this guy, I did a deal with him and then he paid me and no. Say the person that owns that account said he never paid you. And they moved the money out of my account back. So, and they did it through POS. It was even a bank, Unity Bank, not share. So a bank account domiciled in Unity Bank. Not share. And because of that, I had to fly back. I had to fly to Nigeria because my account they put my account on the red because they said these guys they move money. I'm laundering money for them. I had to go in person. In 2019, I had to go in person to go and appear for my back. I was using a lawyer from here. The lawyer was representing me, but they will not release that restriction on my account. So that's what I'm trying to say. Why would Emefiele allow all those kind of crap? Your country will not even. I'm more conscious anybody on French countries, but not at the level as we do in Nigeria. They do a lot of shenanigans with that POS. All these Yahoo boys, they launder money, they whitewash their money through that means. And that is not healthy for our bank. It's not healthy for our financial system. I don't think it's not something we should allow. I was even when Cardoso will come in there, he's going to clean all those things, but I bet the little I know that himself is in on it. But even people working in CBN, a lot of them they have this POS business. I mean, I don't get it. How do you run a country like that, whereby people will be carrying cash and people will be doing cash business? What kind of? I mean, I leave it at that. Just want to see what you guys think about it.
Well, it's the circumstance of the country so far. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, bankers. I don't know. I don't even. You see that POS whatever. I honestly, is it because I don't care? Yeah, maybe, but it's not normal. It's not.
But,
It's not normal.
but even that POS of a thing, the money they move, because for me, that POS is just a small chunk of those money that moves in Lagos, moves in every the nightclubs. At least averagely a nightclub in Lagos. Money that moves into those nightclubs. Some nightclubs they do, they do over 500 million every night. Some nightclubs in Lagos do over 500 million every night. Some of all these stars, some of the
Sound like
nightclubs.
you have one. You have a nightclub, do you? Do you have a nightclub?
There's some nightclubs like Senior Zone
I
that
know you are better.
Elox, like Elox,
that
Cubana,
that
Cubana
fat boy
is what's this guy's?
Cubana.
This guy's this new guy. What's this guy? Obese place. Obese place. There are a lot of them now. And if you know how much, those bills. Do you know that in Lagos, some girls go to clubs in Lagos just to go and pick money. Pick money. And you see some of them coming out, some of them pick as much as 100K per night. Pick. So
Well, all that one is small money now compared to
no, you don't understand.
what's out there.
The way they throw this money, that is okay. Imagine each of those clubs making that money moving every night. And during the weekends, do you know how much money move from parties to parties every weekend? At least averagely in a Wasi's party every weekend, guys that will go there to sell money. At least
I'm tempted to share this picture, but I won't do it.
no, don't
If you see, if you see the amount of cash on these guys.
So how much money do you think every weekend? And this is not just Lagos, it happens in Abuja, it happens in Kano, it happens everywhere. And all these are mints that the nylon, everything is still there. You just have to cut it every day. So what exactly are we saying?
Like I said, it's this bankers and these people in CBN, they own those businesses.
Yes, now that's the cheapest business to
and
do.
You wonder why that country is the way it is. How can you allow people to be doing that kind of a thing? I mean, I'm not saying people should not spray money, but you see that the rot in that country is so endemic.
No, rational mind. People don't spray money. They don't spray money again like that, though.
No, now bundle now.
You will get a basket, and then you go to the dance floor and put money in the basket. You don't start putting it on people's head and let it fall on the floor. They don't do that anymore.
Okay, I didn't know that.
They don't do that anymore.
Okay. Even the money, now if you go to parties now, people don't even cut the bills, right? They kind of like, it's bill to bill. Take that bunch, boom. That bunch, boom. The way those guys, sometimes we kind of like think about it like, just say I know the Jones for this America Wild Day. With the way these guys are balling.
Larry, you should take $500, go share in naira, and then you turn to a stunt man.
No, what? Kulata,
500 naira. You know
you
what?
know that some of these
You
they
know
are
what those-
some of
Go
these
on.
are partying. The way those guys they pump dollar itself.
You will surprise like you walk out to one abroad
$100
oh Robert make.
No,
See,
but a lot of them spend $1 bill.
no. Some of them do 100. See these
I've
guys.
not seen 100 though.
Larry,
It's $1.
25.
It's $1 that I see.
See, this guy, what's this guy? This musician that did
Federal
wedding
you
recently.
do a law. Even go independent, what you want. I mean,
This musician
they do
that
their
did
own.
wedding,
I mean,
wedding
coded.
recently. Kulata, this guy, this Yemoli.
Who's Yemoli now?
Yemoli.
You know me, I'm the old man, so I don't know what this.
He's one of these Ife. He's an Ife guy.
But my own Ife, you know how many years ago, how many decades
I
ago
know
is
now,
that?
but you know all those boys, all those new guys, you know, they still, you know, all of them now. They still one way or the other still hail you bosses now. But the thing is, the way those guys, you know, it's easy. Money moves in Nigeria. It moves. Money moves. And those guys, they don't even care. Those guys don't even care. So that's why sometimes when you see FCC running, they just go and start disturbing some kids in school. Like, oh, we bought this university, we do that. I just like, I beg, Mona, just sit down. Mona, just sit down.
That's the naira out there, man. God knows how much, like in illicit people's hands. Like it's some people warehouse it. I believe that. I mean, I've not. I mean, I've seen some evidence, not in person, but online, of course. I believe many people are warehousing stocks and stocks of naira because I don't know where we keep getting all this new print. Like I'm not even you visitor, they will give you the new mint, and everybody is spending the new mint. Where are they getting it from?
I think the president should play hardball. Go after these monies and seize them.
Baba Tinubu doesn't have incentive. The only incentive he has is to win election in 2027. That's the only thing that man
That's
cares
happening,
about.
unfortunately.
As of when at the beginning, but she primaries.
Uh,
But boy, Tinubu àtijọ́ lẹ̀ ń sọ. Ẹbí Tinubu àtijọ́ gan mi àbí wọn ò tiẹ̀ believe pé it's that kind of a brilliant guy like that, intelligent guy. But let's just say
Tinubu is an intelligent man, quite all right.
Hold on. It's just a bookkeeper. It's just a bookkeeper. Not promote the boy anyway. He's very good at. I said it here on this platform. I said it is different for one to know how to play politics, and it's different for somebody to run a country, run an economy. Tinubu is not that kind of a person. Mobile politics inú ìwé ká máa dribble ká ṣe Maradona ká ṣe gbogbo wàyíwàyó wọn nínú gbogbo intra-party politics. He knows that party politics. But when it comes to governance, this guy does not have it. I've said it. The same thing I'm saying now, that's what I said more than 2 years ago when we were debating here. So I don't know why people are so surprised about this guy. When I do the way I talk, I see maybe about I've boy, I've pattern, but these people are just coming to put us into a big mess. I'm not saying the whole mess was created by him, but he just wasn't the situation, thinking that this guy is going to improve on it. But no, it wasn't the situation.
No. I mean, it's always going to be a tough situation. Let's not kind of like let's not try and sugarcoat or anything. It's always going to be tough. You just don't see him taking ownership of their decisions. Like he says it in words, but not in deeds, right? Because if it's in deeds, then you will follow through. You won't have all this wishy-washy stuff. You won't have all these indecisions, all these policy reversals. You won't have all this like lack of focus. You won't have all this stuff. You can clearly see areas he's interested in. Perpetuation. He's not joking with Edo State. He's not joking with what's it called? Imo State. He's not joking with the politics. You can see that. But when it comes to all this economy, it's almost like he tells his boys, "Oh yeah, go and do this," and then they come back and then they said, "Ah, we want to do this." So then it rethinks and they say, "Ah, I don't want to do it," and then they reverse. That is what it looks like. I can't tell whether it's exactly like that, but that is what it comes across. Because some of these policy reverse,
practically unbelievable because you go to work now. In your work, when you guys are making decisions, don't you guys think you think about it now before you decide to do it? You now come back and say, "Ah, we're not doing again." It's not that. That's not how it works now. I don't know. Is Iman is not focused. Definitely, I don't think he's focused on fixing the problem. Is at this point in time, his focus is 2027, and it's unfortunate. It's
Baba
very,
is
very unfortunate.
Baba is more focused on state capture, capture everywhere, capture everywhere. They say they don't go vote, but capture everywhere.
He doesn't care. It's only it's exactly as you said. It's state capture.
State capture, not you like, you don't like. It's just a pity. Well, for me, right? Sometimes I just feel like I wish Nigeria is better, uh, but there's nothing you can do. You can complain, you can do everything, because the moment you think, oh, probably things are going to be better now, probably they will just come and say, oh no, that place that you are looking at, we are not even going there again, and you're like, Yahweh, we are not going there again, bawo. And they bring another new one. Oh, this and that. So that's I know for 4 years, because by May will be 2 years, right? So then after May, what's remaining? It's
So
more of
okay,
thinking.
let's say if it doesn't change his cabinet significantly in the next 3 months, then we know this is true. Because there's no metric that anybody's capturing. There's no performance metric that they're evaluating his cabinet members that should show a significant number of them making those metrics. It doesn't exist. I mean, what are they measuring them on or benchmarking them on that will show they exceeded expectation or they even met expectation? Not to even talk about exceeded expectation, barely meeting expectation. I mean, pick whatever minister. Is it culture? Is it health? Is
No,
it
but the way
agriculture?
is
Is
the
it
culture is there a minister for culture?
she's building street lights in Katsina as part of culture? Is it tourism? Is it
tourism.
economy? Is it economy? Is it police? Is
Is
it
it agriculture? Is it even our Harvard health? What
pate?
exactly our Harvard? What exactly has our Harvard done in health?
Education? Like it? I mean, no, nobody's coming out to bring brilliant ideas. Like show
Sote,
some brilliance.
Sote,
Show something.
they told some of them, they said, oh, go to the media and start showcasing what you've done. What exactly is there to showcase? What exactly is there to showcase?
I'm sure I won't be surprised if Minister of Health says they should use rice to cure diabetes.
No, I don't even know. Even because you see, that's why sometimes we look at, oh, he's an Harvard kid, so good profile, zero thing to offer.
When that minister list came out, I looked at it. I shook my head that no name is standing out here now.
That
I,
is
I
because good profile
They
and
said I was too early. I was too this. This is not. Look at this list now. It made no sense.
you know
No
when
sense.
I lost it, Kolata. Not even when I saw the list. You remember that lady from Kano that they nearly gave minister?
Oh, that Peperimpe.
That
Uh,
no experience, you just
that
finished
young girl.
NYSC, and I'm like, wow. Then what exactly are we expecting? They nearly gave that lady minister.
It was Danguji. I mean, Ganduje that messed her up now.
I messed that
Last
up
minute.
because they already packaged the whole thing. Even the other one from Delta that they dropped, that one that they now that they took back to, is it Nexim?
Oh, yeah, that lady. I forget
That
her
they
name
said
now.
later they said she doesn't even have certificates, package certificates. So so me I knew that no, nothing is
Oh,
not.
okay. Let me ask you one question. Those were the decisions made, right, by him.
Mhm.
What were his thought process behind those decisions?
I don't know.
No, just guess or try and think.
No, the thing is, we've all said it now that it's more of politics. Because number one, he wants to bring his old boys back. Now, the other remaining spaces, he wants to share, you know, share probably this person give me this name, this person give me this name. But the problem is, if his old boys had performed, you won't be seeing the lapses. But the old boys are not even performing. Because at least because he's been able to bring the old boys back to handle the economy. Everywhere there is money, he puts his old boys there. But the old boys are now the ones fumbling. Because if the old boys had performed, then the other ones would just be addition. But now the old boys are the ones that are not even performing at all. So which
And
means
then
that
he can't fire his old boys now.
so you understand what I'm saying? And the old boys are the one holding the engine room of the economy. So that is why, because even if he said he wants to change anything, if he's not changing the old boys, I'm telling you, nothing is going to come out.
So if Edu doesn't get kicked out or gets a minister, I mean, let's say even the economic advisor or some special advisor, something coordinating the economy.
Me and
Yeah,
you know now that if the old boys, because the major thing driving the economy is with the old boys. The major thing is with the old boys. The economy, the non-oil, okay, the mining and okay, Dele is there in mining and this. Baba is there in marine, you know,
his brother.
marine, and MPA, all those MPA port, everything is on with Baba, in that side. This other guy is handling finance. They said he's coordinating, right? Coordinating minister. Now, I know they are going to take away Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. They put the major thing under Wale to be coordinating that one too. Because Wale has been the one coordinating that one too. Now, so the major thing, CBN, Cardoso is there. NNPC, because he doesn't want to remove this guy, he has
Kyari.
Akinkunmi as chairman. So, and those are the people that are driving the economy. So, even if you change the other ones, but you change culture, you change this, you change that. Those ones are not even if you scrap those ones and you still keep the old boys driving the economy, then it's still going to be the same.
Well, ìdí ẹ̀ náà la I mean, what's the Yoruba? Ìdí ẹ̀ náà la wà yìí. I mean, oh, look, I've written him off. If he
So that's
doesn't change,
yeah. So
if he
that's why.
doesn't change course,
So that's why
you
for
can
me,
forget
Kulata,
his administration.
if he wants to take that bold step, he needs to start with the old boys. He needs to start with the old boys. Number one, Kulata, Wale, cut Wale's feather. Size Wale,
He needs to cut Wale loose, so he needs to cut him loose.
cut Wale's feather, size Wale up, just be doing finance, normal finance, debit and credit. How much is coming in? How much is going out? Don't leave economic, don't coordinate anything.
Wale doesn't have the chops to coordinate nothing.
Wale is just good as normal accounting job as Minister of Finance. Leave economy. Because that economy,
No, it's not gonna. It's probably gonna leave him, but they will maybe bring in an economic advisor or coordinating, or maybe minister of state or something. They will. He's not gonna let his boys go.
Yeah,
You'll
yeah.
just
You want to become
maybe
you want to become a cabal inside that rock there. Sit down with Tinubu everywhere he goes.
who is that? Edu.
Yeah.
No,
Then
that's
they go
what
to
he does.
cabal.
You know what he does is that's why he's always following him everywhere. You know what all of them do now? Everywhere you are seeing them speaking all sort of unnecessary English and English that is not even changing to anything. This blah, 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 blah.
But yeah, makes sense.
My own is not the English, it's the stupid flip flops.
No, now you see, that's I don't have problem with the English, but you know how he comes out and starts, we're trying, bros. No, 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 no. This thing is not rocket science. Now, if you are working, all we need you to do is to roll your sleeves and work. Not this issue of everywhere president go, you want to go. Esther code. You everywhere you want to go. But not go anywhere. Even the go that you guys are going, I'm telling you, it's just waste of time.
You know when you know that is Cardoso working is after the MPC, is during the MPC meeting, and you read what they talk about. That's when you know the person working, because you see Cardoso lamenting. The
Cardoso
problem
don't
is
tire,
here.
bros. Make I don't lie you. Cardoso is tired.
He's tired. The man is exhausted. He will tell. The problem is there. The problem. Last time he said, "Look, you guys go and look at your FAC allocation." I couldn't believe a CBN governor would say that.
I'm telling you, he's tired. He has used all the tools. He has.
So there's a rumor going on that they said Tinubu might replace him. But if
No,
he does
no,
replace him,
it can't. It's
that,
not
that could
possible.
that could send a shock. That could send a. I mean,
That's impossible. Tinubu dare not. It's not even possible.
That's home go now, Kolata. If you remove Cardoso and you keep Wale, is that not home go?
He can't even do that because the ripple effect is going to have in the
yeah, they're
international
going to be too.
community.
Yeah.
It's going to be too
You
much.
send the wrong
Yeah.
signal to investors.
They're no born now well to touch Cardoso.
I mean, this guy, does he understand? I mean, he does things on impulse. You know, you think the guy that does things, that
He
thinking
can't
very well.
touch Cardoso. Forget that one.
Rather than touching Cardoso, he should just touch Uncle Wale. He should just tell Wale, please. Maybe he should just.
Wale needs to be demoted or
maybe
kicked out.
He should just give Wale ambassador.
He needs to be demoted or kicked out.
Yeah, he should just, you can compensate him. Give him ambassador to UK. Don't bring him to US. So give them in UK.
You don't want him in US. Come on, Mama. So you bullshit.
No. We don't want that we don't want that person in US. He should be in UK. It's good.
You bullshit.
He will be with woman. They like English in UK.
Oh, I don't like English.
They are Queen's English people. He should be speaking.
Queens will learn so called learning Queens. So English don't bad to tell me. What it no go more than incoherent, no major.
So
I won't think Tinubu gone when he's looking at this economy gone. Does he look at it in terms of like results? Like, are we getting good results or what's going on? How interested is he in the way things are going?
Colata, no, it's not like that now. It depends on the data they are showing you.
Shokomo data will.
No, data they will show. They are showing him positive data.
Data will look positive.
Positive. Colata, this job now. When you package this thing now, they'll show you. They'll show him positive. They show him even potentials. They forecast. They give him forecasted figures. They give him all sort of things, and and they kind of like, because that's why you see every time he's more like, you have to. Let me give you Pastor Toby was saying something. They said, you have to suffer. Pastor Toby said, if it is suffer, they should pack everybody and let's start flogging all of them down so that the suffer will increase. So that at the end of the day, that will help us resolve our problem.
So you have to suffer and all that stuff. It's not like yes, people don't understand you, people don't get you, right? You say you have to suffer, and then your own decisions and actions, they're the exact opposite.
And you think people should just go
and you think people will just sit down there and say, we have to suffer.
You say you have to suffer. every time. Okay, fine. Me, people are saying, oh, the jet and everything. Me, I don't even have problem with jet, right? After that, Oga change car, vice president change car. Kilo day now. Emma Pawana. Luxury. Even the boys, even the normal boys too, luxury.
Shori, that's kind of like what do you call that? Zero EQ, emotional intelligence.
I'm telling you.
Zero. Because you can't read the room. Like you should be able to fake the funk, even if you're going to spend, but pretend. And look, outside of pretense and everything, part of what is going to get out of this mess has to be curtailing some government spending, in my opinion.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to do what did you call that thing again? Something. Can you recall report to the book and something report? Or not Sonye? Or Sonye?
Package. Maybe they said they are not doing that one again.
They said that who forced them to say they're going to do it in the first place? That's
They
that's
said
one of
they
the
want
big
to
fault.
do it. Nah, they said they are not doing it again.
They said they're not doing it again.
Like, people want
it's rational mind me buensing. You see, it's a joke. It's a big joke.
People
I
like
mean,
Oman and you, all of you ran here and you were talking that you are praising them. Why would say we don't want to praise this guy until we see them do something concrete? And it seems something when it lasts longer and we see for a long time that this thing is working before we can say we want to praise them. People want to say we want us to come here and start praising them, singing kumbaya here. Like I say, come on, I don't do that. I know these people.
No, at some point, sometimes you want to give people like breathing room, like because fixing problems is not exactly easy, right? So you want to like give them benefits of the doubt. But at this point in time, there's no more benefit though.
No benefit.
It's a pattern.
Because this year is almost done, and now before you know it, May is here, 2 years is gone, and once 2 years is gone, nothing remains.
It's over.
So it's over now. Once there is 2 years, they are now going to start doing that politics. Now they are playing, at least politics is still like 50%. When it's 2 years, it's going to be 70% politics. So what exactly are we really waiting for? And once they don't perform, the next thing is Jagba.
He's going to win the election. If he's alive, he's going to win the election.
No, that's what I'm saying. Now that's going to be focused. Winning the election means they need to start focusing on how to keep Jagba, state capture. Every state put this thing, do everything, whatever it will take. That's what is going to happen now.
But from day one, that's what he's been scheming. True, from day one.
But it's going to be more in 20. It's going to be more next year now. Because at that point, it's going to be more of political calculation. Even people that have not started preparing for 2027, next year they will start preparing. You start seeing a lot of politics across parties. In APC, in PDP, you start seeing politics flying here and there. So it's going to be more of politics. Even everybody that has, ambition, they are still keeping it. But next year, you start seeing people coming out with their ambitions.
But here's the thing though is, okay, all that stuff, who is going to do? I mean, my own is I like problem solving, right? So who is going to fix the fundamentals while you do all these politics and all whatnot? Is it Rice?
That's why he needs one figure in his government that is ready to do the coordination. You need that figure, but that figure is lacking. Even when he was governor, he was fortunate to have the Fashola figure that was chief of staff that was doing the coordination. But that figure is not there. Tinubu cannot do that job of coordinating everybody.
No, that's too much for him to do alone. It's too much.
So until he has that strong person, that can work with him to coordinate things. Because the major thing that is lacking in this government is coordination. Everybody's just working in silo. Everybody's just doing their own. You do your own, I do my own. Now everybody's now clinching. Now everybody's clinching.
And that is where chief of staff is important. And
Yes.
I didn't like that pick. I was more of a Fashola person.
So me, I was more because if you ask me then, I was like, probably Fashola will get it. They will compensate Fashola with what he did in the election and everything. But Bajabi Amila was so fast. It was just
No,
so fast.
Fashola was reluctant. That's what I heard.
Fashola was
That
not. No,
he wanted to rest.
No, it was not even Fashola being reluctant. You know, there was fights. Bajabi Amila camp versus this other guy, this Ikeja House of Rep guy. What's his name?
That Muslim name.
No, Faleke.
Abasa. Okay.
No.
Faleke.
Is it Obasa?
No, Faleke.
Faleke, yeah. Faleke, so.
Because that, Faleke also was eyeing that chief of staff.
Oh, yeah, James Faleke, that Kogi guy.
So he was eyeing that. So it was, they had the Faleke camp and the Baja camp. But Baja was so smart. You know, Baja started following him everywhere, started doing clinching and everything. You know, and he was leveraging that, speaker from speaker to chief of staff. And Fashola was actually the best person that would have, helped him.
Fashola seems like someone that's going to tell Tinubu the truth, whether he likes it or not.
Yes, Fashola will always, Fashola will tell him, but because somebody like Fashola will also be good, particularly coordinating the governors. Coordinating with the governor, because he's been a governor and, but Baja does not even have that, to have that relationship and, help with coordination among the governors. Because Fashola will have been that person they look up to in case of probably the president is not around. But Baja is not.
But Baja could coordinate with the politicians in Abuja, House of Rep, and what's it called for bills.
So it's not really coordinating. So the coordination now, people are now beginning to, rather than them working with Baja, they are now jumping Baja to want to work directly with the president. And in most cases, if it's coming from here, there will be a lot of confusion. And that's exactly what the problem is. If you have this figure that is strong, that is coordinating, even those ministers that are not working, they will start working. But because everybody is just like nobody, everybody, even their normal fake meeting, the fake meeting, it's not like they are doing fake meetings like that. It's until probably they have something cogent, do fake meeting. And that fake meeting too is also important. At least when you come to fake meeting, what exactly have you really achieved, right? You're able to put it.
I think the more we talk about it, the more the weakest link. I mean, if I'm going to count the top two weakest link in this government, has to be number one, Baja, number two, Edun.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my top two weakest links that
Yeah.
he needs to replace to get some traction.
I agree. Because those two guys are key. Because if those guys are functional, they are working well. Every other ones, even those ones that are not working, I'm telling you, they will be forced to work. Not all these. Everybody's just doing their own.
Everybody's working in a silo. It's
Everybody's
ridiculous.
working in silos now. Minister of Women Affairs. That one is just everywhere. Go to everywhere. Close. Close ceremonies. Do this. Do that. I'm telling you, everybody's just doing their own. Like everybody just do your own. Now everybody's clinching, going to their godfather to come and beg. Hey, are you sure my name is not in the list of those people that will go? Hey, please go and call president to go and do this, go and do that. That's exactly what all of them are doing now. Nobody is working. What all of them are doing now, because everybody's like, can you help me check that list? What do you think? Do you think the president is going to drop me? Even some of them are even clinching with Wike now because they think Wike has a say in the government. You see, clinching. Clinching is what everybody is doing now. Everybody's just clinching, calling their godfather to go and talk on their behalf. If you've worked, you don't even need your godfather to talk on your behalf.
Yeah, and the stupid thing is, Tinubu was saying they shouldn't be shy, that she will go on
And
TV to
shouldn't
talk.
decide they should go
Like,
to
is TV, is stage fright affecting them, Abi?
Abi, we'll see. Now, if you've worked, we'll see what you do now. You don't even
Abi,
need
you don't have anything to talk about.
people that don't have anything to talk about. What exactly? Tell them to come and talk now. They will be campaigning. Okay, they said when they did 1 year, that he said all of them should go and start talking. Everything they did them, it was not about what they've achieved. It was more of what they intend to do. And I'm like, are you guys still campaigning? Because you can't come here now after you spend that long. You are not telling me about what you've achieved. You are telling me about what you intend to do.
Nah, let's see, Sha. I'm going to go to bed now.
So
For
I'm going to go to bed too.
Myself, I want to go to bed. Ajalekoko, are you still there? Ajalekoko, you want to shut down the? I can't even shut it down from here. All right, guys, everybody, good night. Yeah, I don't know. I hope one man comes to shut it down.
Okay.
I don't have Ajalekoko. I mean, no, well, bye.
Okay, good night.
All right, good night, everybody. Yeah. Everybody's we've come to the end. Chioma, can you log in and come and hand it this thing? I don't know if you. I think you are still there, Chioma. If you can come in, come and shut down this thing. So woman has not make you mod. Okay, no problem. I can understand. So, yeah. I hope woman will make a text time. Maybe he will come shut it down himself. Yeah. All right. Good night, guys.